Fast MD car just going back behind the wall. Your LMP3 machine held on until the first glimpse of sunlight. This race is so cruel. What happened?
Well, it's not over. We're still going to fight. We're having a little bit of issues with the gearbox right now. I can't say enough about this entire Fast MD racing squad. You know, we may be a new young team, but there's so much fight in this team, and we will not stop fighting. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what we can do, Shay, and we'll try and nurse it home.
The driver lineup was a little bit turbulent in the weeks coming up to the race, in that we didn't know who was actually going to be in the car. How have the four of you drivers gelled over the course of this Rolex?
You know, Antonio's like the little brother I never had. Nicky's like the big brother I never had, and Yu's just an absolute rock star. So I can most definitely say I hope we're all back together again soon. But this has been magical, and it's been an honor to be with these guys, represent the brands in AnyDesk, Fast MD, the Bull Diamond and Jewelry, Shy Hose, SMC. It's been amazing. This race it's a cruel mistress, but we won't stop.
You represented them well. Thanks, James.
Thanks, Shay.
You can hear the pain in James' voice there, but like you say, brilliant to get an insight to the spirit of the team as well. You mentioned Yu Kanemaru there, John, who's raced with Team Go in Japan. He's raced at Macau, but also racing there's a name from
endurance
winners
racing
of Le Mans, winners of Le Mans overall in 2004 with their Audi. Yeah, and we're in the fight to, well, they were right in the fight to win the LMP2 class in 2009 in the Porsche RS Spider, but Saiji Ara had a horrible crash after crashing on oil at the first chicane as well. And Team Go, team that continue to develop Japanese talent, of which there is much of it in both two and four-wheeled motor sport. So 0-1 Cadillac continue to forge on. Renger van de Zande and Sebastian Bourdais are your full season drivers there. They're ably supported by Scott Dixon, a three-time overall winner and one-time class winner of this race. And don't forget, as we were heading into the nighttime hours, Scott Dixon was rear-ended by another car. A car spun in front of him, had to pull to the side and stop to avoid, and then got hit from behind and they've recovered. They put a new tail on the car, and they're just coming into pit lane right now.
Just following on from Brandon Cooper's question, Matthew Embry saying still in its infancy, GTP, layout of Circuit de la Sarthe, very much different to Daytona, too early to call at this point. What I will say is over 200 miles an hour here, considerably. What are the GTP cars going to be pulling down the Ligne Droite Nadier?
On the brakes into Indianapolis, that's going to be a lot to do.
Well, there's a lot of very fast stretches at Le Mans. The three bits in between the chicanes on what we call the Mulsanne Straight, the Ligne Droite Nadier. Then there's the run down from Mulsanne to Indianapolis, and then the run back up to the Porsche curves. Now, they don't have the aero to get through the Porsche curves as quick as in the past, but my goodness me, these cars are going to be quick. And although they're heavier than the DPIs, they're lighter than hypercars.
Good point. That's a very good point.
Considerably lighter.
Yeah, a very good point indeed. No, I think it's going to be fascinating to see what they do at Le Mans. And I don't think Daytona's a million miles away from Le Mans. I mean, there's a lot of heavy full throttle application as well, low downforce configuration. So I think there are crossovers. I do, but there's no Porsche curves here, that's for sure.
They'll be, I mean, they'll be very different cars in terms of the knowledge gained by the teams and the manufacturers by the time they get Le Mans in 5 months' time. Test days the weekend before. Everybody's going to Le Mans. I mean, everybody's going to Le Mans this year with new cars. Bar Glickenhaus. Glickenhaus, that car's a known quantity. Everybody else has significantly changed their car. Peugeot still working on reliability from last year. Brand new Ferrari 499P. A recognisable but substantially developed and altered TSO 50 from Toyota. So, Shay,
And there's also a change to the calendar for IMSA, John, because after we go to WeatherTech Race by Laguna Seca, there's a nice big break.
Good point.
Where everybody's got a lot of time. We have an open date with no clash for test. And then the next race being the 6 hours of the Glen, well, that exactly won't feel like a breeze after the 24 hours of Le Mans, but there's a little bit less pressure for everybody.
That is a very good point, particularly for drivers not having to dash across and jump on planes and get the red eye and get there to do the test sessions. Test day at Le Mans much like we have had here over the last couple of years, and brought in because of the pandemic, pushed the weekend before the big race as before the Rolex 24 is here. I really like that, and I'm pleased to see that that's been kept, even though we could have spread it further away. Once again, 2 Chip Ganassi Cadillacs, the 01 just gone out in the hands of Scott Dixon. Shane, here's the blue fronted car. This is the 02 Earl Bamber in that machine. Left front tyre was flat spotted very early in his stint, so he's getting a set of scrub tyres down there. There'll be a windscreen film taken off as the sun for a moment has just dissipated behind the next layer of clouds. Still pleasant. 82% humidity is the thing that I'm seeing at the moment, so still quite muggy outside. 20 degrees Celsius in the air, 19 on the track. That's 68 and 66 in Fahrenheit. As we come down towards 6 hours to go, and another set of points for the Michelin Endurance Cup, the final interim set before the end of the race. Points already being awarded at 6 and 12. It's a dead heat in GTP. So we had an inverted set of results, which left the top 3 all on 8 points.
Well, our race leader overall at the moment, Colin Brown for Meyershank Racing, car number 60. With 3 minutes to go before those Michelin Endurance Cup points are handed out. Colin Brown 45 minutes into his stint, so he will just be perfectly picking up those points before coming into the pits for his next pit stop. Incredible seeing Scott Dixon going out on the brand new cold tyres, and just an LMP3 car driving by him like he was standing still. That's how difficult it is.
Okay, I want to correct myself for a couple of things because I got them wrong. GR010 now for the Toyota TS050 was the previous model, of course. Thank you to Morris and to Phil for that. And Jens Jensen. Hello, Jens. How are you this morning? LMH now, unless a specific manufacturer gets a different BOP with a higher weight, is at Le Mans the same minimum weight as LMH. So they're going to run those at 10:30, are they? If they can get down to it. Interesting.
Well, 1 point on LMP2, the top 3 are covered by 10 seconds. And we have Job van Uyter in the lead for TDS Racing, car 35. Esteban Gutierrez for the 04 CrowdStrike car. And Niklas Nielsen for AF Corsa in the car 88. That is your top 3 in LMP2. LMP2, a bit like last year, is going to be a proper thriller and a nail-biter heading to the checkered flag. AF Corsa, Francois Perrotta, the bronze driver in that car, I believe his driving time is complete. He did a lot of running through the night, so he can hand over Niklas Nielsen, the real gun in that car, and he's now taking a big lion's share as they run to the flag.
Coming up to another hour of racing being completed. Time for another official coolant of IMSA VP Racing Fuel update. And it is still, as it has been for quite a lot of the race, with 594 laps completed. 68 seconds is the gap between Colin Brown and Scott Dixon. Scotty just out on a new set of Michelin tyres. 60 from 01, Acura from Cadillac. In third place, the 02 Cadillac from the Cadillac Racing Team, Chip Ganassi Run, Earl Bamber. He's got a brand new set of tyres as well after flat spotting his left front. They've got 20 minutes left to put the SLT low temperature tyres on if they want to. I think you will, even if you single stint them, because that saves you a set of your substantive tyres. LMP2, as Peter said, very tight at the front of the field, although the 88 EF Corsa third place cars just come into the pit lane for its pit stop.
They're all on the same strategy though, so give or take 5 minutes.
Paul Loop-Shatton's just come back out again, hasn't he, as well, in that class. In LMP2, 33 Sean Creech from 17 AWA. Just one lap between those. They're almost together on the track, actually. And so, in fact, has Barbosa just put another lap on them? I think he has. So it's now 2 laps between the Ligier and the Duquesne, with John De Angelis behind the wheel of the number 38 in 3rd position. And they've completed, where has that gone? They're another couple of laps further back for that Performance Tech Motorsport car. GTD led by Aston Martin. It's Hartner Racing. That is a GTD car. The GTD Pro car is about 7 seconds behind, and that's the Gilles Gounon driven number 79. That's the WeatherTech. And the reason that they have just bounced up is because Gilles Gounon has come into the pit lane from the lead of the GT category. Chevy Corvette second in GTD Pro, Lexus number 14 third, and third in GTD, Aston Martin from Magnus. That's your official coolant of IMSA Stay Frosty update from VP Racing Fuels. For all the details on how Stay Frosty can help your car, whether you're towing or tracking the car, go to VP's website. Double stack down in the pit lane. Now that was interesting. That was the CrowdStrike car, Shea, that came in, and instead of trying to go around the front of the GT car, just waited for a second or two, and that made the pit stops easier and better for both parties.
It did, but it cost them about 7 seconds, did the CrowdStrike car, which is ironic because there's an award for CrowdStrike Best Pit Stops for the fastest pit stops for crews over the course of the endurance races, and they probably won't get it now because that pit stop will throw off the average. But it did make for a clean exit for the Windward Mercedes and a clean entrance for the CrowdStrike Orica. Good news that the Windward Mercedes was able to get back out underway. And we have had another Mercedes back out onto the pit lane. The Cawthorpe car has re-emerged from behind the wall. Number 15 now illuminated on the side of the car. When we last saw it, it had a single number on the side, the number 1.
Unfortunately, it's just got a pit lane speeding violation, so just a little bit of put off the pit. But overall, that brilliant news that they've got back going again. The team have got so much heart. Cawthorpe Motorsport. We had Mike Skeen, one of the drivers in that car, in the booth just before midnight yesterday. As well. So the Michelin Endurance Cup points will go in GTP to Marshank Racing, the winner there. The TDS Racing number 35 managed to just keep out in time to get those points in the lead of LMP2. It'll be João Barbosa's number 33 Sean Creech Motorsport car. Now Daniel Morad must have just come into pit lane. I think he just got those points just in time, and in GTD Pro it's the number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes that get those 6 hours to go Michelin Endurance Cup points.
There's a little wrinkle. There's a little wrinkle to that, Shea, in terms of how the points are awarded at the various marks, 6, 12 and 18.
It is the end of the lap that the leader is on after the time has elapsed, but you have to finish it on track in order to get the points. So we're going to have to wait until the unofficial points chart comes out to find out who was where, as the WeatherTech Mercedes lifted very early going into start finish. They are due into the pits. I hope that Jules Gounon didn't miss the call to come in and perhaps ran out of fuel. The crew is looking a little bit worried.
Okay, I heard some shouting in the background there. That's sometimes not good. So we'll keep an eye on the number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes. Then Gilles Gounon, he's still in sector 1 by my timing. software at this stage. That's basically from the start-finish line to just coming out of the International Horseshoe. Is Gilles Gagnon. He's gone through the timing beam in Sector 1 with a reasonably competitive time, so hopefully there's enough fuel in the tank of that number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes, who've had a really good run. They've had great pace all week long. That put the lineup three Mercedes AMG factory drivers, Maro Engel, Daniel Juncadella, Gilles Gagnon, and then WeatherTech Racing's Cooper McNeil in there as well, winner of many top endurance races and winner of the Sebring 12-hour and Petite Le Mans in the GTLM class, the only silver driver to do so.
Maurice at IMSA Radio, talking about the top speeds of the cars at Le Mans. I'm sure they'll balance them so that GTP and LMH will hit about 330 to 335 tops. More intrigued by the NASCAR. In theory, it could be even faster. Good driver lineup. Jenson Button along with Jimmy Johnson and Mike Rockenfeller for that one. Maurice, the GTPs are doing that speed here. Yeah. 335 is 208, yeah. And 330 a bit less than that. They're pretty much doing that here on straights that are far shorter, I would say, than the flat-out runs. The longest, the top speed now at Le Mans, and has been for some years, it has been the run down from Mulsanne Corner down to Indianapolis Arnage. That little no-name right-hander before you get to Indianapolis is, depending on the cars, it used to be pretty much almost flat. You were braking just as you were going through there in the LMP1 days when they had downforce to give up, particularly the old 908s that moved about as much air as a truck. I was talking about that, wasn't I, the other day?
908 Peugeot, that is, not 908 Porsche.
Yes, 908 Peugeot, yes. Dear me, yes, yeah. They move a bit of air. If the GTPs are held down to that sort of pace, then that's going to be very interesting for that top speed.
It could be that we see the two cars actually make their lap time in different ways, and I think that could be really exciting. Look back to the American Le Mans Series 2007, 2008. We had very lightweight but relatively underpowered LMP2 cars, and heavier but super fast LMP1 cars racing absolutely tooth and nail. Real strategy going on. We could see that actually the hypercar and the GTP car make their lap time in different ways. The GTP's maybe more of a dragster down the straight line. Let's see. I can't wait to see.
Morris also saying wish we could see some more Glickenhaus cars there. Somebody needs to buy them. Finally, they have got a customer this year. Jim Glickenhaus has been quite bullish about that. They'll put in for an invitation and see if they get one for the customer. They are saying that they will run in the WEC this year, but they won't be running the full season because they're saying they won't make Sebring with that car. So still to see that car do a full season.
They've got Romain Dumas back on board, which is always, that's a guy you need in your car for any form of Le Mans prototype. So much experience, winner of the race twice. First won it with Audi back in 2010.
Almost 2 p.m. in Denmark. Jens Jensen confirming DP's 10:30. Glickenhaus went 10:30. Both Toyota and Peugeot ran higher minimum weight last year, but built to the 10:30 regs, as is the new Ferrari 499. That's what I thought. I thought it was 10:30.
Now, just a point on LMP3, and it notes to the green light as well. That's to signify the AM driver. João Barbosa is definitely not an AM driver, and that's just a fault. But I think one of the reasons, John, why the gap has grown quite significantly over the last hour or two is because João Barbosa is very much the leading driver in the Sean Creech car. Anthony Mantea is the bronze driver in the car. Wayne Boyd, the gold. So AWA may be keeping Wayne Boyd in reserve for the charge to the flag. So that João Barbosa has definitely proven why he is the leader in that car. But don't write off the number 17 AWA team yet in their Duquesne. And it's quite cool. We've got a Ligier versus a Duquesne, so that's nice to see a bit of variety fighting at the front there too, showing that both cars can compete.
Well, as we've got a Le Mans chicane here as part of Convergence, we're talking a bit of Le Mans at the moment for the 100th anniversary of the first race. Jake Parrott, when do the Le Mans invitations get announced? Normally around about next week, because it normally happens when I'm in Bathurst. So stand by for that. Joe Bramble reminds us, you've got to bear in mind that last year in WEC there was a grandfathered LMP1 that caused a bit of havoc with the hypercar BOP, and both GTP and LMH could hit 350 Ks. Now that would make life very interesting indeed. 350 kph is 217.
Yeah, it's about the same as a MotoGP bike at Mugello, over the crest with the front wheel in the air.
So not even the two contact patches, just one, smaller than the size of a credit card.
Yeah, just about. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not mad at all, is it? See, even us as motorcyclists raise our eyebrows at that and just go, no, I could ride a bike for 1,000,000 years and I still wouldn't be able to do that.
No, not even in a straight line. I think it was just I would roll off at some point. My nerve would go. Number 66, Gradient Acura, now Mark Miller on board that JG Wentworth machine, running really strong and consistent. They are 7th in class at the moment. A new
season entry.
Yes, full season entry and a new look Gradient Racing driver lineup as well. Some returning drivers, of course, with Mario Farnbacher being one, but Mark Miller, Catherine Legg, Sheena Monk. Sheena, I think, has done a top job for her first proper 24-hour race with prototypes coming around.
Cleared her drive time very early in the race, so doesn't have to drive from now till the end of the race. May still want to. Her lap times were exceptionally consistent. Really good. The JG Wentworth livery sitting very well on the NSX, which always has such a happy smiley face when it's coming towards you. Rather lightning McQueen-esque.
Oh, I've never noticed that before. Yes, it does. No, I've never noticed that before, but I'll never I can't unsee that now.
Maybe we need to get Andy to do a JG Wentworth lightning McQueen
livery.
Lightning McGreen.
I see
what I did there?
Yes.
Yeah. And but Andy's done that really well and made the green and white work so well on that car. Really understands the 3D nature of racing cars. Often you'll see a livery that looks great on paper, and I literally mean on paper, but you transfer it to the curves and the streaks and the folded bits of a car, and it comes out looking very different. Andy, a designer by trade, now graphic and livery artist, and he understands that. Bit of weaving there by the 44, Andy Lally, a flex box Aston, not long out of the pit, still trying to get heat into the tyres, and that car sitting in a very nice 4th place at the moment. We're getting news officially now of another retirement, and I think we were expecting this one from what we heard earlier on, but it's now been lodged with the officials at the Era Motorsport. Number 18, Dwight Merriman, Ryan DL, Christian Rasmussen and Ollie Jarvis. It'll be no second win here for Ollie, no back-to-back win for Ollie Jarvis here after he won the watch and the championship, the final DPI championship here.
He'll be forever DPI champion. Yeah. Shea
Adam with more cars in the pit lane. Marco Wittmann's just bought the BMW 24 in, and Marco Sorensen has just bought the 27 Aston Martin in from Heart of Racing.
And that's the sound of Marco S. leaving. Sorensen. Wittmann is still sitting in the pit box, has not yet been cleared to leave. But for Marco Sorensen in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, it was standard service fuel and new sticker, double stickers actually. They put their own stickers and the Michelin stickers still left on those tires, so extra sticky. But a lot of rubber pieces pulled out of the bottom of the grill of that car, so clearly clogging it up quite substantially. As also into the pit lane now, second in GTD Pro, we've got the Lexus of Vassar Sullivan, the number 14. It is Mike Conway out, Ben Barnicat getting aboard there. Fuel and 4 new Michelin tires as well. I'll see if I can get a word with Mike Conway.
Yeah, we haven't spoken to Mike, I think, during the race. Spoke to him during practicing qualifying and during the Raw. But
Manager's here. I saw Mark Blundell at going into breakfast yesterday.
MB Associates.
Yes, and one of his drivers, Andrew Watson, who was in sports cars, is actually signed to go to the British Touring Car Championship, so a change of direction there for him.
Mark, affectionately known as Billy. I've never really understood that one.
Of course,
Billy Blundell.
Raced over here for
IndyCar, Indy cars. Yeah, absolutely. Had a good career. Smashing fella. He's MB Associates, looks after a number of drivers and has done for some time now. They were celebrating a big anniversary. Might have been 20 years actually, either last week or the week before. And I've done a few bits and pieces with Mark and sort of sat down and done interviews and Q&As with him. And you forget just how much he did as a driver. And relatively quietly spoken, but can tell a good story, I'll tell you that.
Well, he's part of they're known as the Rat Pack, who meet for a Christmas lunch every year, led by Perry McCarthy. The stories and anecdotes that must fly around that table, very few fit for broadcast, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I can't imagine he'd ever want to do a podcast from the Rat Pack dinner.
Rat Pack Christmas lunch.
I think it might get fairly untidy fairly quickly.
Jason Plato's part of it as well. He's clearly the master of disaster in that group.
Oh dear. How's he managed to elbow his way in?
Damon Hill's part of it too.
Yeah, that's right.
Well. Yeah. You always see the picture going up around Christmas time.
Yeah, I saw that. You're right. I remember that. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch with us, we're coming up to a clock hour here, as we call it. Sun behind the clouds for the moment, but temperatures held steady. Still 19 on the track, 20 in the air. Stop now or in the next 2 minutes and you can still have the low temperature tyres after 8 o'clock. You have to go back onto the SHT Michelin Slick HT. High temperature. Bit of a spin at the West Horseshoe for the number 13 AWA Orlando Corp LMP3 car. Meanwhile, our night shift night owls, JP and Bruce, getting ready. Can't believe they had Mackie D's breakfast delivered.
Oh.
Problem now,
this
is significant.
51.
This is the
Austin
fifth place car of Austin Cindric, reigning Daytona 500 champion. Went straight on at turn 1. So has he got an issue with the car? Left front down, I think, on that car. It's certainly sitting low. He's keeping the tyre on the rim. He's done very, very well indeed in the Rick Ware racing car. This is the white, blue and green Biohaven machine. So this lap won't count because he took the shortcut, but that meant that he didn't have to tour around the infield. So he's shortcut straight to turn 6 from turn 1. Whether that was cause or effect, a lock up and a tyre going down, or whether he locked it up, flat spotted the tyre, and that's caused it to go down. I've had that happen before. Great young man, Austin, and he still is a young man. If you've got time and you're here over the weekend, get yourself to the museum on Monday. It will be open, and you can see the winning car from the Daytona 500. That'll all get reset in a few weeks' time, in Speed Weeks, of course. But for the moment, he is the reigning Daytona 500 champion. Shea Adam is watching that car come in left front, we think, Shea.
Yep, just the left front, and it's barely down. Austin did a great job to keep the tire on the rim in one piece, still with air in it, so did not come back too quickly, as is always the problem with bringing a car in that has a flat tire. You're going too fast, even though you feel like you're going too slow. They have the car up on the air jacks. They're making sure there's no other damage. The Cawthorne Mercedes came into its box to get service, thinking that a caution would come out, and was blocked upon exit by that number 51. So for Rick Ware Racing, still waiting for the new tire to come over the wall. There goes Faf. But a slew of pit stops as we are expecting a caution, maybe, or at least there's a lot of cautiously optimistic teams on the lane. See what I did there?
It's the 61st edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Jay Adam chatting to us about the latest pit stop then that was unexpected from the LMP2 car there. But we creep forward into firm daylight now, and exactly 8 o'clock in the morning in the Eastern Seaboard for the 61st edition around the Daytona International Speedway for the Rolex, and 5 hours and 40 minutes still to go. So it's Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones now in the RS2 IMSA Radio booth for the next 3 hours. We did very much enjoy our breakfast from unnamed brand. I'm surprised Heidi dropped that on air, but we can mention Sacred Coffee, which is still powering us for the next 180 minutes. And even at that point, there'll still be 2 hours and 40 minutes to go to the flag. It's Scotty Dixon who leads after 607 laps. Over Colin Brown, so the Cadillac 01 from Cadillac Racing thundering its way now out of the second horseshoe on the infield and leading by just over half a minute, Bruce, from Colin Brown.
Yeah, the start of the growth of this advantage for the 01 car came about 5 hours ago. Sebastian Bourdais did a very, very good couple of stints. It went from a short distance ahead of the sister car, the 02 car, and has continued to stretch. Now 36, nearly 37 seconds ahead of Colin Brown in the 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura that has been quick and fuel efficient. But what happened under cover of darkness, the Cadillacs came into their own, and certainly Scott Dixon in the lead, Earl Bamber in third place, looking very strong indeed. 3 cars stood on the lead lap, 1 lap back to Ricky Taylor in the number 10 Cadillac, and that is worthy of accolades. They had their, Acura, from Wayne Taylor Racing, Andretti Autosport, great new combination. They had their setbacks, but chipping away, and they were saying we're ploughing our own furrow, and certainly a great stint from Philippe Albuquerque, and now Ricky Taylor doing what we expect to make his father smile. Fastest driver out on the circuit at the moment. Last lap under 1 minute 37. That is an impressive time around the circuit. So do not rule them out. Johnny said how much is left? Just over 5.5 hours. So the number 10 could yet get up onto the podium.
Dramas for the 32 Korthoff car. Now that's already gone straight on earlier in the race. That was down at turn 6 though, wasn't it? Or out of the second of the horseshoes and trying to turn left onto the main banking. This time it looked like the power had cut completely because there were no headlights on Maxi Goetz's Team Korthoff Motorsport Mercedes as it reached turn 1, coming off the tri-oval and having to go straight on there. So an extended first sector for Maxi, who looped the car deliberately and then rejoined just prior to turn 1. You can have a big incident down there. Meantime, the 7 car of Matty Campbell has gone behind the wall, it looks like, or is it re-emerging from the garage? It's on the dolly jacks and being wheeled backwards by Penske Motorsport. This is one of a couple of Porsche 963s debuting this weekend, 6 ahead of 7 on our timing screen. But the 7 car, I reckon, Bruce, that's going back towards the garage. Nick Damon may know a little bit more about this, or indeed something else. But good morning to you, Nick.
Good morning, Johnny. I know absolutely nothing at the moment because I have just done a battery change and takeover. However, what I do know is it's lovely to hear the dulcet tones of my good buddies from London. It makes my day. The only thing I will say is the 51 car is going down the P2 machine. That had a longer stop than was expected. They were working very heavily, doing a front brake and disc change on that P2 of Rick Ware Racing, and they got the detritus have been kicked away right now on the floor, including a couple of brake pads. It's just they don't pick up because those things are quite warm.
Yeah, very good mention there, Nick. Of course,
I have been to London before, but I don't know why he's talking about London quite at the moment.
I moved away some while ago. I'm not from London either anymore, but anyhow, so...
Anyway, we're enjoying things at Daytona International Speedway, as Nick is too. And round the second of the U-bends on the infield, the 33 LMP3 car for Nolan Segal. That's the car with the fastest LMP3 lap to date, and Nolan set it a fair long time ago now, 171 laps. But we're on 574 currently for the baby prototypes. The top three are still glued together on the timing screen at least. There are laps between them in truth, with Thomas Merrill a couple of laps back, but it's the Sean Creech Motorsport car that leads the way, and it's been an enticing battle virtually all race long between that top two in the LMP3s, between Sean Creech and AWA, swinging backwards and forwards throughout.
No, it really, really has. Now, my eyes have been drawn since just before we came back on air, and since then, the lack of headlights on the number 32 Team Called Off Motorsports Mercedes. We saw it wheeled into the paddock, pushed back out, and again, it's still running around, tumbling down the order, down into 42nd position overall, with Quick Michael Grenier at the wheel. But I fear there are some unresolved problems for that one. Johnny, 13 and a quarter hours of night here, and you always will get through the night, and then let's see how you can run to the finish. But I do sort of feel that the Team Caught-Off car has problems it's going to have to nurse through to the finish. Let's hope it's something they can manage, but right now it's not running quite in the way the team would have wanted. So unfortunate, because they went very well in the early stages.
Yeah, there are many teams that can give you that story, actually. The starts of the first 8 hours generally went to plan, even for the GTPs, but then there have been, well, various moments, as so often is the case in this race, for it to derail the challenge towards the checkered flag. BMWs, we started with 2 of them. We still have 2 of them running, but at very different ends of the timing screen. Conor De Filippi, for example, 52nd overall. He's still behind one of the retired cars in the form of the 18 LMP2 machine that last had Christian Rasmussen at the wheel, but that has been an official retirement since. And the Rasmussen car for the Orica 07 retiring after 510 laps, so 100 laps ago. When you compare them that to the leaders, Cadillac Racing first and third, with sandwiched in between them Michael Shank Racing with Kerb Agajanian, the Acura for Colin Brown. So it's Dixie, Scott Dixon at 01 leading the Acura 60 and the Earl Bamber driven 02. Then the Wayne Taylor Racing Andretti entered Acura of Ricky Taylor, with the first of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s. Dane Cameron, car number 6, running in 5th position.
It's funny when you step away from the commentary position for a couple of hours. Last time we were here, it was full darkness with daylight promised about an hour and a quarter after we came off air, and now it just looks like a completely different circuit. There was that little breakthrough of sunshine a short while ago, just after sunup, but it's now looking quite grey, but at least we can pick out the colours of the cars. And for Rooftop Ray and the other camera folk around the circuit, it's a little bit easier when you can spot a yellow car, not just a set of headlights coming your way, a set of headlights among the 50-odd cars still circulating. We started with 61, we've lost 9, so there we are, do the maths, that's quite easy. 52 cars still out and about on the circuit. One car always drawing the eye, been going so well, is the number 27 Aston Martin. Marco Sorensen just having a little tussle with Alexis into the Le Mans chicane. They go and out, but one of the Heart of Racing Aston Martins had the setback. That was number 23. That was the one running in GTD Pro. But for Marco Sorensen, second overall in GTD. 2 GTD cars ahead of the top 3 from GTD Pro. So it's Daniel Morad, brought in Johnny at the last moment after Lucas Auer suffered injury here at the circuit, and the Canadian, well, A, he's delighted to be competing in the 24 hours, hadn't expected to be. B, he's delighted to be leading GTD at this stage with, what, 5.5 hours still to run.
Yeah, not a nice incident to witness that for Luki Auer earlier in the weekend, when he was coming out of turn 1, just ran the car out onto the grass and tried to keep his foot in, but the car then switched from right to left and basically hit the concrete pit wall at 90 degrees to the direction of travel. And there's only one winner there when you hit bare concrete. The nose of the Mercedes utterly destroyed, and clearly Luki Auer in some state of discomfort in the car. We wish him well in his recovery, but judged by the doctors, the medics, to be not wise to take part in the event, sadly. But he would have been rapid in that car, no doubt about it. They've got some great substitutes, though, raring to go, and Daniel Morad has proved that, leading the class currently by a second over Marco Sorensen. And much has been made about the GTD Pro class. Well, we've actually got two GTD cars front and centre right now, with the best of the pros in third when you combine both GT classes. Very peculiar angles there for an LMP3 car to be heading up onto the banking. Was that a half spin or a recovery perhaps for one of the smaller cars? Up onto the high side, the 60 car now going through Speedway turn 2. Oh, dramas just before we head to Nick Damon speaking to Mike Conway, because is that the race leader or second place rather, in GTD? Marco Sorensen stopped on the back straight in car 27. He has got it refired and restarted. It might have been an electrical issue. I wonder whether Sorensen will come in at the end of this lap though to work out what's going on. We'll stay in GT though. Mike Conway chatting to Nick.
Mike, Lexus, you've got it up to third place. Seems like it probably needs another yellow flag to get completely into contention.
Yeah, we need some help with some yellows. The gap is quite big to second place, so we need to really bunch back up if we can. It's still 5.5 hours to go, so yeah, let's hope we get some help. The car's running well in terms of reliability. We're just lacking a little bit of pace. But the team have been executing well all weekend, so yeah, we just need to keep it up.
So are you pushing 100%, or are you still kind of, or worried that you're still just waiting to get through this the last couple of hours?
Yeah, you got to keep the car in one piece, especially for when Jack and Ben get in and really start attacking. But yeah, obviously you're still pushing. You got to keep position, and but yeah, the time will come when they'll really rag it and see some sideways action.
There's been there's been less contact than I expected. I mean, has everyone been really behaving themselves out there?
Yes, I've had some close calls with prototypes just cutting back across you, so just trying to read that has been tough, but yeah, luckily, you know, no touches or anything like that. So but the only thing is, yeah, you realize how much time you can lose when you get overtaken by prototypes, so learning to block when you need to avoid losing time. So yeah, a lot to learn actually.
Will you be understanding in the GT3 and GT drivers more when you're back in the prototype then?
Yeah, I had full respect anyway, but yeah, now I fully see it. So yeah, I'll be a bit more careful next time.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, it's an interesting venture for Mike, staying basically within the brand family, racing at Lexus, but a weekend off from Toyota. He'll be back in the World Endurance Championship for 2023, so we'll be very much part of the Sebring weekend with the Friday race there, the Sebring 1,000 miles, day before the 12-hour, which has significantly more history, but it's great to have, in the year of convergence, a combined meeting for both WEC and the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. We'll have full coverage of both races across the Radio Show Limited network of channels, by the way. I'm still concerned as to what exactly happened there for Marco Sorensen, because he ended up losing a couple of places to the two GTD Pro cars that I was talking about. 3 Corvette benefited from that, driven by Jordan Taylor now, and the Daniel Juncadella Mercedes number 79 for WeatherTech. So Sorensen's Heart of Racing Aston Martin slips back to 4th. I'm actually surprised he didn't lose more places.
Likewise, Johnny, and just before we saw that, you commented on a sideways moment going onto the banking for Colin Brown in the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura, and I wonder if he was avoiding the Aston Martin that might have had a problem going out of turn 6 up onto the banking, had to adjust his line. Then we saw, of course, the Aston Martin hardly going, eventually fired up and carried on its way. But I'd just like to apologise. The merest sniff of us entering the commentary booth, and suddenly there's something happening all over again. And in this case, I just had great deal of praise for the number 23 crew and the 27 crew for Heart of Racing team, and something goes untoward to the 27. But Nick is down working like mad in the pit lane. Who have you got, Nick?
Well, no one, but I have a car, which is the number 7 Porsche, which is back in the behind the wall in the garages. And I think, oh, well, we'll be seeing someone with lots of electrical items pinging out, or computers. But this is an old-fashioned problem because there's all sorts of water on the ground where water shouldn't be on the ground. So they've either overheated, or they've got a hole or a pipe off in the actual cooling system. So, I mean, you can tell they know what they're doing, because they've left the driver on board. So they're now just trying to fix this leak, and it is very, very damp around here. But yeah, so it's nice to have an old-fashioned problem with these new cars, isn't it?
It is, and the last thing you want, of course, is a driver interfering. What do they know?
True enough. It's been 15 minutes, though, now for Michael Christensen in that 7 car, already heavily delayed. Remember, it was the 7 that was far worse off than the sister number 6 that had a number of spells leading the race for Porsche Penske Motorsports and the new 963s. But the 6 car has dropped away as well from the lead lap, now 4 laps down. When you compare it to race leading Scott Dixon in the 01 for Cadillac Racing. One of 3 brand new Cadillac V LMDHs debuting this weekend. 2 from that team, 1 from Whelen Engineering Racing, and the 31 was definitely in the hunt as well overnight for a significant chunk of Bruce and my 4-hour stint. But it was towards the end of that the 31 hit difficulties and needed a gearbox change, or certainly a significant look at the drivetrain, with about a half an hour stop, which has put it now 17 laps back. That car's being driven by Alexander Sims, currently 7th overall. So the top 6 are separated by 6 laps, which is easy to remember. We have at least 2 cars on the lead lap, though. We're waiting for Obama to come through. He's 74 seconds behind, so yeah, he'll be a lead lapper as well. And then the first of the cars off the lead lap, Ricky Taylor's number 10 Acura from Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport.
That is the car that's creeping up the order bit by bit, little by little, or maybe it's not creeping up as much as other cars are hitting problems and falling down the order in the top GTP class. But good to see that the Aston Martin that had problems is back going. Is it running fully well? It does appear to be. That's the one in GTD, which is the Heart of Racing car driven by Marco Sorensen earlier, but it's fallen down a little bit after that problem, but still Marco Sorensen, 2nd in class. There we are. The class still being led, GTD, not GTD Pro, bear in mind, GTD. Daniel Morad leads that in the number 57 Mercedes, but yes, Marco Sorensen, the 27 Aston Martin, lapping faster than Daniel Morad, but he's lost about, getting on towards 40 seconds.
And remember, it was going even better for the Heart of Racing team when they had both their GTD Pro and GT Daytona cars nose to tail for a while, heading both of their classes. But then the issues struck for the Pro car with, now was that suspension that gave way?
Left rear suspension.
Yeah.
Alex Riberas, we saw him then having to sort of go off the circuit, to take the little cut through just inside turn 3 and then negotiate his way back onto the circuit, a slow in lap, and that dropped it way down the order. And 23 is, you have to keep scrolling down to 42nd position. David Pittard back at the wheel of that now. And but he's got to gain an awful lot to move even into the top 40 at the moment.
And Ian James explaining in great detail to Shea Adam about the fact that they'd never come close to a problem like that in all the testing that they've run. Ian actually part of the 27 crew, but it's his team essentially. He's a key part of Heart of Racing team and wanted both cars to be right up there, ideally winning their respective classes. Well, it ain't going to happen with a 23 car now, but the 27, despite that stopped moment for Marco Sorensen, which cost him 2 positions, and probably about 45 seconds or so, maybe slightly longer. It's got going again, and Sorensen is the man to be able to just push that out of his mind and focus entirely on the rest of the stint, of which he's got over half of it still to go. He's 13 laps in, is Sorensen, and that'll be a 32-lap stint, I would think. Another quick update from Nick Damon in the pits.
Yeah, the 52, the PR1 Matheson, the Wins car, that has come in for a standard stop. It's obviously running much more stops because it's a P2 car. Paul Chatan's got out. Not quite sure who's got in, but you'll find out in a second. This car, of course, keeps going great guns, leading up until almost the time when I left the pits last time. But then it had a long stop for an unidentified problem actually in the cockpit, and of course it's now trying to make up that time. But still, you know, only a yellow flag away from being right in there.
Right, Nick, talking of problems that need checking, here's your next task if you'll care to undertake it. Marco Wittmann, the number 24 BMW, the one running in 6th place overall, now 6 laps down, had a long time in the pits on its last visit. If you could possibly find out why that was, that would be really good indeed. A few people in the Twitter sphere just feel they need to know, and quite rightly so.
Yeah, it's about 12 laps into its latest stint, having pitted 20 minutes ago or so, but there's obviously an extended stop for Wittmann. Best of the BMWs, with the other one still just about hanging on, with now Van der Linde at the wheel of the 25 BMW. 25 and 24 are the typical numbers you get with BMWs, regardless of which class they've run in through the years. So Sheldon van der Linde sharing with Conor de Felipe. He's just switched out, actually. So South African taking over from American. Colton Hurt is already also in that car, along with Nick Yellerly, who was driving it when it first had that problem in the opening hours and stopped in a peculiar position, wedged between those two concrete walls. Not having made contact with them, it was neat parking for Yellerly, actually, prevented a caution as well, but none of the team members could touch it because it was still charged with hybrid-related electricity.
I've got a question for you, Johnny. You're driving a prototype, racing for Cadillac Racing. You've got 6 GT D-class cars running ahead of you through the International Horseshoe. What do you do? Your name is Earl Bamber. You overtake them all around the outside. He hung it out the whole way through, and very, very clean. And luckily, I think they all spotted him, just moved over, but they were nose to tail, and yet still he went to the outside. We know when you're on the outside, when the track folds around to the right, you may not have any track on which to be turning into, but Sir Earl Bamber managed to get through. He is 3rd overall. He's lapping very impressive pace. Tried to catch Colin Brown, but I think last time I checked he was about 30 seconds in arrears. Yes, Colin was about 40 seconds down on the race-leading Scott Dixon in the 01 Cadillac. He's now 42 seconds down. But Earl Bamber's trying to claw back every single tenth of a second. That's all he can do. And we've looked at Earl's career. Meteoric career from his start in single-seaters into sports cars, found his métier, won Le Mans, etc., etc., and he's putting on a masterclass out there. But there is that risk. Of course, we saw the number 6 Porsche, Nick Tandy, at the wheel, going through the kink halfway between one end of the horseshoe and the other, and found himself just clonking the curb on the left-hand side of the circuit, car being spat onto the grass, and the delays to have a new rear bodywork and a new nose put on. That is why that car isn't on the lead lap or even 1 lap down. It's 5 laps down. What do we reckon? We reckon it lost 3 and a bit laps. It was about a 5-minute delay, wasn't it, when the number 6 entry from Porsche Penske Motorsports came in? Cool, calm, collected, back out on the track. But small things, therefore, you know, when you appreciate the risk being taken by drivers like Earl Bamber going around the outside, there is an element of heart in the mouth for them when they do it. Right, 34 seconds down on Colin Brown. So catching him a little bit, but the last lap wasn't a good one. Well, as we saw, he had traffic.
At IMSA Radio on the Twitter sphere. And remember that this is the first of so many rounds of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship this year. And each and every one of them will be live flag to flag on RS2 in the USA. And if you're outside of America, uninterrupted in-vision coverage of the full year via the world feed and the IMSARadio.com website. Go to that, click on the live video tab in the top left corner, and you can actually treat yourself to sound and vision perfectly synced for the remainder of this race and for round 2 and beyond. Sebring is the next one in a couple of months' time. That's the middle of March. Here at the track, 107.9 FM and on Sirius XM 207, with Nick Damon now watching the leader pitting.
Yeah, Scott Dixon brings the car in. He's getting right side tyres only. He's not getting a driver change, which I'm slightly surprised about, but he's because they had another driver suited and booted, but they've obviously decided it's fine to keep him in for another stint. Just the 2 tyres for Scott. That's, of course, the outside tyres for the oval parts of the circuit. Take a lot of stress. A lot of time being spent cleaning the windscreen. It's like the guy who's cleaning the windscreen is going to want 20p from him at the end of this. He's doing a really good effort on it. But of course, they are stuck there for the amount of time it takes to put both real fuel and virtual fuel in this car. So whilst the fuel filler is connected, it's not always pumping fuel. Very gentle take up there. Man looking after his gearbox, and away he goes with 2 new tyres. So how's that going to affect how fast he can go on the outlap?
Well, yeah, halfway out, isn't it? You've got 2 up to temperature and 2 stone cold, having not been in tyre warmers. An LMP2 car released right in front of the leader as well. That was nip and tuck for the CrowdStrike racing car, run by APR. And in fact, the 01 of Dixon looking for a way almost up the inside before they got to the single file segment of the pit out road. The number 2 displayed on the Lumirank number the side of, or on the flank of Scott Dixon's Cadillac now. That's because Colin Brown has retaken the race lead. And as both the LMP2 and the GTP get back up to something resembling full race pace, although it looked like the LMP2 had got 4 brand new and therefore stone cold Michelin tyres as well, so it was struggling to turn through the first horseshoe at the international end of the infield. And the pink and white Acura from Michael Shank Racing with Kerb Agajanian is back to the race lead, Bruce.
This was the car at the halfway stint in this race where the night crew came on, filled, but not yet filled quite enough with Sacred Coffee. It was all about the 60. It had the pace, it was bobbing into the lead and out of the lead, but it had the pace, had the fuel efficiency. Now, Scott Dixon staying on for another stint. Let's see what he can do. But what's happened in that time? Cadillac Racing has found its feet, found its form, and they're first and third, and they're lapping very impressively. And after these pit stops, the gap's going to be presumably back to pretty much where it was, which was just over 33 seconds last time I checked, between the 01 Cadillac and, of course, the number 60 Meyer Shank Acura. Now, also, just looking back to the P2 car that was squirming around coming out of the pits, that was the CrowdStrike Racing car, being driven very, very hard indeed. Ben Hanley was on board coming out, but he got the fresh tyres. He's out on the 02 Cadillac. It's in your world, Nick.
It is, and it's a full change this time. Mel Bamber had enough of going round the outside of all those slow, horrible GTD cars. That's it, and he hands his car over to Alex Lynn, hops in. Both these quite long-legged blokes, but they managed to hop down into the seat very quickly. Again, right side tyres only, even though we've got a driver change, but it's also getting a top-up of water. And they continue the effects of putting the driver in comfort. Everything's done up, and of course the last thing to go out again is this fuel pump, which is not pumping fuel most of the time. I can't stress that enough. It's now pumping imaginary electricity. And to try doing that, as the 21 Ferrari GTD goes behind the wall, here comes the Wheel and Energy car. Oh, it's going to be very close to getting a proper cameraman system being run over there. Luckily, Alexander Sims not going full chat into the pit box. I suppose that previous problem they had there many laps down, so there's no need to run anyone over at this point in the event. Sims gets out. In gets Pipo Durrani from the Whelan car, and they are taking 4 tyres. They're showing off a bit. They can afford an entire set of tyres, but of course this car was held back by a problem overnight. But now, like a lot of these new hybrid cars, running fine once they fixed it.
Yeah, gearbox related. I think a brand new gearbox needed in this car. It completely stopped out on track on the segment of the circuit around Speedway turns 3 and 4, so fairly close to home, but had to do the final sector pretty much at a much reduced speed down on the apron, and eventually got back to the sanctuary of, well, the garages actually, because it turned left immediately, went behind the wall, and that was the last we saw of it for about half an hour. So it has put the 31 car significantly further back, but not a nice scene for Alexander Sims to be arriving into his box with a cameraman and camera there. Thankfully, we think all was well after avoiding action. And Alex Lynn stayed at the wheel, as Nick mentioned, rejoining in 3rd position. It's not a bad shout, that, actually, for outside tyres. Yes, it takes a bit of time for them to get up to temperature, so you can't push like crazy, but at least you do have some grip on the infield, because the outside tyres for the banked section are the inside tyres for the 2 horseshoes, so you are going to have plenty of grip and drive coming out of the International and Western horseshoes, Bruce.
Yeah, and I've said it before, if you've got good exit speed as you go up onto the banking, then that really, hey presto, is what you need, and that's where the bulk of the overtaking within class has happened. Of course, if you're in a prototype, a GTP, a P2, a P3, you can pass the GTDs on the straights. However, going onto the banking, if you get a good run in multiple class. Now, 2 Porsches from Porsche Penske Motorsport. The number 6 has had minor problems. The number 7 has had major problems. It's down in 17th place. And Nick, what are you seeing for the 7?
It's rejoined. The number 7, of course, has already had its energy store, or MGU, whatever they want to call it, HK, whatever it may be. That was replaced a long time ago. It's lost to about 17 laps. They've now had this some form of cooling problem. I've been informed it's a hybrid bundle is the correct term. I quite like that. Would you like a hybrid bundle? Okay, I'll take one of those. And you get free Sky with it as well. So basically that's the second problem. But I like this problem. I really like this second problem because it was a traditional problem. It's a water leak. Excellent.
We know where we are with a water leak and how to fix it potentially as well, although I wouldn't have a clue with these brand new cars. And I'm sure there's a bit of head scratching when cars arrive and teams are still trying to work their way around them, particularly when you've got hot components surrounding the various innards that you're looking to access and at speed. Now, a cracking couple of stints by Earl Bamber. Nick detailed that he got out of the car and he's gone straight to him for an interview.
Earl, let's pace this race a lot more frenetic than you expected, because we expected a reliability run.
Yeah, I mean, it's an impressive green flag race, to be honest, from all competitors with 61 cars. I think a lot of people thought there was going to be a lot more yellow, and it hasn't turned out that way. So it's definitely a great test for these GDP cars first time out. Not a lot of yellow, and got to run flat out the whole way. Our Cadillac's running great at the moment. P3 is just swapping backwards and forwards between what people are doing on tyres and stuff like that. So 5 hours to go, it's gone quick, but now the real race starts.
You're having to be very, very aggressive with those GTDs. Is there areas of the track where you just can't get stuck behind them because you lose too much time?
Yeah, I mean, it's just the typical people trying to race prototypes every day, normal cars, but you know, they're in their own race. It's just bad when you get a pack of them. You know, when they're all having their own fight, it's quite difficult because they take up nearly the whole track width. But you know, the straight line speed with what we've got helps us a lot. But if you get them in the chicane or where they're having a battle, you do lose a lot. But it ebbs and flows. You know, some laps you get a great run, other laps you don't, and so do your competitors.
So for you in the Cadillac 02, would you like a couple more yellows before the end of the race, or do you want it run green to the end?
I mean, be nice to get yellow, pack the top 3 cars up, and go over a proper race for 4 hours.
Great stuff, thank you, Will.
Earl Bamber with Nick. We, in the meantime, well, I was staying tuned to the Kiwi, don't get me wrong, but also trying to work out whether a record distance might still be within grasp. Remember, 8:33 was the 2020 distance. That's the most we've done at any point in the history of the 61 years of the Rolex 24. And by the end of this clock hour, was I just told that we need to be at something like 6:59 laps? Yeah, so by 9 o'clock this morning, race hour. Okay, by the end of this race hour, so in 7 more minutes, we need to be at 6:59. Well, that ain't going to happen. So yes, it's somewhat out of our grasp, which, to be honest, was my projection anyway, because we're doing about 5:20. We were doing about 260, 270 laps per 8 hours. So if you then times that by 3, you can't get to 800 laps. I think that would be a stretch, let alone 8:33. We'll get, I think, 770, 780, maybe 790, but I think 800 is the absolute tops. So the record should stand for yet another year. Nevertheless, I still think this is an impressive lap distance that we are shooting for with the brand new cars, considering many people up and down pit road thought that they'd all be conking out after about a couple of hours and would spend a goodly portion of the race either behind the wall or on pit road being seen to. There's been a fair bit of reliability issue, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, generally speaking, if you've been driving a Cadillac from Cadillac Racing, you're fine. And the Michael Shank Racing 60 car has had its issues. I mean, it's done way more pit stops than the 2 cars it's battling with. 31 now for Colin Brown's number 60 car for the Mike Shank crew. So Blomqvist, Brown, Castro Neves and Pagenaud, they've been in and out of the pits way more than I think anybody else in the GTP class. But it seems to have paid dividends because they've got this lead of, well, through the next split I'll tell you exactly what it is, but it's about 30 seconds or so, with still 3 cars on the lead lap just about. waiting for the final few splits. Are we down to just 2 cars now on the lead lap? It's difficult to read because there's a split between the pit stop cycles and a big one between Colin Brown, who's due for a stop within the next lap, and Scott Dixon and Alex Lynn, who are just at the start of their stints.
No, exactly so. Before they started running through, right, gap between first and second between Colin Brown in the number 60 Meyer Shank Acura and Scott Dixon, the 01 Cadillac, is 52 2/3 seconds. And for Alex Lynn in the 02, that's the black Cadillac with the blue nose and streaks up its side. That's just off the lead lap. But you're quite right, the seesaw effect of who's made their pit stop when. But Colin Brown, the race leader in the number 60 Acura, will be the next one in, quite deep into the stint now. So should be in relatively soon, and that will put the 02 back onto the lead lap. Yes, there we go. Relatively soon. Brackets now.
Peeling off and into pit road.
Yeah, it is
Nick Damon.
Full service. Simon Pagenaud getting in and Colin Brown getting out. This one's not. They're not skimping. They're giving the whole 4 tyres and the fuel. So this car, which is sharing the lead with the 01, is getting a complete service. There's no real advantage or disadvantage. The amount of time it takes to connect the fuel and the virtual fuel, you can do anything you like to the car really with this parallel pit strategy course you're allowed to do here, because you have to be in series at Le Mans and in WEC, but they are not putting tyres on because of the tyre allocations mainly, and they're not changing driver because the driver they have in there is fast enough. But there's no time loss if you do change drivers, and no time loss if you change tyres either. But that car has done what it needs to do, everything, and is trundling down the pit lane to pit out as I speak.
So it'll come out with 304 minutes to go, I reckon. 5 times 60 is 300, plus the 4. And what I need to do now is 304 divided by about 52, because 52 minutes is roughly the stint time. So you're looking at 5 and a bit stints, but for me, the Acura is not going to fit perfectly between now and the end of the race. So are the Cadillacs actually in a better position here if we stay green? And that's a massive if, don't get me wrong, considering the number of cautions we've had to this point. But yes, at certain points in the hour, the Acura is ahead of the 2 Cadillac Racing V LMDHs. But I just wonder, 01 and 02, they're outnumbering that Acura, and I think they're leading at a better point in the hour than the Japanese machine. But that's extrapolating stints through a green flag period for 5 hours. So it's a massive ask even at this stage.
I was going to say the clever ones count backwards from the end.
The other thing to remember, of course, is that the last stop for the Acura, because it can run deeper into its stop, will be shorter, and there's the option of fuel saving as well, of course, to try and get a little bit further through. So nearly 6 stints, bit of yellow here and there, should get them some of the way, but you can't necessarily bank on it. And this far out, don't get me wrong, they're not going to be back timing anything at this stage. It's all about plodding their way through and hoping that things stay green here and there. But I do think, it becomes a numbers game from Cadillac's perspective, and they'll be very grateful so far to have 2 cars in the mix versus Acura's 1.
Yeah, looking very strong for them, but yes, it's a question of counting back from the end of the race. We've got 5 hours and 2 minutes remaining, and just noticed as the sun came up over the circuit, he's out there enjoying it. Not much sun, it's just daylight here. David Pittard, happy birthday, 31st birthday, 10 years ago. It was his first season of racing in little old Ginettas back in the UK, and he's really come on great guns. So happy birthday to David. Unfortunately, the number 23 Aston Martin is not where they'd have wanted. They had the problem for Alex Riberas. Remember him off on the inside of the circuit. Left rear suspension seemed to be the problem for them, and therefore they're down all the way in 42nd position. But they've had the glory of being right up there at the front of GTD. But unfortunately for them, they were having an incident, a breakage that Ian James, the Heart of Racing team, has never seen before. Of all the places, the big one at Daytona 24. But press on, and happy birthday to David Pittard.
So he's aged a decade in a space of 24 hours. I mean, they always said that the Rolex 24 was a stressful affair. And yeah, happy birthday, Davey. That's not clearly the first time that that's happened, where a racing driver has had a birthday on one or other of the days, generally not both. Down into the Le Mans chicane for the LMP2 race leader, Mancunian driver Ben Hanley, leading by 5.7 seconds over Josh Pearson. He now goes to the high side of one GT car at Speedway Turn 3. I got an update from Nick Offair there, but didn't, because I was talking, I didn't really hear it. So you go ahead. I'm sorry, I can't do two things at once.
The Konica Minolta car's having a non-standard pit stop, but it's quite a long way away from me, because I was walking up to go look at some of the other things. I don't see quite a lot of the time in between the GTP pit stops. Then, of course, there was a GTP pit stop, and it was a number 10 Konica Minolta car. They have taken off the rear deck, put some fluids in. Now, we did see the rear deck coming off the Meyer Shank, the sister car, the 60 car as well. So whether they're just checking for this mystery gearbox potential seal issue, who knows? But it was a slightly longer stop for this car that's obviously lost a couple of laps from the lead, and the 21 Ferrari, which went behind the wall about 20 minutes ago, has now come back out into the pits again. So that car's been kind of oscillating, I think, quite regularly behind the wall and in front of the wall. That's, of course, the air course machine. That's quiet again, so please continue not listening to me.
19 hours done on RS2 IMSA Radio. That means 5 to go in the 61st edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Flag-to-flag coverage here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's time for a VP Racing Fuels in-race update. And Scott Dixon, as the BMW number 24 comes down to pit road again. Marco Wittmann not in the leading mixture, but I'll tell you who it is. Scott Dixon in the 01 Cadillac Racing V LMDH leads by 41 seconds over Simon Pagenaud's Acura ARX 06, the 60 car. And in third position is the sister Cadillac Racing V. That's the 02 of Alex Lynn. Ricky Taylor returning to the racetrack after the stop for the Wayne Taylor Racing Andretti Autosport Acura. That car's fourth. Dane Cameron's fifth in the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, car 6. And Marco Wittmann just pitting, as mentioned, from 6th position in the best of the 2 BMW M hybrid V8s, car 24. In LMP2, Ben Hanley's leading by just under 6 seconds in the 04 Oreca. 04 is the CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. Josh Pearson is in 2nd position in the 35. Glorious sound in the background is the 01 Cadillac, by the way. So 35 TDS Racing entry in LMP2. 3rd position, Mathieu Vaxivière for AF Corsa, that's 88. And the PR1 Matheson Motorsport, Nico Lapierre, driven 52, is 4th. LMP3, now, the 2 leaders that have been hammer and tongs all race, it seems, are now split by the recovering Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, number 7, sitting between Seagal and Merrill. So that's Sean Creech Motorsport ahead of AWA, but with a car sitting between them, and there are a couple of laps, maybe a lap and a bit, between 33 and 17. 3rd in LMP3 is the Performance Tech Motorsports car number 38. In GT Daytona Pro, Jordan Taylor leading that for Corvette Racing, car number 3, ahead of Daniel Juncadea's WeatherTech Racing Mercedes 79. 3rd in class is Ben Barnicoat's Vassar Sullivan Lexus, and 4th Andrea Caldarelli in the Iron Lynx 63. And in GT Daytona, Marco Sorensen for Heart of Racing Team, Aston Martin number 27. It stopped out on track, remember, for about 50 seconds, got going again, and amazingly still leads the class for the Dane. He is ahead of Philip Ellis's Winward Racing Mercedes number 57, Spencer Pompelli's Magnus Racing 44 car, and the 93 is the Racers Edge Motorsport with WTR car, 93 running in 4th position for that. The Acura sitting behind Spencer Pompelli's Aston Martin Vantage GT3. So that just about wraps things up for another update. Your hourly update brought to you by VP Racing Fuels, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty. And the first column of timing now reads 4 hours. That seems more like we are really pretty close to the end now. Of course, we're not, because we're over a European Le Mans Series race distance from the finish, but at least it's 4 hours and 56 minutes now. And Nick Damon paying close attention to something else at pit road. Tell me what?
It's the P3 leader. It's Sean Creech Motorsport. Well, the P3 leader when they came in, the number 33, stop looked absolutely fine, and you were reading away with the update, and I turned around, the car was still there, and they seem to have an issue where it's stuck. They can't get neutral. It's stuck in gear. They've changed the steering wheel. There's a big 3 on the steering wheel, so it's going to be stuck in 3rd gear. They've picked up a selector actuation issue, which could be electronic, could be pneumatic, and effectively this great run from the 33 is evaporated. They had a lap lead, didn't they, at that point? But they've been sitting here for longer than a lap. Nolan Siegel in the car. And they continue to try and work out what's going on. But we've seen this before. This can often be fixed by a simple, flick of a switch, or that could be it. That could be the end of the race. So I should stay here and find out which one it is.
Well, Thomas Merrill in the Duquesne that was doing the chasing, coming through the 3rd sector now. He's got a few cars in front of him, but some of those actually might be quicker cars, so he'll want them overtaking, i.e. lapping him to leave a clear road in front. And Thomas Merrill still not scored as the LMP3 race leader. We might need another split yet, so for him to head into sector 2 for that to be confirmed. But the Nolan Siegel pit stop for the Sean Creech Motorsport Ligier is now up to 4.5 minutes. And I don't think it was a 4.5 minute gap at the head of the LMP3 field, Bruce.
No, it was actually 4 minutes is the last split I've got. 240 seconds on the nose, but it could almost be a 1.5 lap lead that's about to be depleted. But Thomas pressing on. Nolan Siegel, as Nick pointed out, struggling in the pit lane. And Nick, earlier you were very excited that you spotted something obvious under a car, a pool of water. It's like going to your local general practitioner and they go, at last, my first client today who's got your arm's hanging off, sir, can I sew it back on? Rather than people going, I've got a bit of an ache, I've got, a malaise, but we're very analog in spotting things. Well, I certainly am, so you can imagine there. Nick was delighted down there. Things you can see as a pit reporter. Yes, we've got daylight, but so many times if it's an electronic problem, Johnny, there's not a lot you can do to analyse it. In fact, not a lot the teams can do half the time.
Other pit stoppers, hopefully these should be more scheduled stops for Dane Cameron in the Porsche Penske Motorsports 963, the best of those 2 cars. So Dane in from 5th position for stop number 23 of the race, and Pietro Fittipaldi making a pause in the Oreca 07 car 51. He was 6th in class. Car 51, the offering from Rick Ware Racing. So about to rejoin after a couple of minutes. In fact, he's already back out on track, is the Brazilian, to rejoin, still hanging on to 6th spot. We're up to 6 minutes now for Nolan Siegel, and confirmed that is the class lead being lost to Thomas Merrill. Duquesne overtaking Ligier and not on the racetrack. The attention is still on the rear of this car. Wiggling and waggling to make something fit, as Nick has described, with the rear deck or the rear engine cover off. And unfortunately, Nolan just left to sit patiently in the cockpit, hoping it's a new actuator that's being fitted, in fact, but that is not work that you want to be doing again with very hot components, and instructions being fed to the 2 mechanics on the shop floor from the Pratt perch. New tools being offered up as well. Are you still in the vicinity, Nick?
Yeah, yes, this is proper engineering going. I'm not missing this.
Good stuff.
There's ratchets. I haven't seen. Unfortunately, it does seem like they can do it with spanners and screwdrivers. I haven't had to use a lump hammer yet, or any tie wraps. But it's good old-fashioned. Let's unscrew the thing that's not. Well, let's unscrew the thing we think's not working and screw on the thing we hope will work. But yeah, this is not the work of a moment, and it's their victory sort of disappearing in front of their very eyes. But obviously, there's still, because the P3's had quite a lot of attrition, there's still the chance of a decent result.
Yeah, they do, Nick, but in the middle of the night, in our earlier night stint, AWA number 17, that Duquesne that's now in the class lead with Thomas Merrill. Of course, the lead was built up by Wayne Boyd, and they've got Nico Varone, a very, very quick Argentinian in that lineup as well. And once I think Wayne and Nico get back in that car alongside, in conjunction with Anthony Mantella, I think we'll see that advantage stretch, because the quick guys built the lead, it was dissipated a bit, and now it's coming back their way with a helping hand, of course, from Sean Creech Motorsport. But you take what you get, and for AWA, 2 cars entered in the P3 class, but definitely their sort of flag bearing one is the number 17 back into the lead of the class. And just remember, they've got the quick guys still to come in the final 5 hours.
Well, Merrill, I think, will be on an in-lap now in car 17. So he's taken the class lead, now going into a couple of laps advantage for AWA. And remember those, well, what seemed like a number of hours when AWA led with Wayne Boyd at the wheel, and then Verone took over from the Ulsterman and performed greatly in the night. And it looked to be going the way of AWA, I have to say, but Sean Creech Motorsport kept plugging away and managed to get the lead back again, and we were treated to pretty much a race-long scrap. So it'd be a real shame if it's ended on these reliability difficulties. But still, the car is stopped in the pit box. 9 minutes, the pit stop now, and there will be added to this will be the indignity, if you like, of the Thomas Morell car coming in to pass it in pit road, almost walking speed, because it is due a regular pit stop, car number 17. Lubricant now being sprayed around the affected area. Rear wheels being bolted back on again. Get the feeling that we're nearing the end of the work being done. But
yeah, definitely reassembly, not disassembly at this point.
Yes.
But, again, everything has to be tightened, because these cars, we've mentioned it many a time, Johnny, here they get a huge load on the tail of the car with the big rear wing there, and anything that's not quite tight is going to make it feel very, very uncomfortable for the drivers.
So the 17 car rounding the Western Horse Show. Intriguingly, it has the number 1 positional light on the left-hand side and the number 2 positional light illuminated on the right-hand side. Let's see if that's changed. No, it still says that. So 1 when you look at it from the left, 2 on the right. The 1 is correct, as far as I can tell from our timing screen. It's actually 3 laps to the good now. Thomas Morell over Nolan Seagal. Like rounding the turn in the dark green and black Bruce.
It was like my timing screen earlier. We eventually had to go to a second one. There was 10 laps between them. So you've got old time on one and new time on the other. It does make you jump. You think, hold on, that must be saying number 1. Why is it saying 2? You then start pouring through your screens to find what's what. But there's no doubting AWA number 17, the black and green Duquesne, leading the best of the Ligiers now by 3 laps, and some decent laps here by Thomas Merrill. But you reckon he's due in fairly soon?
I think this could be an in-lap, if not next time around. And he stays to the low side, as for the slower cars you are instructed to do in the driver's briefing. It's left to the LMP2 car from Tower Motorsports to find its way by, and Thomas Morell, for the time being, is happy to stay out. Now, it could fairly comfortably make 32 laps. 33 would be a stretch, but not entirely impossible. And the Duquesne and the Ligier that have been battling backwards and forwards pretty much all the way through the race, as mentioned, powered by the same power unit, remember, the 5.6 litre Nissan V8, upgraded a few years ago. Pretty thirsty on the fuel, but all of that's been measured around here at Daytona. And those the stint length, particularly this far out from the checkered flag, won't be taking anything to chance. It could get rather interesting for all 5 classes as we near the checkered flag, though, where fuel save mode might have to be entered, and indeed some risks may have to be taken. We've seen that many times through the years of cars almost making the checkered flag, but actually running out of fuel with feet to spare through to speedway turns 3 and 4.
Now, of course, as the brains become a little tired, that was the end of the first hour, frankly, but we're getting towards the end of this race, and Jake Parrott on Twitter, tweeting into RSL_studio, says every P3 run in this race, every car in the P3 class needs to do one stop that's more than 4 minutes. But hey, looking at that car in the pits, we're talking about the 33 from Sean Creech Motorsport. That's more than 6 minutes. At this late stage in the race, we need these things pointed to out to us, but quite clearly, the class lead had been 17th overall, has only fallen to 18th, but unfortunately, instead of being a lap up, they are now 4 laps in arrears. Nolan Seagal sitting patiently on board, but it'd be interested to see if that repair work or the new actuator being fitted to the gearbox is nearly complete. It certainly looks as though it was going that way, but Nolan Siegel came in from the class lead, and luckily for him, the next car in class, Christopher Allen, is 3 laps down, but we thought bad was bad, but Nick think worse is worse. Car 33, Nick, what do you think?
Yeah, I was having a look at the car, and if you look at the under tray on the right-hand side, it looks a bit kind of melty and not quite right, and then it's got a load of wires that are hanging on by a string, and I was thinking, well, these aren't looking very good at all. They seem to have melted, but I thought, well, you know, the 3M mechanics there are not very bothered about it. And obviously it's not something important because it's not otherwise very bad prep. What's just happened is mechanic B has come round and found that at some point in the recent past the exhaust has fallen off, the manifold has come loose from the exhaust. So if you think about where you have the headers then connect the exhaust, that link has come undone. So rather than it's been pumping out the heated exhaust gases right onto the under it, it's melted all of now the exhaust second section is gone, which curls back on itself for an exit, as you know, a side exit on these cars. It's melted quite a lot of the carbon fibre under tray. It's melted some wires, which I'm not sure whether the reason the actuator's not working is mechanical, but that mechanic said, look, we need to get this back behind the wall. And this literally has gone now to a major problem because they've got some issues now where they're going to have to try and remount the exhaust. They're going to have to see what damage it's done to the under tray, and the 33 car I think could be in for a very, very long stop as the mechanic comes over and uses an iPhone camera to show the picture. That doesn't count as a torch, so we're still short that one. But yeah, this is a Rolex watch disappearing and possibly even a podium.
Motor racing, eh? Why would you? Well, I mean, why would you even start to attempt it?
You know why I do motor racing? So I can hear phrases issuing from Nick's mouth like melty and not quite right. I'll live with that one for a bit.
It's good analysis. It's top analysis for me. This is award-winning broadcasting. Talk about a 4-minute stop that needs to be ticked off at some point in the race. Try 15 minutes now for that 33 car, and it's going to get even longer now that the car has gone behind the wall. Thomas Merrill, in the meantime, has been in for the stop that was due for the number 17 Duquesne, and AWA has gone back out again, rejoined the race with no one else in sight in LMP3 now, and the closest car is 4 laps away. That's the Siegel car that's just gone behind the wall. So you're now really looking at Christopher Allen in the Ligier for number 38, and that car is 7 laps further back. So the pressure almost has been taken well and truly off AWA, and confirmation from Nick Damon that the 33 not yet behind the wall, but will be heading in that direction. So I think we're up for a fight now, really, between AWA and Performance Tech Motorsports. And sadly for Performance Tech, it's a 7-lap deficit to try and win the class. They're all potentially going to be podium finishers, although maybe that's speaking too soon for car 33.
Yeah, well, Ori Fidani, 574 laps on the board, 4th in class. That's the number 13 LMP3 entry. That's the other car from AWA, but that's an awful large number of laps in arrears. 574, the car that's in now behind the wall, 20 laps more. So that we're looking at an hour of racing, effectively, yes, give or take the odd pit stop here or there, that has to be made up. Who knows? Who knows how long the repairs will take for Sean Creech Motorsport. They've had huge success at Daytona the last handful of years, and this year doesn't look as though it's going to be adding to their list of honours, unfortunately for them.
I was thinking that LMP3 was perhaps one of the more, well, I was going to say more settled categories, as in we probably knew who was going to feature on the podium, but not necessarily in which order. That has thrown things massively towards AWA now, after they did seem to be in charge just beyond half distance, but Sean Creech came back into the reckoning. But this is a huge fly in the ointment now for the Creech guys, and let's hope that the car can be sorted out. But if we're talking about melted wiring and associated problems, exhaust manifolds as well to be sorted out, that's an awful lot of work in the closing 4 hours and 40 minutes. Back to the head of the order, you can hear the 5.5 litre normally aspirated V8 of Scott Dixon down through the gears as he slows for the Le Mans chicane. At least one Heart of Racing Aston Martin up ahead, which is the 27 car, which he goes to the high side of. In turn, the 27 was trying to lap another GT car, it seems. So briefly, they were in perfect chevron formation. But the Cadillac makes quick work of those slow-looking GT cars. They are by no means slow, but that is the speed differential we're talking between the top brand-new class and the GT Daytona cars.
Motor racing should be about sound as well as vision, and the glorious engine note from that 5.5-litre Cadillac engine, riding high on the banking, going past underneath the commentary street, the giant buildings overlooking the pit lane, and just completely right as far as I'm concerned. All is right in the world. The sun is almost rising properly over the Daytona Speedway, but 5.5 litres make just such a proper racing sound. High pitched to an extent, but with that deep sort of basso profundo thunder lying underneath those. But again, I'm old-fashioned like that.
I'm with you. I'm entirely with you. I do not need to be convinced over a big American banger at all. And it's just one way of solving a problem posed by the rule makers within IMSA and the regulation creators within the LMDH category. 4 different ways of solving the same puzzle, basically. Acura going with a 2.4 litre, relatively small turbocharged V6 engine. Porsche's effort, the 4.6 litre V8, also twin turbocharged. We've got the BMW with the 4 litre V8 turbo, and this car, the only non-forced injection unit, the LMC 55R from Cadillac, 5.5 litre. I mean, there are street-going engines in the US, even larger than that, of course. But I suppose there is every effort being made to try and create engines that are smaller and output fewer emissions, together with the hybrid technology as well. Yeah, Nick's against that theory, and I wasn't fully sold on it myself, to be honest, but there's a hybrid in there that's cutting down some of the things coming out of those exhausts we were talking about. Hybrid unit is the same across the board. That cannot be designed independently by the manufacturer. It's supplied by the championship, and you have to weave it in to the makeup of the car, a number of other common components as well. Out of the second of the horseshoes, on the infield then goes the 01, leading from the 60 Acura of Simon Pagenaud, and in third position it's the sister Cadillac Racing VLMDH of Alex Lynn. But and yeah, he is still on the lead lap, a minute and not quite a half back, so he's within a lap time around here, which current lap speed 138, mid 138s, mid 137s in the case of Simon Pagenaud, so he's able to take 1 or 2 chunks out of Scotty Dixon, but that will be related to the amount of traffic being found on every lap. So it's the gap has stabilised now somewhere in the region of 40 seconds separating Dixon and Pagenaud. In LMP2, 11.5 seconds the difference between Ben Hanley and Josh Pearson's Orica 07s. So the 04, which is the class-leading car from CrowdStrike Racing by APR. TDS Racing in second place with Mathieu Vaxivier's AF Corsa car doing the chasing. PR1 Matheson Motorsport, the Wins liveried car for Nico Lapierre, number 52, in fourth position in the slightly slower second prototype class. It has been made slower again, remember, to make enough of a difference between the speed of the GTPs and the LMP2s, but plenty of P2 drivers saying it is so tricky now in certain places to get by the LMP3s. You really have to risk manoeuvres on the brakes into turn 1 and into the Le Mans chicane as well, rather than being able to pick them off through pure pace on the high banks. Windscreen tear-off being removed from BMW number 25, which is the car still, sadly for them, at the tail end of the timing screen. That was Sheldon van der Linde who brought the car in then from 52nd overall.
You know, I don't think we'll ever have a Daytona 24 Hours in which we talk so little about the BMW M-Team RLL entries, but again, they're just showing in GTP so much that's so new, and the number 25 was the one that was set back. Now, one of the crews down in the pit lane that's been had a bit of a mixed race has been high-class racing, and Nick's decided to go down and find out how life is with them. And that's car number 20, one of the many Oricas in class. They're all Oricas. Nick.
With Ed Jones out of the high-class racing, I suppose really you've had a bit of a mixed bag, isn't it? You fell off the lead. What caused you to fall off the lead laps?
We just struggled for pace. At the beginning of the race, we really struggled with the car, and we just lost the pace there and then fell off the lead lap. And then we were coming back again, and then we thought we had an issue with the car. So we replaced a part. It seemed a bit better. And then about 2 or 3 hours ago, a component on the car failed, so we had to replace that, and that's when we lost another 6 laps. So it's been a really tough race for us. We haven't had the pace, and then we've had other issues going on, and just one of those days. But we keep pushing.
I suppose if you're going to have a race with no pace, that's the time to have the niggly problems as well, isn't it? Really, you don't want to have a fast car that breaks down.
Yeah, well, exactly. It was frustrating because we had lost the laps, and we didn't feel like we had the pace anyway at the time. So it's been a difficult 2 weeks for us, but we've been experimenting. We found some positive things, and we just got to go over everything and improve the Sebring.
So did you go into this race knowing you were lacking a bit of speed, or was it a surprise as the race unfolded?
Well, last week at the Raw, there was a few teams which were a lot ahead of everyone else. And in the final practice on Friday, we thought we'd found something. Our pace was really strong, so we were a lot more confident then, but unfortunately it didn't transpire into the race. Yeah.
Never mind, Ed. Well, hopefully you get a finish at least, and then you can celebrate with the team.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, bit of a crazy spell in the race. I was just about to tell you about a rotating BMW which had overrun coming off the infield section, so that significant acceleration zone coming out of the western horseshoe and then towards the left-hander. BMW going straight on at that point, which was the rejoining car. And
it was 25, Sheldon van der Linde, the one
and
that's
presumably on new tyres.
Not even yet in the top 50, and in fact to get into the top 50 from 51st, they have to gain another 35 laps to catch Yu Kanemaru in the number 87 P3 entry. Such has been the setback for them. Just a moment or two ago, Johnny, of course, commenting that we haven't had much to comment about with those two BMW GTPs. We will in races to come, but clearly it's not yet on the pace. A sister car, however, I guess at least they're relieved that Marco Wittmann wasn't spinning that, because he is 7 laps down, but he's in the top 6 and will be plugging on towards the end of the race. But for Sheldon van der Linde, so many laps down. We were talking about this even when we did our first stint on the night shift, Johnny, even before the coffee from Sacred Coffee had kicked in properly, about how difficult it is to keep your focus when you've had a setback early in a 24-hour race. And as much as the drivers of number 25 can press on for what, you might say, it's all about race mileage. They're these brand new racers. And so for Connor De Filippi, Nick Yaleli, Colton Herter, and of course Sheldon van der Linde, it's not an easy task. For Colton Herter, of course, it's not so bad. He has 2 cars to choose between, 24 and 25, and at the moment 25, well, that's clearly the better place to do. It's 6th overall.
So that was the one loop that was necessary. The other loop that's just happened was heading down into turn 1 for Michael Grenier in the caught-off Mercedes AMG GT3, number 32, far too deep into turn 1, had to go clockwise to do a full 360 and rejoin the racetrack. Meanwhile, LMP2 race leader into the pits. Here's Nick.
Yeah, the 04, the CrowdStrike car has come in, and it's doing a very, very simple stop. It's putting 4 new tyres on, it's putting a slug of fuel, and it's cleaning the windscreen. The driver's staying on board, but they have managed to slowly ease away in this second half of the race, and there's nothing to say this is going to stop. I mean, we're getting quite a few points now. I don't want to jinx it, but we kind of need some sort of device to bring the field back together again. I don't know what those things are called, but, it might help.
Like a caution?
Well,
a yellow flag? A safety car?
No, a thingy. Just a thingy needs to happen.
Okay. Yeah. For competition reasons?
For any reason, really.
Have you got something in your pockets that you could throw out onto the track that they'll need to sweep up?
It's about now you need your Wile E. Coyote Acme box of tacks, isn't it?
Exactly.
Far easier than that. You just put Bruce and Johnny in the commentary box and normally things go on. But the thing that just struck me, we had the number 25 BMW going around. down in 51st position, so completely out of the reckoning. And the other car that was spinning, Johnny, is only 10 positions higher up. Michael Grenier also hugely delayed in the team caught off, team now caught out. Mercedes going for rotation down there, so they're not in the thick of the battle, not even near the thick of the battle, but they're still pressing on and just getting a little bit caught out. But anyhow, for the front-running crews, it's a 36-second advantage. Scott Dixon, the 01 Cadillac, ahead of Simon Pagenaud, lapping at fairly similar pace. Simon a little bit faster, but we've seen this a lot. That 60 Acura is very, very quick. We know the fuel efficiency is good, but what's happened, the second half of the race, it's been relentless pace from Cadillac Racing. The 01 that's leading the race, the 02 sister car with Alex Lynn at the wheel. They can just put in the laps time after time after time. Now, of course, we've seen many a time, if you get a huge temperature swing, suddenly a car that's wonderful in the cool of the night, track warms up and their cars just don't handle, but I don't see any such problems for the Cadillacs. And the Acura doesn't seem to matter day or night. It's very, very quick around the banking here, so no advantage to be gained by Simon Pagenaud, but knowing Simon, he will be pressing on as hard as he possibly can. 35 seconds gap between him in second and race leader Scott Dixon. Not insurmountable, but we have 4.5 hours remaining. We always think that's the thin end of a race, but of course, Johnny, that's longer than an awful lot of endurance races in their own right across the season. It's such a different thing, such a different beast at any 24-hour race.
Yeah. And yeah, every single 24-hour race held around the globe has its own character, and this perhaps more than most, because it's not one of those circuits that goes off into the country, and in the case of the Nürburgring, visits village and town and village. It's all mapped out immediately in front of you. There isn't anywhere to hide around the Daytona International Speedway. And it's also known as a bit of a car breaker around here. It's tricky to set up a car as well because it needs to be so quick down the tubes on the high banks, but you also need the downforce on the infield section. You've got to be good on the brakes into the Le Mans chicane and also down off the banking into turn number 1. Lots of different areas of the setup that need to be right, but you can't be good in all areas, so it is a compromise in terms of going well around here and then sustaining it for 24 hours, of which we have nearly had 20 hours now. Another half an hour or so and we will be there. So 4.5 hours out, I reckon about another 160 laps-ish, and the leader's just done a pit stop, Nick Davis.
I know, sneaky, aren't they? Just you walk up the other end to see what's going on with other people in the event, and suddenly the leader's popped in for a quick stop. So all I can say is he came in, he's gone out. I literally saw him leaving. The question will be, which you will have the answer to any second now when he trips a beam, did Scott Dixon get out of the car?
Yeah.
Wait for it is all I can say to you.
But that wasn't a yes as an affirmative, it was a yes to say, agreed, we'll have to check that. Sounded very vague, I realise. The time's still ticking by because it's a patience game to wait for the car to loop around the back of where Nick is, around the back of the paddock. It then will ping the second timing loop at pit out, which is nowhere near pit out actually. You've got to be so patient, sticking to the speed limit to about halfway along that concrete wall with the Rolex branding, and it will re-emerge into the Western Horseshoe, and Scott Dixon stays at the wheel of the car, Bruce.
It is such a long wait. I always have to attune to this long delay when leaving the Daytona pits. At somewhere like Le Mans, they're not even up the slope towards the Dunlop curves at the top of the hill, and no problem at all. You know who it is, but anyhow, we now can confirm the Kiwi has stayed on board. So Simon Pagenaud leading the race by, well, it says 21 seconds, but of course that was with Scott Dixon still leaving the pit lane. It should be more than that, but then that sequence of pit stops will have the Cadillacs, at least one of them, at least the 01 car, going back to the front of this order when Simon Pagenaud's car next comes into the pit. Not due for quite some while yet, but let's see how their pace unfolds. Weather conditions, it's cloudy with sunshine. I know that sounds like a contradiction, but there's a little bit of both at Daytona, but it's compared to last year, it's about, well, many degrees warmer, and certainly the drivers and the pits crews are not having such an excruciatingly difficult time, because last year it was almost uncharted territory, Arctic conditions at Daytona. We're glad to have seen the back of those.
Interesting, on the latest tally, now this assumes we stay green for 4.5 hours, which seems pretty unlikely. If we do, I reckon we'll get through another 162 laps. Add that to the 650 we've already done. We would get north of 800 on that equation, but we wouldn't get close to 833. It'll be 810, 811, something like that. But surely something's going to intervene between now and then. It's been a prolonged run. I'm not going to mention any words beginning with, well, I kind of already have. I was going to say any words beginning with Y and G, but one might have slipped out of my mouth. But the last slowing of the pace that we had before we hand down to Nick Damon for another pit lane update. Actually, I'll reload the lap chart to get you a full update on how we've done for yellows so far. And in the meantime, Nick, tell us what's happening in the pits.
The 35s come out. It's Josh Pearson in the TDS P2, leading on sort of rotation. They're quite out of sync, these P2s. Normally they absolutely run in together. Whenever you have a yellow flag, they're all there, bang, 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 at exactly the same amount of time. They're quite small tanks, so it's hard to stretch it. But this one's coming several laps after the 0-4 CrowdStrike machine. It's definitely had tyres, it's definitely had fuel, but having made the mistake of missing the last Cadillac stop, I came all the way down the other end to make sure I don't miss the next one, and in doing that, I'm now a long way away from the P2s. Honestly, my life, what I need is a telescope. I could do kind of an Admiral Nelson kind of look. I see no P2 cars, but I do see the 02 car, which is the Cadillac race, the blue one. There won't be a driver change here, of course, because Alex Lynn only got in last time and Obama got out. It's got a front, I think they are now they're doing the left-hand side tyres, so they're alternating tyres, so you never have 4 cold tyres on the car. You're always getting 2 new ones each time. So for Cadillac spotters, they are currently using all of the inner cooling ducts for the brakes, but they still have the outer duct glanked off. This car still is sitting with the damage it did hours ago to the front right of the splitter, which has slightly deranged the dive plane on that right-hand side. That was a contact, I think, with the 60 many hours ago. Obviously not deemed to be a major performance problem, or perhaps they haven't had a chance to stick a new nose on it during yellow flag situation. But that was a pretty solid stop, but they are now doing lefts and rights. So interesting that's how they decided to get over this. My gosh, the car is incredibly slow for the first lap issue. And the 33 is rejoining. They fixed the gearbox.
Oh, excellent.
They fixed the leaky exhaust and the fire, and they're back running, and I assume they're still third, aren't they?
Yes, they are still third, but now they are 16 laps down on the race leader, which makes them 16 laps down, sorry, on the class leader, Thomas Merrill, 610 laps on the board. They're down now, this is the Sean Creech car, in 35th position for the number 33. Nolan Stiegel, well, he sat on board, stayed on board while the repairs were effected. He's back onto the circuit, third in LMP3, but he's lost, well, 17 laps. They were a lap or so ahead of the 17 AWA. Duquesne, that now has a very, very comfortable lead of a mere 8 laps over Connor Bloom, who's taken over the number 38 Performance Tech Motorsport entry. That's Leligier in second now. A distant second, but second nonetheless in LMP3.
And Nolan still hasn't actually rejoined. We're up to 36 minutes of that stop. He's back out on track now, so 36 and probably 10 seconds, 36 minutes, 10 seconds total pit stop time. On the face of it, considering how much work they had to do, that's very much damage limitation. But bear in mind, they came in with a goodly chunk of a lead, couple of laps, and now very much a third place that they're hoping for. At least they haven't fallen back into the clutches of the 85 or the 13 LMP3 cars. Tymon von der Helm and Moritz Krantz running 4th and 5th in LMP3. The number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 is on pit road.
Yes.
And Nick Damon looking at others too.
As is the 31, so the 31 Whelan Engineering Cadillac. So we've got 2 of the recovering DTPs. The Wheeling recovering from a less serious set of issues than the 7, but the 7 actually is now sitting on the pit lane with the rear clip unattached, the engine cover off, a clear liquid going in. I'm guessing that's water, but you can never tell, can you? Could be magic clear lube for all I know. but they're now putting it back on again. So they are doing liquid refills. The Whelen car goes past. I don't think either of these changed drivers. I don't think either of them changed tyres, actually. I know it was 2 tyres again for the Whelen. Looks like it was on the right-hand side. But both these cars obviously now very much more testing than racing as they try to get to the end, but try to learn as much as possible for the upcoming races in the IMSA Championships.
Jordan Taylor, a moment or two ago, was so chilled up on the banking in car number 3, the Corvette. It almost looked like he was under caution. Now, they do say that when you get the groove right around here, this car, because of the banking, will effectively steer itself around the turns. He had one hand on the steering wheel, but his right hand, he almost had time to kind of whip into the air and just, he was resting it in his crotch, just kind of going, this is so easy. I mean, I'm not suggesting taking the class win will be easy. He does have a 10-second lead in GT Daytona Pro, but Jordan Taylor, that's an indication of quite how many laps he's done around this place through the years.
Absolutely, I was thinking exactly the same. And in fact, I'll take myself and hopefully you and the listeners back to the Millbrook testing ground north of London. You go on the big bank bowl there, and there are certain speeds in certain lanes you should be able to take your hands off the steering wheel and go around at those speeds. But the first time you try it when it's 3 figures, that you're in the 3-figure lane, you focus quite hard. Thank goodness I was in a massive Mercedes 560 SEC, cornered on rails.
Yeah, armchair.
Thank goodness.
But yes, it will just settle there, and if you're on IMSARadio.com, having clicked the live video feed, another chance to witness this. That is one-handed driving around the bank. A slight correction there, then hand away from the steering wheel again. Cool look down to the dials. Oh, here comes the Le Mans chicane. I'll just apply the brake very slightly. It's easy, this racing, Lark.
He's given the secret away now, hasn't he? Blown it.
It's like racing a slot car. It just knows its way around here. Now to the high side of the TRM Aston Martin, the returning 64 car, which had a good spell out of competition overnight after that spun at turn 6. But yeah, I mean, that's something to behold from Jordan Taylor. He could drive around here with his eyes closed, I'm convinced of that. 10 laps into a stint, probably on very new Michelin tyres as well. And running 3rd in the GT class as a whole, but leading pro by 10 and a bit seconds over Daniel Juncadea's Mercedes AMG. I wonder if the Spaniard is driving one-handed. No feet, no teeth, Mum, was the next one.
Entirely so. Just looking at the TGM Aston Martin, the Ted Giovannis own car run by TF Sport, that was the one that Hugh Plum, as you said, Johnny, went off at turn 6, rear end into the tyre wall. Looks as though they've done a very, very good job of sorting it out, and get back in the saddle as fast as you can. The driver at the wheel, Hugh Plum. Here we go. So he's settling back into the race, but of course that costs them an awful lot of time, a huge number of laps. Indeed, 12 laps behind the next car ahead of it, the car that they would love to overtake to get into the top 45. But we started this race with 61 runners. We're at 52 runners. We've had those 9 retirements. The most recent was Christian Rasmussen, the ERA Motorsport P2 runner. That was the last one we put a scratch next to. But we've got one car still behind 2 of the retirements, and that is the much delayed P3 entry, car number 43, which is MRS GT Racing. Just as we were about to come on at the midpoint in the race, that was going around the banking on fire. Very spectacular, but obviously for Carsten Molitor's team, there was a lot of repair work that was required for that, and that's only got 368 laps on the board. Almost 300 laps, almost half the race distance covered by the race leader down on Simon Pagenaud's number 60 Acura.
Now, looking perilously close to going a further lap down is Ricky Taylor's number 10. The number 10 Wayne Tenner Racing by Andretti Autosport Acura, because within his sights, a chasing Scott Dixon in the 0-1, and this would be putting the number 10 car 4 laps behind Scott Dixon. No, 3 laps behind Scott Dixon. He's already 3 laps down from Simon Pagenaud, the race leader, and the 0-1 now looking for a way by. Got really close to the back of Taylor's number 10 car. Brother, by the way, of Jordan Taylor, who we were mesmerised by with the one-handed driving not too long ago. And they're threading their way through traffic off Speedway Turn 4 and into the Tri-Oval. The Acura's still got the straight line speed advantage over the Cadillac, but the Caddy's really good on the brakes and does close up in this traffic affected area. Meanwhile, a good 2/3 of a lap further ahead, really, heading towards the Le Mans chicane on lap 6.57 is Simon Pagenaud, with Jordan Taylor just ahead in the bright yellow Corvette that leads GTD Pro, and Pagenaud making short work of that. So nearly a minute's advantage now, Pagenaud over Dixon. And you can see why Dixon really wants to hurry things up, because the longer he gets caught up behind the lapped Ricky Taylor car, the more chance Simon Pagenaud's got of extending that gap and potentially putting the whole field a lap down.
Yeah, I mean, we could be talking a 1/10 of a second here, a 1/10 of a second there. It seems like nothing, but it does add up. And if you can get that massive psychological boost of going a whole lap in ahead, you just feel you've got something sitting in your hands that you can use for your advantage. And when it comes to wave buys and things, that lap is chalked up onto the board.
Yeah. We are a fair way away from that. It's 45 seconds or so that Pagenaud's going to have to try and find. And the other thing we should remember is that Pagenaud's a lap or two away from the Acura's next pit stop for Meyershank Racing. So again, the off-rhythm pit stops continue. Acura versus the chasing Cadillacs, 0-1, 0-2. Those caddies are pitting about 2 laps apart. And then very deep into their current stints, the 60 Acura, the 10 Acura, which is about 4 or 5 laps away from its next stop. Dane Cameron will need to pit for fuel / energy / invisible electricity, blah, blah, in about 7 or 8 laps time. And Marco Wittmann's on the same schedule pretty much as Ricky Taylor. So he's about 4 or 5 laps away as well. But those early on in their stints, Dixie and Lynn, 2nd and 3rd. Ben Hanley also single digits into his current stint. On balance, the LMP2s will do 25 laps on a stint comfortably, about 45 minutes. And Hanley is leading Guido van der Garde in the 2 Orica 07s, well, all Oricas in the LMP2 class these days. Mathieu Vaxivière doing the chasing for AF Corsa in car number 88. But every credit so far to the 04 team of CrowdStrike Racing with Algarve Pro Racing. So that's Stuart and Sam Cox's crew, of course, based in Portugal, although with strong ties to the UK. Algarve Pro Racing, regulars in the European Le Mans Series and indeed in the World Endurance Championship as well. Great to have a car in the Daytona 24-hour race once more. Now, the unique for this race, McLaren is on the infield for Inception Racing, just rounding the second of the horseshoes. And now we get a chance to listen to Pipo Derani's Cadillac 5.5 litre down through the gearbox into the Le Mans chicane, and a glimpse from the 79 car as well, which has had a period of time out front in class, but the WeatherTech Racing machine is currently running in 2nd position in GT Daytona Pro, with Daniel Juncadella looking to close that gap to the chilled out Jordan Taylor 10 seconds further up the road. And now, as expected, the 60 car coming in. This will be a 30 lap stint, Nick Damon.
And it'll be it looks like fuel only. So they are very happy with where the tyres are. Oh no, I say fuel only, and as they do that, they whack off the rear deck. They're doing a clean. I think they're having. They're back looking again at this issue they've got on the inner right-hand bank, where they did the big pumpy thing. They're repressurizing for these. So that's the 3rd time I've seen them doing it. They've got a device at the back, a Union, one of those very expensive silver dry brake systems, where they just connect it up and he just pumps it. Now I'm not sure, there is liquid in, so he's pumping liquid in. I'm not sure if it's engine oil or it may well be gearbox oil, because they've been worried about a gearbox seal, haven't they? So that would be a little stop. They've lost a little bit of time, because obviously the virtual fuel was supposed to finish some time ago. So this is actual real time they're losing. And it's been a very recalcitrant rear deck going on. It's always the way in it. We wanted to go on quickly, it just won't fit. Frustrated of the hand by the mechanic who just couldn't get the T-bar in to get the deck put on. It's now on, but they probably stopped 15 seconds at least longer than they needed to do. And I walk a few yards and I see the number 10. That's the Konica Minolta car, of course, and that is doing a full set of things. So they had doing tyres. I turn around, I think they got a new driver in there. Who was in the car when that came in, Johnny?
Ricky Taylor in the 10.
Yeah, Louis Delatraz has got in that one. So Ricky Taylor's out, Louis Delatraz in the Konica Minolta car. A couple of laps back after some problems overnight. But yeah, so that is the 60 Acura, who were gaining time bit by bit. Well, they've lost all of that with that gearbox repump. At least 15 to 20 seconds. You'll be able to see on the timing what that gap goes up to or doesn't come down to. But yeah, that's not a major disaster, but they are doing it very regularly, so you have to factor that into your how far ahead is somebody calculations.
Very good point. The other awkward thing about that was because it took longer to get the car released from the pit box, it allowed the 10 to park immediately in front. So exit for Pagenaud was pretty awkward. It looked like a sort of half stall, even though it was on milk float power. The 60 car feeding out, but he had to readdress the steering just so it got clearance around the tail of Ricky Taylor, who'd arrived in the meantime. Otherwise, they had not had the difficulty with the sticky rear deck. I think he'd been clear and gone before Ricky had actually arrived in the store ahead. A minute and, well, it's probably verging on 2 minutes actually for Pagenaud, that stop. Ricky Taylor about to re-emerge. The stationary period of time for Taylor's Acura was about 45 seconds. Compare that to about a minute and a half stationary for the 60 machine. So about double the length of stop it would have been because of the hiccup with reattachment of rear deck, and Pagenaud returning to the racetrack now. What else have you got in the pit road?
Got the 24, which is the slightly delayed, but really let's say it's done the whole race really, which is the 24 BMW LMDH. That's having a full service. It's got tyres, it's got fuel, it's also got a driver change. So Marco Wittmann's got out, and I think, and I'm going to just think, I think that might have been Colton Herta getting in or Farfus. I don't think it was Eng. It was more of a trying to look at what they like physically more than anything else, but yeah. But no, it's not Colton, I don't think. So it's who's obviously down for both cars, which is confusing. So I'm going to go for Augusto Farfus and then find out it's Philippe Eng and look stupid. But there we go. You got me. Every now and again you got to guess, haven't you?
Well, I think Eng was in before Wittmann, so I'd be surprised if they go back to the Austrian straight away. It's also about trying to remember the general rotation of matters. You were right with Louis Delatraz in the 10, so he's taken over from Ricky Taylor. We're still waiting for confirmation regarding new BMW driver in car 24, but we'll get to that just as soon as the car goes through the timing loop around the back of the paddock. It is Colton Herta, who's not in that car, is he? Yes, he is. He's in both. He
can pick and he can choose, and my
very good.
Screen needs to update itself, so that could be confirmed. I have to go to my secondary timing screen for that now. But,
yeah, you see, the secondary timing screen I found is great for knowing immediately who's at the wheel of those cars, whereas another far more informative timing screen tends to update more infrequently, but the stuff you get from it is superb. So I'm kind of dancing between the two and enjoying it very much. 4 hours and 8 minutes to go for the 61st edition of the Rolex 24, live from Daytona. We've got flag-to-flag coverage here on RS2 IMSA Radio. It's Bruce Jones, Johnny Palmer in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre, and down in the pits for us is Nick Damon.
With Marco Wittmann fresh out of the 24. Marco, a good stint, but you had some problems halfway through, lost 3 or 4 laps. What happened?
Yeah, we had a bit of a problem on the car where we had to do a power cycle during the pit stop, and then when we did the power cycle, the car did not restart, which was costing us quite a lot of time. So we had to connect the car, reset the car, and then we could go again, but obviously dropped us quite back, unfortunate. Yeah, I think we need a few more yellows to come back. Still we are fighting, we are pushing. Obviously, it's not been an easy race for us. Overall, we are lacking a bit of performance. I mean, we are lacking this since the Roar. But we are trying, we are pushing, you know. I think we are the manufacturer who started the latest with that project. So I think we can still be proud that so far this one car, the 24, is running pretty much in a good shape, you know, with not many issues. And now obviously we try to finish the race. And as I said, hopefully there will be 1 or 2 full course yellows.
How do you feel that, you know, in clean air, basic pace, how do you feel your overall pace is compared to the others?
I would say in clean air we are not too bad. There's still a bit of missing to the competition. But obviously we struggle a lot under traffic when you need to dive in, when you need to brake offline. That's where we are lacking pace. And this also, you know, this rules then our problems even more. So in clean air we are kind of okay-ish, but obviously with the traffic we lose even more.
Marco, hopefully you guys get to the end, and well done for this fantastic effort.
Thank you.
It really has been from BMW. I think they knew it was going to be an uphill struggle because they were the latest of the 4 manufacturers to get some testing in to develop their brand new M hybrid V8 with the 4-litre turbocharged V8, as the name of the car would suggest, from Rahel Letterman Lanigan, and it's the team that is so familiar with running BMWs, more so in their GT spec previously, GT LM, with the M8 cars, but moving forward into prototype territory, back to prototype territory for BMW, of course, after a couple of decades and a bit away, but with great success previously here in the States and also at Le Mans. Marco Wittmann wants cautions. We've only had 8 of them, and the last one was withdrawn at the 14.5-hour mark. I mean, we're closing in on 20 hours now, so 5.5 hours, not without a caution to this point. And I keep readjusting my tally of hours left compared to about a 1-minute 39-second lap, and trying to work out therefore how many laps there are to go. So let's change that now to 4 hours and 4 minutes, 147 laps remaining. So we're again on target for 800 laps, but we'll have to stay green for the remaining 4 hours. Well, we've done it for the previous 4 and 5 hours, in fact, 5.5 hours in the clear. Can that be sustained?
Very good question. What you have to understand is not every commentator has the mathematical nous and the backup that Johnny has, a prodigious amount of data to be examining. Sometimes you might say a little too much. So I'll move on to another segment.
Yeah. You don't really know what the question was there, do you?
No. Because I was about to come in. I was just thinking about engine notes again. I've veered off into that. And I was thinking, gosh, you were saying it's about 20 years ago that BMW were last at the top level of the racing. Do you remember the engine note? Their magnificent V12 engine that ran in those prototypes back then. Sorry, I went off into...
Was it 1998 winning at Le Mans?
That sounds ish about, but hold on, I'll just double check that for you while you're looking at a lap chart. I'll go back, but you know, again, there are certain times in the cycle of racing when things are very special. 1998 it was, 25 years ago. Well done, Johnny. Winning at Le Mans, that's BMW.
But then again, our ever-expert producer for the day, Rob Lomas, has said 99.
What does he know, frankly?
What does he know? It was one of those years in the late 90s. I mean, for me, 1998 is a Ricard Rydell year, and 1999 was Laurent Aiello. But that's the British Touring Car Championship for you.
Oh, it's harder for our producer, Rob, because, of course, he wasn't born in 1998.
I think he was.
Were you?
I think he was. He was a mere year old.
OK.
Yeah. He's a 1997 kid, which was Alain Menu, of course. That's how I dictate my 90s, years of the 90s, is whoever won the BTCC. Sorry,
you don't do it on the last time that Blackpool won the FA Cup. Or Stanley Matthews. What year was that? 1953 or something like that?
Hey, you know your stuff, don't you? You've been asking a lot of Blackpool questions of late. It's because of our massive FA Cup run of 1 round this year.
And I know nothing about football, but certain facts slot in
good.
somehow.
Well, Hindhaugh got a Sunderland mention in during his last stint, so I think I should mention the Tangerines where possible. Lost yesterday, but there you go. And Tangerine is still resplendent in the LMP3 class, but not so much for Sean Creech Motorsport these days, sadly. They have tumbled down the order. Thomas Morell, the new race leader in LMP3, with the Duquesne D08, and it overtook, or rather was gifted, the race lead. I mean, it had been battling for it anyway, the AWA car, all race long with Sean Creech Motorsport, but that has taken matters out of Sean Creech's hands, rather, with the huge difficulties with the actuator that needed to be fixed, and exhaust gases bleeding from the wrong part of the manifold and melting wiring and such like. So an awful lot of work required on the 33. Amazingly, they got out after something like 36 minutes and are still on for a podium in the LMP3 class. But the dreams of taking a Rolex home in 2023 rather went up in smoke and melted wiring very quickly indeed. 4 hours and 1 minute to go, so that is a prime time to give you a VP Racing Fuels in-race update. 20 hours down, and it's Scott Dixon's Cadillac Racing Caddy V LMDH that leads the way after 665 laps. It has an advantage of 52 seconds over Simon Pagenaud's chasing Acura ARX 06, and the 60 car, an extended pit stop last time around. That was 10 minutes ago now, when they had to detach the rear deck and inject a bit of gearbox oil,
that was up for debate.
Okay, some sort of fluids that is having to be done on and off every 3 pit stops, let's say, just to stay on top of that and make sure they don't lose any more crucial fluids. But the car is still looking good for a podium, and depending on where the end of the race falls and where we are on the pit stop cycle, they might just be out front. I'm sure now those at Meyershank Racing with Kerb Agajanian and those at Cadillac Racing are starting to back time, with probably 4 stints now between now and the end of the race. Well, it'll be 4 and a bit, won't it? And there's that awkward amount because we're looking at 52-minute stints that they do not fit quite clearly evenly into the remaining 240 minutes. The 02 Cadillac is in third with Alex Lynn at the wheel. That car just hanging on to the lead lap by my reckoning. 85 seconds is inside the 1 minute 38 we're currently doing, but Alex Lynn is running the risk here of falling off the lead lap during this sustained run of green flag. Louis Delatraz in the 4th place number 10 car. The second over the Acuras from Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport. 5th place, the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. That's back in the hands of Nick Tandy, and Colton Herter took over the BMW M Hybrid V8 number 24 during the last stop. That is in 6th. LMP2 is led by Ben Hanley in the 04, the Orica 07 class, leading for CrowdStrike Racing by APR. TDS Racing's Guido van der Garde, number 35, is in 2nd, with in 3rd place the Mathieu Vaxivière driven AF Corsa 88. 4th position, Alex Quinn, PR1 Matheson Motorsports 52. In LMP3, Thomas Morel and the AWA crew, I won't say they've got it in the bag, but they are streets ahead of their nearest rivals, who are now Performance Tech Motorsports. The gap is 8 laps between the 17 and the 38 for Connor Bloom, and that was after dramas for the 33 Sean Creech Motorsport car, which has rejoined in 3rd position, but after over half an hour behind the wall for repair work. Nolan Seagal stayed at the wheel for Sean Creech Motorsport. They're still on course for a podium. GT Daytona, now led by Darren Turner in the Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin number 27, leading from 2 GT Daytona Pro cars, Jordan Taylor and Daniel Juncadea in number 3 Corvette and number 79 WeatherTech Racing Mercedes. 4th in the GTs is the 2nd place GTD car of Philip Ellis, Winward Racing 57 Mercedes AMG, and in 5th position, Ben Barnacote in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus RCF car 14. He in turns ahead of the Magnus Racing number 44 Spencer Pompelli car. That was your hourly update, brought to you by VP Racing Fuels, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty.
Well done, Johnny. And I think one of the remarkable things, we thought there'd be many retirements in this race, largely from the GTP class, but we've still got the top 7 cars in the race, the GTP cars. So any sort of pre-race consideration, could a car from the LMP2 class win this race? They haven't got the pace to do so. They're being led on 646 laps by Ben Hanley. That's the CrowdStrike Racing entry, which puts it 22 laps down. So we think not. But anyhow, it was an interesting thing. But the fact is, we started with 61 cars. We've got 52 of them still in the race with under 4 hours remaining. 20 hours on the clock, and the weather's getting better and brighter all the time. The band of clouds that came in over the circuit has largely dissipated, depending what angle you're looking at. As the drivers go up onto the banking out of the International Horseshoe, they've got a face full of sunshine, which is great. So it's all looking fair and square, and so much warmer than last year, where conditions were tricky at the very, very best, to be generous, quite frankly.
Yeah.
And I have, looking again up and down the field of the various manufacturers joining the GTP class. Porsche have had their hiccups. They've still got Nick Tandy, the number 6 car, in which he had a spin in 5th place, as you're mentioning. Sister car way down the order, 16th place. It spent all its time playing catch up, but from so far back, well, they're 38 laps down, there was no chance that they would get close enough to really be in the mix. They had not one but 2 crises that lost them so much time. But it must be said, Felipe Nasr, the Brazilian ex-Formula 1 driver, still pushing very, very hard indeed. 16th overall, lapping marginally faster than Scott Dixon, who's leading the race for Cadillac Racing in the 01.
We're around the track here at Daytona on 107.9 FM, further afield in the US on Sirius XM 207. And remember that if you are in the United States of America, every single round of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship is live, flag to flag, just as round 1 is this weekend on RS2 IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. And if you're outside of America, uninterrupted in vision via the world feed, so imsaradio.com for that. Click the live video tab. So if you're perhaps down under in Australia, if you are in the UK, or perhaps in any part of Europe, basically outside the USA, you can click on the live video tab. That will take you straight through to the live feed, and you can watch as well as listen to our coverage of this year's Rolex 24 at Daytona, the 61st edition of the Rolex 24. I suppose that's not strictly accurate, because in 1972 this was only a 6-hour race. We've had various different durations, but predominantly it has been a 24-hour race, certainly within Rob Lomas's recent memory, stretching back to 1997. They've all been 24-hour races. And we continue on with the latest edition. This is round 1 of the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship for 2023. Johnny Palmer and Bruce Jones, together with Nick Damon, and you have this from the pits.
I have this indeed. Yes, interestingly, the 95 Turner BMW car is coming, the Pro car, and they're doing a brake change. Now, normally, where would you expect the axle for the brakes to be changed?
On the front.
Yes, that's right. God, you're up with these racing cars, aren't you? But no, it's the rear, so they're replacing the rear brakes. Now, of course, this is indicative of the issue of when you run this long without a yellow flag, eventually your brakes run out, and I'm looking at their pads, and they pretty much have run out. So eventually you actually have to do this under very expensive sort of green flag situation. So those rear brakes are being changed now. They've got dry brake system, which means that you can disconnect them without bleeding the brakes, so it's a very effective way of doing it. It still takes a while, and they are drilled in. Of course, the biggest issue is that the old ones are coming off at between 400 and 600 degrees centigrade, so it's not a pleasant job. But so the BMW obviously has quite a bit of rear bias in its braking, and that has worn out those particular set of pads, and they didn't get a yellow flag to self them, so unfortunately they are, I can see on the side of the car, it's already ticking up to just under a minute they've been stationed. This, of course, is the Chandler Hull, Bill Oberlin, John Edwards, Bruno Spengler car, and just about finished. So they are fit, they are quicker than the Quick Fit Fitter. Well, they're not actually, because the man on the other side didn't have one of the things he wanted. And there they go. So it was a kind of hey, Derek, why have you got the tool? I want it. And they had to run around and get it. But they've done it, and pretty effectively, I think, there, but not something you want to do under a green flag situation.
Certainly not at 600 degrees Celsius, or indeed 1100 Fahrenheit for the more local temperature. Do you want to know that in kelvins? 873 kelvins.
I knew that.
I didn't know that, but this little drop-down menu is perfect for any questions related.
I wonder what you were doing, and just as the 27 Aston Martin,
I wonder what I was doing.
I want to just throw one to Nick, because I want to know if the MRS GT entry, still listed as not retired, Daniel Frost, they've only got 368 laps on board. possible engine failure. Don't know, there have been a few of those, but it's going nowhere fast. Nick, if you could find out about that one for us, number 43, that's MRS GT Racing. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, okay. I am now apparently just one of your staff, one of your workers. You know, like the man who digs your pond and the man who runs your garden. So that's fine to say. Yes, Mr. Bruce, I'll go up there to number 43.
Very good.
Know your place. That was a superb exit from, I want to say Darren Turner, but we'll get confirmation of that in a moment for car 27. But whereas, you know, in this championship, booting the right foot coming out of the pit stall is actively encouraged, it is pretty much outruled in every other championship. It is Roman De Angelis, actually, who left 2 massive tram lines of the Michelin variety behind him. But the car was about 90 degrees to the ideal direction of travel as he did so. We've seen plenty of action related to that from the Corvette all race long. And Roman sensibly on cold Michelin tyres, weaving straight away coming out of the International Horseshoe, which he made nowhere near the grass there and vaguely was on the racing line, and straight away left right on the straight to try and build tyre temp as quickly as possible. The place you lose, I suppose, in the early part of the lap, the tyre temp, is actually on the banking where the tyres aren't working hard at all. As we said, you barely need any steering input. And the tyres will probably start to cool down before they're then asked to slow the big lump of a GT car into the Le Mans chicane. That's exactly what car 57 is doing in the hands of Philip Ellis, Winward Racing. Clatter over the curbs, still sounds no more comfortable for these cars the further into the race we get. But he makes it through. That chicane becomes more of a straight line every time I look at it. But the curbs through the years have become more and more robust. I remember in the past we've had to actually throw cautions out because of the curb actually breaking up there at the turning point. But a solution to that was found a couple of seasons ago from memory. 0-1, Scott Dixon leading out right. Again, closing in on the 10 of Louis Delatraz and threatening to put it a further lap off the pace.
Talk about being on the pace, constantly supplying great laughs and information. Alan Prosser, the Lanzarote Camel, just referring to Nick commenting about all the people he thinks work for me. He said, is RC Racing now the Ralph part of Ted and Ralph of The Fast Show? It's a British comedy show. Look it up and you'll find Ralph a very tricky character indeed.
Right, so it didn't take long for Nick to follow instructions.
I just thought in many ways, really, I'm missing out on a major career opportunity, because obviously as I'm getting on a bit, there must be a chance we become Bruce's old retainer, doesn't it? And I could, exactly, in an absolute Ralph way, I can live in a shed at the bottom of his garden and say countrified old anecdotes. I can also tell you the MRS team are not here. They've all left. It is an abandonné pit, and if they had a garage door, they would pull it down. So this one's not going anywhere, Bruce.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick. Only in fact, as you say that, they've now been listed as an official retirement. They weren't 3 minutes ago.
Only on Nick's instruction.
It's only official when Nick says it's official.
Exactly.
Well, it's a long way back to Germany, and they had to set out as early as possible when they realised they weren't going to get to the end of the race. A real shame, though, for that team's debut at the Daytona 24. MRS are familiar in other championships, of course, that we cover throughout the course of the year on the Radio Show Limited network.
Absolutely so. Right, we've been enjoying, about 10-15 minutes ago now, the sight of Jordan Taylor, one hand around the banking. No less a star than Tiffany Dell. Questions about hands-off steering just being discussed on Radio Le Mans. Do they have power steering? Because when I drove a Porsche 962 there, I was struggling to keep the lock on with 2 hands. And I even locked my right elbow against the chassis occasionally to relieve the strain. Maybe they're just stronger these days.
Yeah, well, yeah, there could be that as well. Jordan Taylor, you know, works out every opportunity he gets. They've got ABS because of GT3 cars. I think they've got a little bit of traction control. Power steering, I don't know that. Maybe a little, but I mean, again, on the banking, they are reasonably heavy car. Well, they're 1250, 1300 kilos, but there's so much extra electrical gadgetry on these cars these days. Maybe there is a little bit of steering input as well, but I don't think I've ever seen anybody quite as chilled as that as we were talking about maybe an hour ago for Jordan Taylor in the number 3 Corvette. That is, remember, a detuned GT-LM car, so it's an old GTE machine which has been made into a GT3, but therefore it still has to have all of the extra devices that a regular GT3 car is found to have elsewhere on the grid.
Well, it's working very well for him because Jordan Taylor still leading GTD Pro, 18th overall, but he's under 10 seconds clear of Danny Juncadella, who's playing catch-up. And suddenly,
a race is broken out.
You suddenly find 6 cars negotiating the very same part of tarmac, going through the Le Mans chicane, where, of course, famously last year, on the final lap, we had a sort-out, if you remember, in the GTD Pro class. But again, suddenly, we were talking about this last night, you could be running in traffic, and suddenly you get a moment where almost no one in front, no one behind, but this is quite the reverse of that, with 4 prototypes and 2 GTD runners all trying to negotiate the same bit of tarmac, fortunately, without anybody coming to blows. Just going back to that point about GTD Pro, Danny Juncadella is closing in all the time in that class, in the number 79 WeatherTech Racing Mercedes, but Jordan Taylor still out front in class by 9 seconds or so for Corvette Racing, the yellow car at home, and we'll see if that can go to another famous win for the team here on home ground at Daytona.
You refer in the sort-out to the epic scrap at the end of last year's race between Mathieu Jaminet and Laurence Vanthoor, of course. Were they both in Porsches? Yeah, that would fit.
Yeah, that would fit. And also afterwards, you know, there was a lot of applause for the fact, no hard feelings between them. They're both racers, and they both would have done the same if they were the driver doing the attacking.
Yeah.
But it was one of those moments. You know, sometimes you think, right, in the final few laps, we'll just wind down. Now, one of the drivers who's been absolutely flying has been the 04 car. Ben Hanley's done a monster stint. It's now being driven by Esteban Gutierrez, but like a greyhound, Nick Damon's gone down there. He's gone from wrinkled retainer to greyhound in a blink of an eye, and he's caught up with Ben Hanley.
Ben, very monster stint there, and brought the car not into contention, into the lead when he brought it in.
Yeah, I mean, we've been thereabouts now since probably midnight, I think. We've been around there. Yeah, it's kind of a game of cat and mouse at the moment. Nearly everyone's fuel saving, so yeah, we've got enough to stay where we are. Car's pretty good, especially towards the end of the stint. Feel like we've got good pace. So yeah, pretty happy with it, but we've still got 3 and 3/4 of an hour left yet, so eyes forward, keep doing what we're doing, just keep ticking them laps away.
Yeah, it's very much a case of just turning it around. I mean, how physical is it out there? Because obviously it's much warmer than it normally is here, isn't it?
I don't know, it's up and down all the time here, isn't it? Sometimes it's 29 degrees during the day, and other times it's -3 at night, so you never know what you're going to get. But I mean, we've had pretty consistent temperatures really throughout the race, so yeah, it's good.
I mean, it's interesting you point that, because we're getting this rotation of P2 cars. Is there actually anything you can do tactically, or is it just a case of turning laps and hoping the other people make mistakes, or you can go a bit half a second faster?
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to get frustrated in a stint. You know, sometimes you get a stint and you hit the traffic in the right places, and you look like you're amazing, you know, and then another time you get in the car and the car will be exactly the same, but you just hit the traffic in the bus stop, or you just get it coming onto the back straight, or, you know, you just get it out of turn 1 and you've got to wait. So, you know, it can make a massive impact to your track position, just where you get the traffic. So some fall for you, some don't. It's like that. So it's important not to get frustrated and keep your head down looking forward.
Great stuff, thanks, Ben. I'm going to be off air for a bit, Johnny, because I've got to go run in the 3:45 at Walthamstow. It's a 440-metre run.
Okay. Well, as long as that was pre-arranged and you've got permission, then we'll allow
Bruce
you
told
to.
Bruce told me I'm his greyhound, so, you know, got early keep, haven't I?
That's good dog knowledge, that is.
Oh,
yeah. We set the rabbit off around the outside of the circuit, then Nick slavering.
If you mentioned Wimbledon, then I would have got it, but of course Wimbledon doesn't exist anymore as a dog track, at least.
Walthamstow is the most famous dog track of all.
Yeah.
That's where all the East End lads make all their deals, down the dogs at Walthamstow. Other accents
I don't think anybody here at Daytona has got a clue what you're talking about.
Very good point. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I know they must do greyhound racing somewhere in the States. Certainly horse racing is a massive deal here. as is car racing, so I understand. And we're right in the middle of a stonking car race right now. Unbelievably, we must be about 6 hours away. No, 12 minutes away from having had 6 hours of clear running to this point. And the more we go, the more I'm thinking maybe it will stay green to the finish. Obviously we've had the retirements that we've mentioned, and to total those up, 3, 6, 10, thank you. So 51 cars remain in the race. That's still a good number. I know I am freaking people out by saying, can't believe you've mentioned the G word again, but after 6 hours, what else can you do? 5 hours and 50 minutes of it, and to be honest, well, some people are saying, why can't we have a tempering of the pace now to make it arguably more interesting? Still, well, have we still got 3 cars on the lead lap? Because Alex Lynn was getting pretty close to the end of that 1:38 lead lap of Scott Dixon. Dixie is going to come in fact, at the end of a 28-lap stint. Yeah, so 28 laps. This car is capable of more like 30 laps, Nick. So, again, are they doing a bit of back-timery, to use one of your words? You can tell us about the stop.
They could back time. What I will tell you is that they're finally letting Scott Dixon out. Sebastian Bourdais gets into the car, slides in. Frenchman, now, of course, a native of Florida, not just down the road. And it's a full set. I think they're giving him all 4 tyres this time. They decided to be a bit stingy with previous tyre allocations. Another tear-off comes off. I don't know how many tear-offs they put on that windscreen, but they're certainly getting through a few of them. The data stick is taken out. The drink spot was refreshed. There is clean-up being done in all the areas that marbles are connected inside the wheel arches, and there's still plenty of time now they finish before the fuel goes off, and that was as quick as it's going to get. The car rolled as soon as it hit the ground, so a great stop.
Very efficient indeed. Almost as if they've gone through those actions 26 times previously, which is exactly what they have done. And the Corvette from the lead of GT Pro, Nick.
Yeah,
yes.
And this is another full service. Luckily, it's not. I have to turn around, like I said, that without getting run over. Out is getting Jordan Taylor. In, I think, is getting Tommy Milner. Pretty certain it's Tommy. I saw him earlier on. 4 tyres, fuel. And then at the end of this will be the most enormous noise as it powers away. But I think I'm a little bit too far away to give you the excitement of that on the microphone.
Now then, you know, I said about certain people maybe wanting a caution. Well, the 20 LMP2 car has left the road in the hands of Anders Fjordbach. I'm trying to work out where on the track that is. It's at the Le Mans chicane. Lake Lloyd in the background, and rear deck has been removed along with damage on the right-hand side. The corner worker down there is looking to try and get a thumbs up from Anders Fjordbach to make sure he's okay, but that's got to be a high-speed entry to that area and has slammed into the tyre wall. Still trying to get confirmation that Anders is okay. Sitting on the left-hand side of the car, so that is the better place to be, of course. Local yellows being displayed, and it is now a full course yellow. So we were 8 minutes away from making the 6-hour marker, but this could really spice things up. I think, as Ben Hanley had been saying, they were in a fuel race and trying to take it as easy as possible, and entering into the 4-hour to go marker. And well, out of this caution, we could see a very different complexion of this race. But what it will do is reset the whole field, Bruce Jones.
It certainly will. Bear in mind the race-leading 0-1 Cadillac had just come in for a pit stop. Sebastian Bourdais taking that over from Scott Dixon. And this also might be a slightly long period because the medical officials are now alongside the car. The rescue crews alongside, still waiting to see how Anders Fjordbach is going. But that could be the little twist that maybe just slightly hampers the 0-1 that had been leading the race. It was ebbing and flowing between that race-leading Cadillac and Simon Pagenaud's car, the number 60 Meerschaank Racing Acura. Of course, running different sequences, but now the opportunity to jumble it up and maybe for those that hadn't made a pit stop to come in and get some of the fluids and then everything they need on board, and that phrase I like so much, virtual energy, virtual fuel being packed in as well. But for now, we're looking at shots of Anders Fjordbach sitting aboard, talking to the race official, moving around inside the car. But certainly for the high-class racing, Orica, the race has run for them. Damaged on the exit of the Le Mans chicane.
Still trying to find out exactly how this has happened, whether there was another car involved or whether it was a lose into the braking area. But if your car is not braking in a straight line, that is always going to be a high speed off. And very gingerly indeed, Anders Fjordbach is now being helped out of the car. Oh, that's not a nice sight at all as it arrives at high speed, unabated speed into the Le Mans chicane. It's only when that happens you get an idea of the approach speed to the left and right flick there. And it just looks like, well, the tail lights came on to indicate that Anders was braking, but the car just did not react, Bruce.
Right, to explain, the chicane is left, right, right, left, and he did the left part fine, but when he went to the right, unfortunately the car turned to the left for the second corner of the four-corner sequence at the Le Mans chicane and rotated around and went in pretty much three-quarter rear into the tyre wall. Anders is now out of the car, stood there gingerly. You can see him standing up straight to his full height, talking to the medical crews, but that was a big hit against the tyre wall there. And it's going to take a little bit of a while for this car to be towed clear. But the good news is the Dane is out of the car and no doubt being taken off to the medical centre for inspection, because any impact of that sort will have really shaken any driver of any age up. But Anders is young, he's fit, but that was a big hit into the tyre wall. But again, Johnny, the tyre wall did what it needed to do.
So whilst Anders Fjordbach is taken to the medical unit, he'll be taken to the medical centre as well for a check over. We can head to Nick Damon, who's managed to grab Jordan Taylor from his latest GTD stint. Go ahead, Nick.
Jordan, you came in the lead. Does this yellow flag work for you or work against you?
I mean, we were coming in that lap anyway, so I think it worked out. We were saving fuel those last two stints, so we went a lap further than the 79, which is good, but yeah, now it's kind of a reset for everyone. We had a nice little gap, I think about 9 seconds there, so it's going to be a tough couple hours here. I don't think we have the outright pace of that 79 car, but I think with our guys executing the pits, calling a good strategy, I think we still have a good shot at it.
I mean, how difficult is it out there? I think we saw some shots of you just going around with one hand. Is it that easy?
No, I mean, you're on the banking for so long, so there's no reason to be stressed on the wheel the whole time. So our Corvette really likes the high banks around here, so it's a nice, smooth ride.
Have you kind of worked out what speed it is, but it'll go around on its own?
We haven't hooked up the cruise control here yet, or the lane assist, but maybe come 2024 with the new Z06 GT3R, we'll have lane assist, cruise control, maybe that matching the cars in front of us, so we don't have to work too hard.
Fantastic stuff, thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Don't use a radar cruise, though, because as you're catching the class leader, it'll just drop off the pace of the car in front of you. That's the last thing you want to be doing. But lane assist on the high banks. It might happen, you know. We might get to a stage with self-drive cars where we're watching, hopefully, another version of the Daytona 24 with... no, that's a stupid idea. No drivers. Crazy.
Johnny, 5 minutes.
I think I will have to leave the room for a period of time. 3.5 hours ago, and we're about to, as I say, reset the field with the pit lane closed straight away as soon as the yellow comes out, but then a flurry in a moment of GTP cars, you would have thought. Although, now you mentioned Bourdais got a stop before the yellow came out. Is that the car, the 01?
That's correct, the Racing 01.
So 2 laps in, and that's a really nicely timed stop from Cadillac to have preempted the caution and got in before the pit lane was closed. Pagenaud's 21 laps in, so looking to pit in the next, well, with the caution, it could well be another 15 laps before it needed fuel, but you might as well take some on board now. Alex Lynn will also be in need of fuel, regardless of whether it was a yellow or not. So that's fallen really nicely for the 02 car. But, Nick, you've just spotted a car entering a closed pit lane.
Yeah, it was 023, the Ferrari 296. That has just obviously got to take those 5 seconds of fuel. There's nothing you can do. I've just researched the name. Is it Travosi competition? I'm mispronouncing that one. Of course, that'll do for me. Oh, no, it's 023. Sorry, it is the
Triassi.
Thank you very much indeed.
Triassi.
I had someone else's teeth in then for a moment there. Yeah, so we're waiting for a complete set of GTPs. It'll be interesting to see if the 01 comes in for a top-up. No one's just one lap behind, are they? So no one can just make it back up again, or is there anyone just one lap behind?
No, the nearest is Louis Delatraz, 2 laps back.
So I assume therefore he will try and get one back, because there'll hope to be another one of these unfortunate yellows later on.
And if I could just cut in, I do love the Listeners Collective, and this is backing up Nick in all purposes here. Blur's album, Park Life, was the front cover the photograph for the album was taken at the Walthamstow Greyhound Racing Stadium. So Nick, ahead of the game as ever there in the world of four-legged friends.
You learn something new every day.
I'm right up with major 1995 album releases.
Right in your sphere of knowledge.
Right in my wheelhouse.
What's a good...
By the way, when Pop Mars has any song after 2005, that's 3 points I'm not getting.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a reference that no one at this stadium's going to get. I do apologise.
Well, Ken Bruce is leaving Radio 2, isn't he, to continue that reference? So is that the end of Popmaster?
No, he's taking it with him, much as the Cadillacs are all coming in to take a pit stop. Oh, the 2's been blocked by the 1. The 1 obviously taking a very small amount of fuel only. There's a driver change as well for the 2. Out, in gets Richard Westbrook, out gets Alex Lynn. The 1 limps past them and blocks off the... It's like they're all circular on a Monday morning at the moment. They're all getting each other's way, but no one's hit anyone else. It's fine. The 60, the Acura of Meyer Shank, that has had a full service as well, but has not had to repump its gearbox. It's just done the normal things. There is some fluid going into the Cadillac 02, and they've done a full service and driver change. Not changed the nose, which is interesting, because that nose has got damage on it, and this will be their first chance. And away it goes, just avoiding my feet by about a foot. For that, fires up. And, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I think most of the cars that were a lap down, or multiple laps down, did not come in that time, decided to give themselves a chance to get one of them back. And, of course, we now have a very quiet period, and then all the GT cars will come in.
Delatraz stayed out, so he gains a lap back. So he was 2 laps down, now only 1. Nick Tandy stayed out, 3 laps back. That's now 2. And Colton Herter stayed out as well. Now, he was a long way back. 6 laps becomes 5. Pipa Durrani choosing not to stop either. But surely we'll have to during the caution at some stage, because Durrani, well, was on course for a stop within the next couple of laps. The caution will help, but won't get him much further out of the caution. So I'd expect the 31 to need to stop again fairly soon. But yes, the top 3 and those cars on the lead lap all coming down pit road, which is no great surprise. GT's next time around, as Nick says. There's quite a queue developing. Oh, what's happening on the infield? Some overlapping. Now, the discarded banners, advertising hoardings on the infield are a scar of what happened overnight when Nick Tandy lost his number 6 963 from Porsche Penske Motorsport through the kink. If you weren't around at the trackside or indeed listening to our coverage at the time, caught the curb whilst lapping an LMP3 car at the kink, and that speared the car off onto the turf, arriving into the Western Horseshoe backwards, very much on the grass, and did significant damage to the rear and the front of the number 6 at 963, but also to the Rolex branding that sits on that turf as well. And I wondered then, in the traffic of rejoining cars, whether there'd been some confusion. Clearly, overtaking is not permitted whilst we're under yellow flag conditions. And I thought I caught a car at least overlapping another, which would have been needed to be rectified immediately. And race control might take a look at that. Couldn't, in the short term, identify which cars were involved. There's a BMW not very far away, which would have been number 24, Colton Herter. Trying to get some heat or retain heat in the tyres, Simon Pagenaud in the number 60 Acura from Meyer Shank Racing. That car retaining its driver from the pit stops. Bourdais stayed on board the 01. Richard Westbrook got on board the 02. And the 57 car will be the first of the GTD cars to head in the direction of Nick Damon.
Yeah, it's a complete set. Here comes the Harder Racing 27, the 32 north of Mercedes, the 80 T-Bird As I say, a full set, suddenly now a vast number have not taken the option to do this. This is really interesting. I assume they're all now deciding to get laps back if the leader went. In comes the Lexus, so it looks like some of a couple of the cars that are still in the lead lap have decided to come in. Everyone else is just going to trundle around, which is probably going to mean that the really busy lap is going to be the one where they're all trying to catch up laps. So after such a long period of green flag running, there are so many cars that have come off a lap, not necessarily the leader, to people who are near them and are trying to catch it up. So we only actually got the top 3 or 4 of the GTDs in the 2 classes and a couple of stragglers. But we have got the FAF racing car as well.
Yeah, and it's just worth pointing out, Philip Ellis came in from the lead of GTD in the 57 Winward Racing Mercedes. Indy Doncia, I think, has just taken that over. They had to get up to pit exit and stay still until they were told to get her moving and get out there. But importantly, tucked in behind was the number 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin. There was just 2.5 seconds between first and second in the class when they came in. We'll see what it is when they go out, but they all seem to be nice, clean pit stops down there in the world of GT.
Is the FAF still on the lead lap?
No, that's a way back. Klaus Bachler, you're right, and the number 9 car came in.
Because they did come in, yeah. They didn't bother getting a lap back.
They didn't get laps back, agreed.
No, they're 4 laps,
down, aren't they?
4 laps, 3 laps down on class leader at the moment. No, they're not. Scroll the screen higher. 4 laps down on the class leader. Tommy Milner, of course, for Corvette Racing. He's out on the track, coming out of the International Horseshoe, about to take turn 6 and then ride up high on the banking, waiting, of course, to unleash the thunder. Full course yellow here at Daytona.
So, to remind you, on that lap, the Winward and class-leading GTD car from Mercedes and Philip Ellis stopped, car 57. Roman De Angelis came in. Actually, there was a driver change there. Indy Doncia taking over from Ellis. Roman De Angelis pitting in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, as Nick mentioned. Jack Hawksworth came in the 14 Lexus from Vassar Sullivan. And Roman Grosjean in the number 63 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 also chose to come down pit road. And Klaus Bachler we mentioned, but there's a span of where those cars were actually, and it's interesting that particularly the Grosjean car 63, the Iron Lynx entry in GTD Pro, didn't choose to push on and gain a lap back. That must have been being desperate for fuel, I would think, and couldn't afford to get a lap back despite the nearly 6 hours of running under green flag conditions. Still some winding of the order to take place. The final wave by now being done after the stops, the second bout of stops have all been completed, and reordering taking place before the full restart, Bruce.
I'm just wondering, the 01 Cadillac looked, really quite comfortable in the lead of the race. It had the advantage, it had the pace, but having pitted just before the high-class racing Orica went backwards into the tyre wall with Anders Fjordbach on board that triggered this yellow flag period. It does give Simon Pagenaud in the 60 Meyershank Racing Acura and Richard Westbrook in the sister Cadillac a chance to catch up, but also the number 10 Acura. It was 2 laps down. Ricky Taylor, Philippe Albuquerque, Louis Delatraz and Brendan Hartley. Louis is at the wheel at the moment. That might get it back one of the laps that it's missing. And then what we'll have left, 3 hours, 25 minutes remaining in the race, and they'll have to hope, Johnny, that you can predict another period of full course yellow that's at a fortuitous time for them.
I was just getting a bit impatient, really. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like a long period of green, but we were verging on 1/4 distance under green flag conditions, and this race historically needs a bit of yellow, I think, to make it really exciting. It was a good battle, don't get me wrong, already, with 3 GTP cars on the lead lap and very spicy indeed in the GT ranks. But we've now well and truly hit the reset button, and the top 3 in GTP are going to be nose to tail at the restart. A lap between the LMP2 runners, remember, Guido van der Garde in the 35 from TDS Racing, clear of Esteban Gutierrez in the 04 CrowdStrike Racing by APR car with Nicholas Nielsen on the same lap as Gutierrez, 4.7 seconds adrift. Actually, no, scratch that. They've all just gone through the latest split, and they are within 11 seconds of each other. So Gutierrez and Nicholas Nielsen gaining the lap back again that they had, according to the screen. And Yeah, the top 3 in LMP2 will be nose to tail at the restart. Meanwhile, another flurry heading towards you, Nick.
Yeah, it's got quite busy because everyone who's trying to make a lap up. I got the Paul Miller Racing GTD #1 car, the BMW. It was obviously the GTD rather than the Pro car. That's came in from 10th. Actually, there's a few less takers than I thought. We've got the 21. That's the AF Corsa Ferrari. There's a couple of the more laggardy P2s. Both we have got both Porsches have come in, as has the BMWs. This is where the GTPs are all making a lap back. Not quite sure why the 6 and the 7 are toughing it out on the pit lane, to be honest. They've now got sensible and let the 6 take the lead. So we had 3 GTPs coming, getting a lap back. It was the BMW going from, I think, from 6 down to 5 laps down, and the number 6 Porsche going from 3 to 2 laps down. So, you know, there's a possibility we might see some more. And another car getting a lap back, of course, is the Konica Minolta car. That'll go, to just 1 lap down, I think. Though, actually, it might be, unless it's just going to get out in front of the safety car and avoid not getting this lap back. In fact, it's not going to get the lap back because the safety car is going to come around at just the wrong time. So the Konica Minolta car has made a mistake, or has been too late, or has done too much work. It's having to wait at the end of the flag, so it did not get its lap back. The Konica Minolta car did not get the lap back.
Interesting. Okay, so we'll remain 2 laps adrift. We'll get confirmation of that, well, probably through the next split, but exit from pit road restricted at this stage, whereas Nick Tandy did get out in time. Colton Herta got out in front of the safety car as well. So we didn't have driver changes there, but we did have stops for the number 6 Porsche 963 from Porsche Penske Motorsport, and for Colton Herta's BMW, the M Hybrid V8, rejoining the racetrack, having had some fuel. But Louis Delatraz, the time is ticking by with the car stopped at the end of pit road and having to wait for the safety car train to trundle its way by before it will receive a green light, and yet more takers to pit road.
We had the Inception McLaren, we had the Volt Racing Porsche. We also had the PR1 Matheson P2 car coming again, so I think they've decided that they need to do something and get themselves off kilter to try and get the lap backs they need. But yeah, it's a bit of I kind of expected to have a massive flurry, bang, they'd all come in, but it's obviously people are tactically working out what's going on. Whether they're now kind of finessing the fact that actually it's going to end up with a lot more green, I don't know. The Wheel Engineering Cadillac, the 31, that's just come in again, so that should get one of its 16 or so laps back, but that's a long period. And the Racer's Edge car, I can see right down the far end, that's the Acura, the 93 car. That has got people working on it and beyond the standard tyre change. I wonder, and you know, just looking with my big eyes, I think they might be doing brakes, but it's a long way down, and this is a very big pit lane with very poor views because there's so many people standing in the way who are, of course, all the officials and other pit workers.
Yeah, but it's not a bad guesstimate, nevertheless, from the distance you are away. Thank you for that, Nick. So this at the moment is a 6-lap caution. This is still only caution number 9 of the race after, I reckon, 5 hours and 50 minutes of not having a caution. Yes, the previous one ended at 14 hours and 33 minutes. And then at 20 hours and 21 minutes completed, caution number 9 came out. And at the moment has been of 5 laps. Generally speaking, cautions have been lasting 6 or 7 laps after all the wave-by action has taken place. And then we can get back to some good, solid, close racing once again. Louis Delatraz has finally been permitted to rejoin the racetrack in the number 10 Acura from Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport, and stays, confirmation of this, stays 2 laps away from Sebastian Bourdais.
I'm looking forward to the restarts. The restarts are always fantastic. We had several during the night, and it's rough and tumble for the first few laps, but I think possibly the roughest tumble might be for the lead of the GTD Pro class. We've got Corvette Racing leading, Tommy Milner just a whisker in front of Jules Gounon, and Jules, if you've watched him over the years, won't take no for an answer in his efforts to get the WeatherTech Racing Mercedes into the lead of the class. And interesting hearing people out of the Corvette reckoning, of course, that the ultimate pace is with the Mercedes here. But of course, drivers always talk the other manufacturers up, but it's going to be a true red-blooded scrap, I'm sure, between the pair of those. They're 18th and 19th overall. For a lot of this race, we have, of course, GTD Pro and GTD, and we had the GTD runners actually leading, but it's a long story. But some of the cars in Pro are there for the reason they want their bronze driver to have the least amount of track time, so maximise their pros. But you can't have two more pros than Tommy Milner and Jules Gounon at the front of that class. But Roman De Angelis, he's next in line in 20th overall, first car in GTD, and the Canadian is nobody's fool, particularly around here at Daytona. So I think we're in for some fireworks. Top of LMP2, Guido van der Garde and Esteban Gutierrez. Well, that's quite mouth-watering as well as they go for the restart. But hold on a second. Front of the field, Sebastian Bourdais, the 01 Cadillac, ahead of Simon Pagenaud, the number 60 Acura, and the 02 Cadillac, Richard Westbrook. They will be nose to tail. That should be pretty mighty.
Entirely so. Very much looking forward to that. Westy new into the 02 car to join the battle of the established Simon Pagenaud and Sebastian Bourdais, who've been at the wheel for a little while. Now, even with the sustained running between caution number 8 and caution number 9 of 5 hours and 50 minutes, distance record is still out of reach. We needed to have 729 laps completed at the end of this hour, which is 16 minutes away, and we're currently working lap 686. Difficult to judge on a reduced pace right now, but if you feed 3 hours and 17 minutes in with a lap time of 1 minute 40, then 118 more laps to go. So we're going to reach, I think, in the ballpark of 750, which, to be honest, has been the general theme of things. After 8 hours, we completed about 250 laps, 16 hours, 500. So 750 is a reasonable target. One thing is for sure, we're going to go racing again, coming out of the 9th and most recent caution in a couple of ticks, because the GTPs are entirely nose to tail now, feeding their way out of Speedway Turn 4, the Stars and Stripes flag fluttering in the breeze, fairly strong breeze here now at Daytona, and maybe to take advantage of that at the restart is Simon Pagenaud, who, as soon as he saw the green flag, drew level and drew right past Sebastian Bourdais, who's been caught a little bit napping there. Pagenaud tries the high line. It's 3 abreast, meanwhile, in the background between Nick Tandy in the recovering Porsche 963, car number 6. He's trying to fend off Louis Delatraz, as well as try and get a lap back on Richard Westbrook. Pagenaud to the race lead on the infield ahead of Sebastian Bourdais. So the Acura gets the much better of the starts, heading for the left-hand kick. Superb driving from the Frenchman.
So enthralling, so difficult to drag your eyes away from what we were seeing with Pagenaud taking the lead, but in behind there were 3 abreast, and really in the thick of the battle is Richard Westbrook, not knowing whether to look left or right, and Nick Tandy in the Porsche number 6 trying to go around the outside there, door handle to door handle if they had door handles, and it's just Westbrook prevailing for a second, and Simon Pagenaud now got company. The Cadillac side by side, and the Porsche goes to the uphill side, up high on the banking. The number 6 there, 3 abreast. You've got a blue-nosed Cadillac, a yellow-nosed Cadillac, and the red, white, and black Porsche goes past the pair of them. But of course, what comes next? The Le Mans chicane. Will 2 into 1 go? Will 3 into 1 go? Well, we're about to find out, Johnny.
Side by side, they'll have to sort themselves out before they get to the Le Mans chicane. WeatherTech Racing Mercedes on the inside, bright yellow Corvette on the outside, and no quarter Astor given, but actually heads-up driving from Tommy Milner, realising Jules Gounon had the ideal racing line into the Le Mans chicane, i.e. the left-hand side of the racetrack, and just got out of the throttle on the brakes early. There's some grass tracking taking place, though, further back in the GT Daytona field, and that was a Lamborghini Huracan, I think, briefly off into the grass on the approach to said chicane, still warming the tyres up at the end of the first racing lap, 3.5 miles on from the green flag being shown. Pagenaud now turning right at the International Horseshoe. He leads Sebastian Bourdais in the 01 and Richard Westbrook in the 02. Nick Tandy, I remind you, 2 laps back. Louis Delatraz 2 laps back as well, but Tandy making a nuisance of himself despite not actively being involved in this leading trio scrap. To Nick Damon quickly in the pits.
Yeah, the 35 TDS LMP2 car do a drive-through. Guido van der Garde on board. That's obviously one of the... we had 4 cars actually go through. We'll have to get the rest of the numbers. Basically, pit stop infringement, that's really important for that car because it's going to drop it out from contention behind a load of traffic.
Good point. Was leading the class in LMP2, and let's just check the race control messages to find out exactly what the infringement was there for the car in question.
I can give you some more people who come in to make their pit stops. Car 32, not pit stop drive-throughs. Mike Skeen, the 32 Mercedes, that's the Korthoff car. Mason Filippi, the number 85 JDC Miller Motorsport P3 car, and James Vance, also from P3, car number 87, that's Fast MD Racing. So 4 people having a little bit of a trip up and setting them back big time. But anyhow, Simon Pagenaud started the lap in the lead of the race. Sebastien Bourdais moved ahead. It's nip and tuck in every single one of the 5 classes here. Probably P3 is the only one in which it's not nip and tuck, because Nico Verone leading that big time in number 17 from AWA.
So Guido van der Garde's drive-through was for pit entry violation. That's stopping when the pits were closed, or it won't have been a speed violation because we definitely have a pit lane speed violation next up for car 32, and that will be a drive-through as a result. 85's been pinged with a drive-through for failure to adhere to the full fuel time, so nozzle being attached for the correct amount of seconds, and more than emergency fuel for car 87. So you can come in for emergency fuel service, which is attaching the nozzle for 5 seconds, but for no more than 5 seconds. And car 87, which is the Fast MD Racing LMP3 car, also been given a drive-through penalty because of that. It is all happening, including at the head of the order, because getting a very good run this time on Simon Pagenaud, not to change the race leader, remember, but to at least unlap himself. Nick Tandy doing that in the braking area for the Le Mans chicane on the back straight, and Tandy's Porsche Penske Motorsport 963 darting up the inside. Pagenaud was never going to force the issue there, and one of his 2 laps gained back again for Nick. So just 1 lap behind Pagenaud. So he'll have to go all the way around, catch Pagenaud again, unlap himself 1 more time, and then he can start to scrap. So it's still a long way away, although not necessarily if we get another caution in the near future.
No, and again, it's really where the teams and their spotters have to make it absolutely plain to their drivers. If someone's a lap or 2 behind and they're hassling you, let them through, and that's exactly what Nick Tandy wanted to do. And as the cars were released to full speed racing again, going down into turn 1, you can see Nick Tandy was darting inside, going outside, looking to gain places. He knows the others can't risk getting too close to him. They can let him through without any trouble at all, but he's made a really, really clear run of it, and in many ways, as he approaches the point on the circuit where he had his spin, no, just gone past it now, in under cover of darkness, he's atoning for that, and expect the former Le Mans winner to probably stretch his legs, pull away a little bit. But what have we got left on the clock? 3 hours and 10 minutes. It's an outside chance. He's running in 4th at the moment, but now he's, well, 1.99 laps in arrears, not 2.
Working lap 690, 11 away therefore, 10 and a bit from the 700 lap marker. I think we'll get into the mid 700s, but not quite close to the 800, and we'd need to go 33 laps further on than that to reach a record distance. Always going to be a tough ask, and it ain't going to happen in 2023 in the new GTP era. Get a funny feeling that perhaps these cars might be able to get to that distance in future years, though, once they've all been sorted out, their niggly issues have been ironed out of the process, and they've been trimmed out as well, because they will gain pace year on year at the Rolex for sure. This is just a venture, really, to make sure as many of them get to the finish, and in future seasons we'll be looking to pound them into well, what the pace that they can give us in the true context.
Interesting little side number here. Nick Tandy's just put the fastest lap all race, and all the top GTP cars, you know, the fastest one set their fastest lap on lap 6, lap 8, lap 10, but lap 6.88 to the number 6 Penske Porsche Penske Motorsport entry. Number 6, Nick Tandy, fastest lap of that car's race. 1 minute 36.234 seconds. He's got the clear track ahead of him, but what I'm also sensing just at the moment is that the Acura is going back, the number 60, to how it was when we came on air at the half point in the race. It was faster than all around it. And then we had the Cadillacs, they're running second and third now. Sebastian Bourdais, Richard Westbrook. He's just got a little bit more pace. They managed to get onto his pace. He's now putting it out again. So maybe the slightly warmer daylight conditions are suiting him very well indeed. But Nick Tandy, that was an impressive lap. 1 minute 36.2 seconds last time around.
Again, you realise the eagerness of the Brit to try and get ahead of Pagenaud and into clear air. He could tell this car was mint and on rails because of new tyres for the number 6 and pretty much a full service at the last stop. And if you've got pace, you need to be allowed to use it. So had to get ahead of Pagenaud as quickly as possible. And the 136.2, which is still 0.6 of a second slower than Tom Blomqvist's effort on lap 6, by the way. So what was that, about 10 to 2 yesterday afternoon? Certainly in the opening 10 to 15 minutes of the race. And still, that stands as the fastest lap of anybody so far, at 1:35.6 from Blomqvist in Simon Pagenaud's car, the number 60 Meyershank Racing Acura. Side-by-side action up ahead of the Pfaff Porsche. That's a Lambo to the inside, and to the outside line, I can't make that car out.
It's one of the Turner Motorsports BMWs.
Of course it is. It's an M4, isn't it? Instantly recognisable from the other end with the snarling nostrils and the Bavarian branded roundel on the top of the nose there. Pfaff car straight line the chicane there, I noticed. So you could hear the 4.2 litre flat 6 in the back of this car all of a sudden having to change down dramatically because it couldn't slow. Now, whether that was a bit of distraction because of the two abreast cars up ahead, it was Klaus Bachler driving this car the last time I checked. It still is the Austrian, running 5th in GT Daytona Pro, but that's lost him a big chunk of time. And now battling alongside is the 77 from the GTD class, Kevin Estre, up on the high side in the Volt liveried Porsche.
Yeah, well, he lost at least three cars. Lost 3 positions, 3 cars coming past, so just a little bit of outbraking into that chicane, and for Pfaff Motorsport just going to have to build on what they're achieving here, but unfortunately, you know, it's just been not a Porsche race in GTD at all.
Well, that was the right Motorsports Porsche to the high side, making advantage of Bachler's mistake. So did he run out of brakes? I was trying to work out which of the BMWs that was. Oh, and
it was Brian Sellers, the number 1.
Yeah.
And he just got simply in too close. I think the BMW actually braked a little bit more than Klaus Bachler had reckoned he was going to do, and simply got very close and had to swerve around it, and then it was too late to turn into chicane. But these things happen, particularly on a restart. And again, you can see the effect of not being able to get the power down smoothly on the exit of the chicane as he rejoined, and certainly the bright yellow, I think it's number 77, the Volts liveried Porsche went past from Wright Motorsports, very nicely driven there, made the most of the occasion.
But yeah, Spinelli and Sellers getting a bit tangled up in the braking zone for the Le Mans chicane, and as the BMW eased out to allow the Lamborghini space to dart through on the racing line, it was checking up, and I don't think Bachler was quite expecting that, so he had to leap onto the anchors as well in a classic freeway type incident. Car behind needs to slow even more than the car behind that, and the car behind that has to check up even more, and eventually Bachler thought, I ain't going to get through the chicane here, and instead had to squirm his way through the tyres. That gave Kevin Estre the advantage in the Wright Motorsports, the Volt Porsche in the Dayglow yellow colours, and Estre, I'm not sure whether he gained a place necessarily on Bachler. Are they in fact on the same lap? It's all a bit of a tangle, to be quite frank, in GT Daytona, and Estre's further back,
many laps down.
Yeah.
Now, 1 minute 36, good lap. 1 minute 35, better still. That was 1 minute 35.9. Nick Tandy extending the pace of the number 6 Porsche. Still listed as best part of 2 laps down, and he's lapping as fast, if not faster, than race leader Simon Pagenaud. So it'd be good for Porsche to see they've got that sort of pace this late in the race. And let's face it, for all these crews with these brand new GTP cars, so much to learn. 3 hours they've got to keep going. Well, no, not 3 hours, 3 hours and 3.5 minutes until the checkered flag could be unfurled at the end of this, the 61st running of the Daytona 24 Hours. We started with 61 cars, and Johnny, we still have all but 10 of those running. James Vance bringing up the rear, the 87 Duquesne, entered by Fast MD. That's the back of the pack, has had the most problems. 557 laps on the board for them. 693 laps on the board for Simon Pagenaud, Sebastian Bourdais, and now Richard Westbrook. Now it's time for predictions.
Oh,
Nicholas is about to stick his neck out.
Well, it's not, unfortunately, it's not a very positive prediction. I predict that the 24 car is about to go behind the wall. The BMW from Team RLL. A, because it's been slowly dropping off the rest of the cars. It's running about a second to 2 seconds lap slower. Secondly, because a large number of mechanics just walked out of the RLL area with the dolly wheels and many other things. And yeah, so I think that car is going to have some repairs. The 25 is going very nicely, 24 much slower, and my guess is behind the wall very soon.
Thank you very much, Nick. And of course, that is the wrong way round, if you can imagine, from BMW Team RLL, because 25 was the one that was hugely delayed with hybrid problems very early in the race. Johnny reported how it was very cleverly pulled off the circuit into a special area that kept it safe just inside the turn 4 of the speedway. That lost all the time. And number 24 is listed, number 25, I beg your pardon, is 50th place overall. Only won 51 runners. They've had their problems. But unfortunately, number 24, with Colton Herter on board, is 6th and losing touch with all ahead. Still got 10 laps clear of the 31 Whelan Engineering entry, though, so they're still 6th overall, still ahead of that third of the Cadillacs.
Very close to another hour of the race having been completed. We're at 10:40 in the morning here in Florida for the 61st edition of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And here's the VP Racing Fuels in-race update then. It's Simon Pagenaud who leads. Remember, that's the car with the fastest lap so far as well. We're 6 laps away from the 700 lap marker, and car 60, the Meyer-Shank Racing with Kerb Agajanian machine for Simon Pagenaud, leading by just 0.7 of a second, as we are relatively close still to the 9th caution. And this is the real action station stuff now. Sebastian Bourdais in the 01 Cadillac, the first of the V LMDHs. 01 in second, ahead of the sister machine 02 of Richard Westbrook. 4th position for Nick Tandy's number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, having wriggled free of Pagenaud, gaining a lap back in the process, and now getting a real hustle on. Not too long ago, setting that car's best lap of the race. He did a 1:35.9. Compare that to the 1:35.6, which still sits as the fastest lap of the race, set by Tom Blomqvist many hours ago. Colton Herter, predicted by Nick Damon, having to come in. Yeah, the 24 car, just hearing, going behind the wall from 6th position. That was the better of the 2 M Hybrid V8, so a real shame for the German brand. Jack Aitken in the 31 Cadillac from Whelan Engineering is in 7th position. Esteban Gutierrez, he's just set his car's best lap of the race not too long ago, which was a 1:40.048, and heads the LMP2 class for CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Got Nicholas Nielsen for AF Corsa in 2nd spot in car number 88, and then it is the 52 machine in the hands of Paul-Luc Chatin for PR1 Matheson Motorsport. So PR1 back into the top 3 in P2, ahead of TDS Racing, Guido van der Garde, number 35, who had to take a penalty because of a pit stop infringement, or pit lane infringement, and Proton Competition, James Allen, 55, 5th in P2. LMP3, absolutely streets ahead of all of its competition, is the AWA number 17 car for Nico Verone, 16th overall. You've got to look way down to 32nd overall to find its nearest competitor, the Performance Tech Motorsports machine, number 38. Sean Creech Motorsport, which had led so many laps in that category, hit with an actuator and related problems. 33, spent just over half an hour in the pit lane, and Nolan Seagal still at the wheel of that, but that's 34th overall, 3rd in class. GTD Pro, led by Jules Gounon, the WeatherTech Racing all-white, well, with the WeatherTech branding on the Mercedes AMG, number 79, is in the lead, ahead of Tommy Milner in the Corvette Racing number 3. Roman De Angelis, 3rd of the GTs, leading GT Daytona, though, for Heart of Racing team number 27. Then it's Jack Hawksworth, Vassar Sullivan, RCF number 14. Third in Pro, fourth when you combine both GT classes. And let's give you the top 3 in total of GT Daytona. Indy Doncia in the Winwood Racing Mercedes 57. Andy Lally in the Magnus Racing number 44. That's your hourly update brought to you by VP Racing Fuels, the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty. And leaping over the curbs, Simon Pagenaud now on a real tear to try and stay ahead of a chasing Cadillac of Sébastien Bourdais. He did Bourdais at the start of the race. Clearly Bourdais wasn't going to be particularly happy about that, and ever since has stayed within half a second of the race leader, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, just looking at it, once he'd taken the lead at the restart down into turn 1, he pulled away quite quickly. This is Simon Pagenaud, and I was thinking, opining, inadvertently and incorrectly, unfortunately, that now the pace was back where it was when it was last daylight, and even the early hours of darkness, which was with the number 60 entry from Meyershank Racing. But the Cadillacs have fought back, maybe a little bit more cautious once their tyres had cooled down as they were running out there until so they were released when the yellow flag period came to an end. But Sébastien is now chasing his fellow French racer Simon Pagenaud. 1.1 seconds between them, but the Cadillac very much coming good. But what can be the difference between them? Traffic can be the big difference. The gap between first and second was half a second. It's out to 1.1 seconds. And unfortunately for Sébastien Bourdais in the 01 Cadillac, he got the worst of traffic going into the International Horseshoe. Well, it'll probably go back the other way shortly, but for now, Simon Pagenaud would have seen the Cadillac with its yellow nose getting closer and closer, thinking, I thought I dropped him, but now the traffic has been his friend, and there are big gaggles of cars. GTD 1, 2, 3, 4 of those in a row with 2 P3 cars working their way through. It just is indicative of these bunches of cars after a restart. They can work for you, and as you well know, they can work against you.
Colton Herta in a green. We talked about the BMW, of course, going behind the wall. So that's now 4 minutes and counting for the Colton Herta BMW. And it sounded like from Nick that it was going to be a fairly long time, in the fact that it's gone back to the home of the BMWs for this weekend, to the garage, for more personnel to be flung towards it. I don't think they're going to be giving up with that car just yet, though, because still just under 3 hours to try and push for a race finish. They'd love to ideally finish in the top 6, and they've got about 7 laps to play with before the 31 of Jack Aitken has caught up with them. 16 laps down, the Whelen Engineering caddy, but getting closer, of course, to the at the moment parked BMW number 24. Meanwhile, the other car that, well, Nick suggested it's going better. It's still not great for the 25. They're in 50th position of now a 51 car field, but at least the distance between their last problem and now is greater than the sister machine. Car 25, driven by Nick Yellerly in the second of the M Hybrid V8s, pushing on to lap 566. But the race leader's only 2 away now from the 700 lap marker as the Acura moves through the gears. A fair bit of clear track ahead. There were, well, some prototypes at a fair distance away, so that was not a distraction heading for the long chicane for Simon Pagenaud this time around, Bruce.
No, he'll enjoy the fact he can put the power down. The traffic definitely worked in his advantage rather than Sébastien Bourdais, because the last timing interval, they were a whisker under 2 seconds apart. Remember, a lap and a half ago, they were half a second down. Now, the number 24 BMW, we mentioned it had a problem. It's still sick, but Nick, it's in the garage, and what can you see is the problem for the car, number 24?
Well, they are replacing all the discs and the calipers, and also having a look at the whole braking system, in its entirety. So my guess is, from that, they've obviously got an issue with the brakes. Now, the only problem is, of course, that the rear brakes are mostly regen control. They obviously do have some ordinary disc and pads as well, but there's obviously a big regen environment there as well. I mean, a lot of the braking is done in that way, but they've obviously, the car is not stopping as it should do, so they are replacing every single braking surface, every single braking pad, replacing all the fluids, and it's a big pumping machine doing that. And that's all they're working on is the brakes, so they're not actually working on anything else. They could, of course, because of the way the braking is changed now, be linked to the hybridization.
Thanks, Nick. Nice and technical down there, but you know, you can just see the frustration. But they have that it was 8-lap advantage. It was 10-lap advantage over Jack Aitken in the 31 Whelen Engineering.
Oh,
Cadillac.
what happened a moment ago? Oh, I thought that was contact with an LMP3 runner then.
The class-leading LMP3
yeah,
car.
I thought it probably was the Nico Veroni-driven AWA car, and nearly piling into the back of it was Sebastien Bourdais. Very late on the brakes, a bit like Earl Bamber in the night, locking up his front left, heading into the left-hander that takes you from the infield back up onto the high banks. So Bourdais was certainly fully locked up on the front left. I'm not sure whether the front right was equally not rotating, but fairly early in the stint for the 0-1. That could cause, at a later stage, a more severe flat spot and therefore a vibration. Where are we? 17 laps in for Bourdais, so that is about halfway through. He doesn't want to be doing that more readily, and of course with a flat spot, every time you brake hard into a corner like that, that tyre will find exactly the same spot and continue to wear away at that specific bit of the Michelin tyre.
We've said it before, we'll say it again in races to come. It's these little things that can make all the difference. It could have been a very big thing for Nico Veroni, sitting on this enormous lead in LMP3 and very, very nearly got tail-ended by the car. Second overall, the car trying to hunt down the race leader, and now being delayed already by that incident down into turn 1. The gap's gone out from 1.9 seconds to 2.5 seconds, and every lap, I would suggest, every time there's heavy braking, it's going to be harder and harder for Sebastien Bourdais to get the job done. So for Cadillac Racing, suddenly their pendulum is starting to swing away from victory. But hey, what am I talking about? We've got just under 3 hours remaining in this race, but these little things will be absolute sucker for Meyer Shank, who've just had this purple patch in racing the last couple of years, and any advantage, you take it with both hands, and certainly every time there's a restart, Simon Pagenaud has taken it with both hands. That car has been really quick, not straight out the box as soon as the restart happens. He had to really duke it out down into that first corner. Turn 1 made it stick against Sebastien Bourdais, but now Sebastien is going to have trouble to make his own car stick. That is to the circuit under heavy braking.
Scotty McLaughlin now at the wheel of the number 8 Tower Motorsports car on the infield, and needing to find a way by the 57 Mercedes from Winward as quickly as possible. He goes to the high side, as everyone is instructed to do so in the quicker cars, and actually dealt with that very easily indeed. Now, the problem for Scotty is he's a couple of laps away from the next car in question, Devlin Di Francesco's Oreca 07, which is from the Rick Ware Racing team. And now there's an even bigger problem for the number 6 Porsche 963 Porsche of Nick Tandy, which is stopped and going again from 4th position. So that looked to be a complete reset, but it was at turn 1, so he's run pretty deep into that corner, and on the down change, did the car stall or did an electrical glitch creep into the equation? Not seen a car stop there for a little while, and it's on a blind left-hander as well, so clearly Nick did not want to be hanging around for too long. Thankfully, he got going again and heads into the Western Horseshoe. But some time lost. I can tell you exactly how long through that first sector, just as he reaches the end of that sector 1 split. A split that would normally take you about, well, exactly 23 seconds, and it's taken him 63 seconds, so he's lost 40 in one swipe there, Bruce.
Yeah, but the easier number to understand is the fact he got himself from 2 laps down to 1 lap down. He managed to move past Simon Pagenaud just after the restart, worked really hard for the first handful of laps after the restart, very, very positive into turn 1. And unfortunately, that's all unravelled again. So having regained that with the hope of, you know, just being on the tail end of a lap down, he's now gone all the way back to 2 laps down. And is he still going to be ahead of Louis Delatraz, or has he lost 4th place to the number 10 Konica Minolta entry? We will see. He should have probably lost that as well. So Nick's not had a race full of fortune, it must be said. He's had the spin in the night, damaging that rear under tray, if you will, the diffuser at the back of the number 6 Porsche. And then, of course, that's small beer in comparison to what happened when he was gunning for pole and looking for, you know, the glory that goes with it. But, of course, the glory in a 24-hour race is the race itself. But early days in GTP, and, you know, these drivers are going to be pushing out pretty much into the unknown. They still don't know how these cars, despite whatever testing they've done, it will never be enough. And We have a Porsche sitting the wrong way around. Is that the replay, or is that him again?
It's a similar place to be stopped. But
it's live, so it's happened again
on the very next lap. Yeah, but a carbon copy of exactly what happened 3.5 miles ago. So clearly the Porsche does not like coming down off the banking. He's overshot completely. So not getting the retardation that perhaps that car has had previously. Is it hybrid related, I wonder, with the hybrid helping out with the slowing of the car down at turn number 1, but it stalled the car again. And Bruce and I were thinking that's got to be a replay from a lap ago, but it wasn't. That's 2 successive laps now where the car's way out wide at turn number 1. Had to use much of the runoff. Thankfully nowhere near the tyre wall, which protects the other part of the track, the rejoining section from the infield. And sensibly, IMSA a few years ago built a huge tyre wall there to prevent any interlopers from turn 1 into turn 7. And yeah, having to restart again. Well, this ain't going to be fun. And now there are more serious problems. That is engine, surely. Right bank spewing smoke from the rear of the number 6 car. It's not tyre rub. It's coming from the innards of the number 6 Porsche Penske 963, and Nick's surely being told on the radio, shut the car off now to prevent any further damage.
Look, the way I see that, Johnny, a driver of Nick Tandy's calibre is not going to outbrake himself into turn 1 with no provocation. To do it once, unlikely, but to do it twice, completely unlikely. Clearly, I think you've hit it on the head, a hybrid issue where the hybrid should have been helping in braking the car. So double wave yellows, full course yellow caution coming up. So how will that reshape the pack? Let's look at the front of the field. Simon Pagenaud, the number 60 Acura, leading by nearly 5.5 seconds, slightly more than Sebastian Bourdais. But this plume of smoke that suddenly came out of the back.
Is that a turbo that's gone?
Well, I'm beginning to wonder. That was sort of where my guess was. But Nick clearly being told, pull away, pull off the side of the track. So his recovery run, having gained back the lap on the restart, has come to an end. Not once, not twice, but now to an end 3 times, one feels.
Yeah, they come in threes, as they say. Well, there were 2 very long runs into turn number 1 where there was just no slowing of the car whatsoever on the biggest braking area of the lap. And now having to stop on the back straight, being told on the radio, inch your way towards the end of the lap. Nick shaking his head inside the cockpit, realizing this is, if not terminal, going to prevent the car from competing over the next half an hour or so at least. By no doubt will have to go behind the wall for Porsche to investigate. At least it has got some sort of limp home mode, or just a little bit of acceleration permitted for Nick to limp his way back, inch his way home. The smoke's stopped now, but that's because the throttle pedal's nowhere near being fully open as it was a moment or 2 ago. So not the baptism that the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew would have wanted for either of their cars for a brand new motorsport season at the Rolex 24. But this is the peril of a brand new category. Brand new cars that can have been, have no doubt been tested to breaking point under closed doors conditions, but a very public opening for this campaign. Not going so well at this stage. Nick, you're with the car. What do you reckon the smoke was then?
It's oil, I can smell it. It's engine oil. It smells like engine oil, but it was actually engine oil. And there's a lot of liquid that shouldn't be there at the bottom of the car. That should get the big crossy hand not working. Obviously, yeah, that to me is a. I think they think it's come out of the drive shaft by the looks of it. So they think it's a drive shaft seal's broken. That's what they're waggling at. So it's gearbox oil that's come out. That will explain a couple of things. It wasn't the drive shafts weren't working. The diff wasn't working properly. That's why you can't stop, regardless of anything else. And obviously, that's what catches fire when it gets nice and warm. So that will be going back behind the wall because it's got liquid where there shouldn't be liquid, which is never a great thing. Smells as well.
I'm surprised it didn't go behind the wall, but clearly the team want to attack this problem at close quarters initially, and surely they're not going to send it back out again now, are they, Nick?
No, they're putting everything back on again because they want to wheel it backwards. But it's
for it to go behind the wall.
It's much easier to have the rear clip on the car than some poor mechanic have to carry it. So
you would have thought so.
At this point,
I haven't thought that one through.
They're getting the dolly jacks out, which doesn't possible. They're getting the dolly. That means they don't even want to roll it back, which means probably they are really concerned about the drivetrain. Nick gets out, and my guess is I think it's unlikely we'll see this one again. With only 2.5 hours to go.
Yeah.
But
certainly looking at Nick shaking his head, not Nick Damon, he might have been shaking his as well, but Nick Tandy aboard the car, listening on the radio as he pulled to the side of the circuit. But what we have seen, of course, is great pace from the GTP cars, but in the early days of a new category, you need reliability to go with that. I think they've been really, really impressive on their first outing. Not just the Porsche Penske Motorsport crew, but all of these front runners in GTP. They know they're probably just a twinkle of the eye away from something going wrong with these cars that are still very, very short on mileage. But for now, if you're a fan of Meyer-Shank Racing, they've got it the most right, but only by, well, yellow flag period, only 1.1 seconds to good. Of course, that's slightly artificial, but what happens on the restarts? The 60 car always seems to pull away. So for Simon Pagenaud, I guess he's feeling relatively comfortable, but he'd rather have a 10-second advantage than the second or so, or under a second, he'll have when we go back to green flag racing.
What an effort, though, from Porsche Penske Motorsport. They still, of course, have the 7-car running, but that hit the dramas much earlier on in the piece. Felipe Nasser now at the wheel of that and competing, or working lap 670 under this 10th caution of the race so far. But the 6-car was the far better placed, and Nick had really charged hard to get one of the 2 laps back again from the race leader, Simon Pagenaud, and did Pagenaud on the brakes into the Le Mans chicane without too much of the defence from the Frenchman. But then, of course, the troubles struck, and Porsche Penske Motorsport will take their time, I think, rather than damage the car anymore. They will work out exactly what has gone wrong there and whether it is worth continuing in the remaining 2 hours and 40 minutes. We're less than 30 seconds away from another clock hour being completed. 11 o'clock in the morning here in Florida at the 61st edition of the Rolex 24 live from Daytona. A second stint for Bruce and me comes to a finish, but I'll be paying close attention, but rest assured of that, to the flag in the remaining 2 hours and 40, which in some places through the year is a standard length of a WeatherTech SportsCar Championship race, John.
Thanks, guys. You did a sterling job with that 5 hours and 50 minutes of guh. Thanks for that, Palmer. That was just getting very good. We're blaming you for that one. However, Joe Taylor is taking the blame for the Nick Tandy. Just tweeting, notice that Nick Tandy's only 1 lap down now, back in the game, and then bang for the engine. Guys, before I let you go, and thanks very much particularly for your work on the night shift powered by Sacred Coffee. BDO, Nose Strategy Award. I accept there's a couple of hours to go, a standard IMSA race, in fact, 2 hours 40, as you say, JP. What's caught your eye, Bruce, in terms of the Strategy Award in this enthralling race where there's been stories throughout the classes and right through the 61-car field?
I could be incredibly simplistic on this, John. AWA, they pulled off a masterstroke. They're leading LMP3 by a country mile. But if you put young Nico Varone and the star of P3, Wayne Boyd, in your car, you'll expect it to be there. But it's being slightly, not being so flippant now, I think Cadillac Racing have called it really well, because every time it looks as though the number 60 Meyer-Shank Racing Acura is going to get away from them. They seem to work their pit stops very well to be in the hunt. Their cars are very nearly there on the ultimate pace, but I think they've not let their minor deficit of ultimate speed let them get too far back. They've really worked their pit stops well. That's my little guess for the BDO.
And the 1 and the 0 and the 0-2 have spent 40 minutes in the pits. That's all throughout this race. The next closest one is the Tandy Porsche, actually, which back in now. Johnny, is it the GTP class that's caught your eye for the BDO No Strategy Award, or somebody further down the field?
Well, it's a car that, and a class you would have expected to be further down the field, actually. The GTD leader, who has been backwards and forwards with the pro scrappers and still is there. Now, I'm very well aware of that phrase that ends with curse and starts with commentator. So I'll pencil this in as a nomination. For Roman DeAngelis, Ian James, Marco Sorensen, Darren Turner, that 27 car, more than punching above its weight, considering its driver makeup. Second in the GT class as a whole, and has regularly led that ahead of, you know, some really established names in GTD Pro.
Right, those are noted then from you two. Thanks again for your hard work, fellas. Enjoy the rest of the race as we go to the flag with 2 hours, 38 minutes and 6, 5, 4, 3 seconds to go. It's the 61st running of the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And Nick Damon has left us in the pit lane, which must mean I think we've got Joe Bradley with us down there. Joe?
Yes, you have indeed. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Bradley. So you're feeling refreshed?
I'm feeling so refreshed. I'm also quite excited to get towards the checkered flag for this one. It's, you know what, dare I say it at this stage with, you know, a couple of hours, just under 3 hours to go, it's a bit of a classic. It's been a bit of a classic in a very old-fashioned way, because we've had to consider attrition in a way that we've never really considered attrition for a very long time.
And not just, I mean, in fairness, the GTPs have run fairly cleanly. As I mentioned, just 40 minutes for the 01 and 02 Cadillacs in the pit lane. We've had breakages and engine problems for the more conventional cars that we've seen here for quite a long time. I did a little bit of a calculation early on, and I worked out, we've been talking about the top class distance record at 833 laps with no yellow at all in this race and an average lap time of about 1:38, taking into account that those Cadillacs are probably, with a couple of hours left, going to do about 45 minutes or so in the pits. I reckon no more than around about 850 to 854 laps would have been possible in a full green flag race. So we would have done well to get close to or beat the 833.
I think even the teams, John, are surprised by the reliability, relatively speaking, of the GTP cars, and also of the lack of yellows, because, all right, the GTP cars, I think, because of the power of these cars, they find it easier to get by the slower classes, and they can be more patient. They can wait for the straights, they can wait for punching out of the corners. However, all of the other classes are tripping over one another. They're all producing different lap times in very different ways, but they're all punched together. The GTD cars are tripping over the LMP3 cars, which has got, all they've got is a little bit more aero in the corners, and then the LMP2 cars are trying to weave their way through. And I think it's, you know,
we've got the number 24 BMW that has come back from behind the wall, and Joe, you've got the usual batch of cars coming into the pit lane. We'll let you get across that as we say good morning again, and it is still good morning to Jeremy Shaw. A phenomenal race. Whatever happens from here, Jeremy, you and I were just saying as Bruce and Johnny were finishing up there, whatever happens between now and the end of the race, this is one that I need to go away, I need to crunch the numbers and have a look at it, but that first 14 hours or so of the race for me was absolutely enthralling.
Yeah, I think the whole race has been absolutely enthralling, and you know, when I arrived here 10 days ago, I was really concerned about the reliability of the GTP cars. As the week has gone along and I've spoken to more people and getting more of a feel of how these cars really are, I began to get more and more optimistic. And to be honest, the race has panned out pretty much as I expected coming into, you know, from yesterday. But I think it's been even better than I anticipated, to be honest, and certainly, you know, massively more so than it was 10 days ago. I think it's been absolutely tremendous. I mean, really, up until the last hour, we've only two of the GTP cars really have had any sort of significant problems. You know, there are a couple of incidents out there, including for the 31 car, which costed a few laps. But the other cars have really been running absolutely superbly. And it's just lately we've had problems with number 6 car and number 24 that's dropped them back. But it's been a fabulous race. We've got 3 cars right in the thick of it. The number 10 car They had an issue, I gather, overnight and lost a couple of laps.
Yeah.
But still running pretty well. Not on the pace it seems now as the other three, which is interesting because up until 2 o'clock in the morning, the two Acuras were probably the fastest cars. But we saw Nick Tandy turn some super fast laps about an hour or so ago before he had that problem with whatever it was and has taken that car behind the wall. Was he behind the wall?
He is, yeah, the car was pushed behind the wall on the little trolley wheels.
It's been absolutely fantastic. And just looking back down, LMP2 is a great battle still going on there. There's 4 cars on the lead lap, the number 88, number 04. And those two changed positions, by the way, just a couple of laps before this full course caution. So 88 car now leads for the 04, 52 and the number 35. So that's a great battle. LMP3, well, there's only one car that has any problems there, but hats off to that AWA team. Andrew Rochechko from Canada and his group there done a great job. GTD is fascinating too, as we suggested it would be. 6 cars on the lead lap, 3 non-pros and 3 pro cars, and then 1 lap down there's another 4 cars, one of which, oddly, did elect to pit during this caution period. The other 3 did not. The car that did pit was the McLaren, and therefore I assume has lost its opportunity to get that lap back. The other 3 cars that were 1 lap down, which is a number 12, number 63 and number 93, that's a Lexus, a Lamborghini and an Acura, they did not stop, and I assume we're going to get the wave around and should be back on the lead lap in GTD.
GTP, Delatraz was told to stay out, so he has got a lap back. He's now only 1 lap back in the Connington Minolta car.
Did he? I thought he came in. No, he didn't.
He was certainly told to stay out.
You're right, I beg your pardon. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
So he's back to just 1 lap down, so they're not out of it either. Nope. Just a point on those Cadillacs you mentioned, Jeremy, that was an Acura obviously we were talking about, but talking about those Cadillacs, 01 and 02 in second and third, 42 minutes and 41 minutes in the pit lane. They're looking to be somewhere around 45, 46 minutes in the pits. That is pretty darn good any year for a 24-hour race and the amount of pit stops that they have done. The big difference is when you look down, there's not a huge difference. The lead car has been in the pit for 53.5 minutes already, 50 minutes for the Connington Minolta Acura. The big difference is the 2 cars that have had the problem. I mean, even Nick Tandy's only been in the pits 41.57.
Yeah.
An hour and 4 for the Whelan car and an hour and 12 for the other Acura. But that tells me that those Cadillacs, they're working to a plan and they've stayed with that plan. Their pit stop count is around. What, 6 or 7 stops fewer than the Acura in the lead.
Oh, right, okay, well, fine. That's what I was going to address there, because I think you'd raised an excellent point. The pit stops now a little bit longer, scheduled pit stops than they were last year. That's mandated, up to 40 seconds to fill up rather than 30 as it was. But the cars are going quite a bit longer. They're doing 50 minutes or as much as 51, 52 minutes on a stint before coming in, so they're making a lot less pit stops than they were last year, or have the capability to make a lot less pit stops than last year. And the reason I say that is the least number of pit stops is by the Nick Tandy Porsche and Jack Aitken in the number 31 Real Engineering Cadillac. They've only done 26 pit stops. The 2 Cadillacs have done 28. The Michael Shank car has done 35.
Yes.
7 more pit stops, and that is because they've had this issue with the engine oil, that they need to kind of purge it on a fairly regular basis. We saw them doing it exactly halfway through the race. They also did it again about an hour or so ago. And they've had several other sort of kind of precautionary stops where they really didn't need to, but did, just to kind of keep themselves to be conservative rather than pushing any envelopes.
Yeah.
So it's made a lot more pit stops, but it's still right there in the lead of the race, and that's really interesting. But that's a lot less, indeed, and it's a lot less pit stops than last year.
Yeah.
And they're probably at the end of the race be doing 10 fewer stops.
Oh, really? That many?
Yeah.
And even if at just 3 minutes of time, even my basic arithmetic, that's 30 minutes fewer in the pit lane. Yeah, really good.
fascinating.
It's when you look at some, and all of this information, by the way, is on the Alcamel screens, livetiming.alcamelsystems.com/IMSA, if you want to see this. And having the ability to scroll through that and have a look at the different parts of the timing screen, you'll find all sorts of things there that you didn't know existed. And got to tell you now, there's a lot of information. I've got plenty of time over the next few days to go through this before Midweek Motorsport on Wednesday. I do have an entry list for another race to work on for next weekend as well. 2 hours and just under 30 minutes to go. 2:28 to go, Jeremy.
Yeah, so just less than a regular race distance.
Yeah.
So we're normally 2 hours and 40. So just trying to figure out here, I thought I saw the number 70 car did pit during a caution along with the other GTD cars, but now it's back on the lead lap, so I'm not quite sure how they managed.
It's just coming in now.
Well,
it's in the pit lane now for Frederick Schoenhoff.
But
This
it's
is the
back on the
McLaren
lead lap, and
Inception.
I can't quite figure out how it's managed to get back on the lead lap.
Maybe he didn't take the
because
stop, then he must
the
have got
other
the wave
three
round.
did. I don't know. That's thrown me. No idea. Bizarre, honestly.
70 McLaren just in the pit, says Joe Bradley. He thought he saw it doing the wave by.
Right, okay. Well, I thought it had come in,
which would have made
the
sense, in fairness.
Sure,
You said they've missed their opportunity.
I thought it came in. I'm absolutely convinced that the scoring system showed that it was coming into the pits with the other leaders that were, and that's why I expressed surprise.
Yeah, that's right. You said. Yeah.
So maybe that was either a glitch or maybe I just misread it. Could be.
I have to say that most of the teams have got most of the calls right, which is going to make our BDO Knows Strategy Award pretty difficult. I'm just going to run quickly through the official retirements. There hasn't been that many changes. It is the, if we start at the cars at the bottom of the timing screen, Cetilar Ferrari only did 44 laps, 89 laps for the Ranch 74 Riley. Then there was a long gap, 2:33 to the Mercedes of Sun Energy 1. Then the Orica number 11 TDS, then the 92 Kalimos Racing Porsche, Ferrari of the guys from Risi, 42 Lamborghini, and the 36 Ligier in LMP3. And those are your full retirements as we go back to green. Cadillac ARX 06, Simon Pagenaud. Now, if he gets a sniff of being able to get away, this could be curtains for the rest of the field, and Sebastian Bourdais clearly knows that. Also in there is the number 7 Porsche, Felipe Nasr. He's not backwards in coming forwards, but he's many laps down now. That car 6.75 to the 7.10 of the leaders, but looking good on the restarts, as the Porsche has done, in fairness, the 963. Here comes the Cadillac round the outside of turn 6. Bourdais moves across. Pagenaud follows him. Now up onto the high banks. Now what we've seen is this 60 car making space out of the slower corners. Does it again. Pulling away. Wow. That's impressive again. Taking a good couple of cars length. Now, partway down the straight, the Cadillac comes back. So does the lapped Porsche. Cadillac almost back on terms as they go into the chicane. Out of Le Mans, it was on terms in the middle, but then again, the elastic stretches again as Pagenaud gets on the power a little bit earlier, and there's no doubt in my mind that the big advantage with that Acura ARX 06 is punching out of the corners, and the slower the corner it seems the better. Turn 6, they have really got that nailed. Cross the line then after the restart, it's 0.4 of a second. Pagenaud for Acura and for MSR. 0-1 Cadillac racing car, the VLMDH. Sebastian Bourdais, then Earl Bomber, his teammate, is in third, but a lap down. So there he goes now, excuse me. He was just further down the queue than I was expecting, excuse me. Top 3 cars still on the lead lap. Philippe Albuquerque now, having taken over the car, the number 10 Koenigsegg Minolta car. They took the wave by. They are back to just 1 lap down. Then it's a 10-lap gap to Nick Tandy, who is still in the pits with the number 6 Porsche after that, what looked like terminal engine problem. We'll get a word, I'm sure. 31 is in 6th position for Whelen Engineering, Jack Aitken, another 3 laps back. And then there's gaps through the field from then on. GTD battle. Aston Martin number 27 with company, got the Lexus GTD Pro car right up his tailpipes there. De Angelis versus Barnicoat,
which has just been overtaken. Ben Barnicoat just got past Mauro Engel in that WeatherTech Mercedes car number 79. The Mercedes we know has been super strong all the time. Yeah, he is coming back.
Coming down to 7. That's the battle for the lead in GTD Pro, second GTD car, and this is allowing Roman De Angelis just to pull away a little bit from these two. The Corvette lurking there as well, with Tommy Milner taking his time. The Porsche keys to the race. Remember, we talked about getting into the last couple of hours of the race. We're knocking on the door from that as well. And it will be pro drivers to the end here. So all of those GTD cars have very similar performance parameters. Michelin Endurance Cup, of course, we threw some points out for that about 4 hours ago. We'll go through that in a moment after we've heard from Joe Bradley, who's got the McLaren in again.
Yeah, Jeremy mentioned the confusion with the 70 McLaren. He's pulled into the pits, and it looks to me as though he's pulling straight back out. No, now he peels off. He's way down towards pit out. Has he taken a penalty there, John? You might be able to see that.
Yes, he has,
Joe. He's gone way
Joe.
past his box, yeah.
He's going to pull into the penalty box, run the red light at the pit exit, stop plus 60. Good deduction, Mr. Bradley. How did you not make detective? I have no clue about that.
I did.
He says very
okay,
quietly.
good. That explains then why.
Yeah.
So I wasn't wrong. Okay,
Yeah.
good. I wondered how it managed to do that. So that's a shame for that team. That's the car that won last year's Michelin Endurance Cup. And with super place coming into the. Do you want to look through the
that'd be
points
good.
that unofficially after the 18-hour mark in GTP? The Meyer Shank race with Kerbag Janet's number 60 car, they were ahead at the 12 and 18-hour marks. They've got 13 points to the 10 apiece for both number 10 and the number 31. The number 10 car is currently 1 lap down. Number 31 car is quite a long way. It's 14 laps down, but still not looking good for them. So it's looking really good for Meyer Shank Racing at the moment.
And there are more points at the end of the race, of
There are
course.
more points at the end of the race, but they can't now be overtaken.
Right. So they were leading the Michelin Endurance Cup.
At worst, joint leading it.
Right.
And most likely leading it. In LMP2, having been out in front at the 18-hour mark, TDS Racing car number 35 now has 11 points to the 9 points of the TDS number 11, which is out. The PR1 Matheson Motorsports number 52, which is currently 3rd, and the number 55 Proton competition car, which is currently in the 5th position. So game's still on there very much in LMP2. In LMP3, Sean Creech Motorsports has 14 points after the 18-hour mark. They were out front at halfway and at 18 hours. They got 14 to the 10 for the AWA car number 17. That's the car that leads at the moment and is running away with it. But even if they go on to win the race, Sean Creech Motorsport will have more points at the end of this event and will lead the points table in LMP3. In GTD Pro, a 1-point advantage at the moment in favour of number 79 Mercedes over the Harter Racing Team Aston Martin car number 23. That's the car though that has had some problems, has dropped way back. So that bodes well for the WeatherTech Racing car number 79. 13 points to 12 they lead. And should be able to maintain that advantage to the end of the race. In manufacturers, it's 13 for Mercedes and 12 to Aston Martin. Finally, in GTD, the other Harter Racing team, car number 27, they were out front at the 6-hour mark and the 18-hour mark, will have 13 points to the 11 of the Korthoff Motorsports Mercedes car number 32. That's also had some problems. So the Aston team looking good there. The manufacturers in GTD are currently tied, Aston Martin and Mercedes, on 13 points each.
Great scrap going on at the head of GTD Pro. Ben Parnicut with Tommy Milner, and then Ben Parnicut in second, rather. So we do that again, sorry. Ben Parnicut leads from Maro Engel and then Tommy Milner. Right, let's kick my brain back into gear here. Top three are absolutely together after that start. Quick note from a number of people overnight, and Joe, you saw this happen, I think. The Whelen Cadillac had broken gearbox mounting studs, and therefore a new gearbox was offered to the car with a full module of rear suspension. A couple of people saying it's very reminiscent of the old Audi R8 having the rear end replaced as a sort of a routine service. Now that was outlawed in ACO racing at that time. Now, do we know if the GTP cars are going to be allowed to do that when they race in the WEC? Will they be allowed to replace that full gearbox and rear end, or will they have to find another way around it and just replace the gearbox internals? I suspect you don't know the answer to that, but it's an interesting question.
Well, I think I know some people who might be able to answer that. We've got people here from the Cadillac WEC program. Our good mate Simon Herring is one of the Cadillac team members, and while I'm on about Simon Herring being here, a big shout out to his wife Jane, who's watching and listening and has been all night back home in France, and his mum Anne, who's listening in Payton. I'll go and ask that question, but the WEC rules, you have to finish the race with the gearbox casing that you start with.
Well, that's how it used to be. I don't know, and that's the question. We need to find out if that has been changed. Well, for those of you that don't know what we're talking about.
Well, the Cadillac is certainly a different design to the Audi R8, because we just basically, with the Audi R8, it was everything back from the back of the engine where
Correct.
the clutch is. Everything just was sort of unbolted and stepped away, including the under tray, including all the bodywork, including everything. Whereas the Cadillac, that had to, they had to detach the gearbox, and it took a long, long time to do that. If it was a gearbox stud, unless it's broken the casing around the stud, which I wasn't sure when I left last night, simply, John, I'll go and ask.
Okay. For those that don't know what we're talking about, Audi in the early 2000s programmed in maintenance to change the gearbox on their Le Mans prototype cars at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, much the same as you would change your brake discs and pads and rotors. And therefore they devised a quick change system that had dry brake fluid lines and the minimum amount of fixings, and it was something ridiculous, like less than 8 minutes from pit in to pit out to do the full replacement. What they did was change the whole rear end with the suspension, obviously with the settings the same, and as Joe said, with all the accoutrement around it. Now that was outlawed back in the mid 2000s, and the law came in, the regulation came in that you had to finish with the with various parts of the car intact. You could change the internals of the gearbox, but the gearbox casing, and there was various other things. You can't swap an engine, for example. Now this is Le Mans rules we were talking about at that point, so that's what we're going to try and clarify here.
Are you talking? Is that what you're talking about now, Le Mans rules or IMSA rules?
Well, that's what we're going to try and find out, if there is a difference between the two.
I think there is. I think in IMSA, if you can finish the race, you finish the race.
So the question that was posed was, will the Cadillac that runs in WEC be able to do that rear end change and full gearbox change as happened here?
Got it.
And that's the question we're trying to find the answer to. And just sort of filling in a bit of the history as to why that was outlawed in the ACO regulations. There's always been a very high price put on, very high store put on finishing the race without outside assistance at Le Mans.
Well, yes.
It is, I think now, if it isn't the last one, it must be close to the last one, where you've got to be running at the end of an endurance race. And there's a certain amount of time that you've got to do the last lap. If you get any outside assistance to get you back to the pits, that's instant disqualification. If the driver gets out and goes more than 5 meters away, that's classed as abandonné. Driver's left the car, that's it.
Yeah.
And that's why Le Mans is a bit different, and that's why you know, people do get their cars put back together and rule them out. You've also got to complete a certain amount of distance of your race and class leader to be classified, so you can finish the race and then end up not being classified on the results, even if you do get an ailing car to a checkered flag. And plus, I think it's 18 hours. Anybody who hasn't completed 70% of the race leader at that point is politely asked to park the car and start packing up. It's a tough old game at Le Mans, and that does make it a little bit different. So that's what we're going to try and find out for you. 2.25 hours to go in what has been a quality 61st running of the Rolex 24 Daytona, and still Simon Pagenaud leads by 1.5 seconds from Sebastian Bourdais, and Earl Bamber just another 6 seconds, 5.5 seconds further back.
Yeah, it lost a bit of time the last few laps as Earl Bamber in that third position car. Meanwhile, in LMP2, again, a fabulous battle going on. The top 4 cars covered by 2.5 seconds. The number 88 car, young Frenchman Mathieu Vazivière, just had his car's best lap of the race, a 1 minute 40.104. And his next lap was a 1 minute 40.2, so only 1/10 of a second off. That's pretty stout running. Esteban Gutierrez chases him in the number 04 car. It's the 88 car is leading the way at the moment, and looking really quite good there. That's the AF Corsa entry, excuse me, and then the crowd strike by APR Racing, Algarve Pro Racing, is in second place. The PR1 Matheson Motorsports car is lurking right there in third position. Another young Frenchman, Paul-Luc Chatin, in third place, and Job van Uitert in the number 35 car for TDS Racing in fourth, again right there.
I really hope we don't lose LMP2. There's no plans for a replacement at the moment, and there's no reason why these cars' homologation eligibility can't be extended into the future. It's an important stepping stone and an important standalone class, ironically, particularly for Le Mans, where there are plenty of non-pro drivers who have come up through GTs. They don't want to drive any GT3 cars anymore. They want to drive a prototype, and they're probably not going to have the finances to do a GTP, so LMP2 is the right place for them. Let's just go back very quickly to that difference in rules. Joe Taylor says, I remember Dr. Ulrich, Wolfgang Ulrich, who was the head of Audi Sport, getting very annoyed at Sebring in 2004 when they had to change a drive shaft seal on the Audi. And because of the difference in rules, the IMSA rules, they had to disassemble the whole rear end. And he said, this car wasn't designed to have it changed like that. We were just meant to change the rear end. Bradders, what's the situation? That rule, as far as I'm aware, is still in effect in the WEC about certain components needing to be on the car at the end of the race.
Yeah, that's correct. It's completely different rules regarding this. So in WEC and at Le Mans, we're going to see you basically have got to finish the race with the same gearbox casing. So what that means, if you have a gearbox issue, you have to take the gearbox off and dismantle it and dismantle the internals to fix the issue. And you've got to put the original one back on. What happened last night with the 31 Whelen Cadillac was that the mounting studs where the gearbox mounts the engine, that's what snapped. So it confused me. My initial assessment was correct, where if the gearbox, having had the stud break, there's then a chance of where the gearbox bolts to the engine, that could have damaged itself off, being flexing and stuff. in this case, it wasn't needed. So that spare gearbox that was wheeled in on a trolley wasn't actually used, and the original gearbox has gone back on. So if we were at Le Mans, they'd be fine.
Yeah.
However, this being IMSA, if they'd had to use the new gearbox, that's allowed. That's within the rules.
Michael Gisham, thank you, Michael, has sent me the regulation. I've been trying to find it. It's 22.2.1 car composition. For IMSA, the car must consist of the homologated body shell chassis monocoque unit and the homologated engine block or crankshaft case. During the race, it is prohibited to change the engine block, brackets, crankshaft case, the chassis or monocoque structure. There you are. So you cannot change the engine or the chassis during the race. So there we are. We have the answer. It is different, and so although we didn't get the rear end changed on that Cadillac, it wouldn't be allowed. Now, in fairness, as Joe Bradley knows very well, once Audi got banned from doing that, they redesigned the gearbox so that there was about 2 fastenings on the back of the differential in the gearbox, and they could slide the gearbox internals out on what's called a cassette, which they could do in about 30 seconds. Then they could put a new one in, which I think was probably even quicker than taking the rear end off, to be honest. The whole shebang doing the rear end was extraordinary. Literally fewer than 8 minutes from pit in to pit out. The actual thing itself, when it was in the garage, was something like 6.5 minutes. It's quite extraordinary. Not allowed anymore that in WEC, although it would be here, as we know now, in IMSA. Coming down to 2 hours and 8 minutes to go. Shea Adam has rejoined us in the pit lane. Good morning, Shea.
Hello.
Hello.
Figured that's what you were going for. Which end would you like me on, John? I know that Joe Bradley is out here as well. Pit in or pit out?
Joe, where are you? I've got you, Michael. I've lost you.
I'm at pit in GTP land.
Alrighty, I will go to pit out.
Thank you, Shea. Expecting some interviews as we come through. We've leaned the field out a little bit, but not by any stretch of the imagination, perhaps as much as some people thought. The Nick Tandy car, the number 6 Porsche, is dropping gently down the timing and scoring at the moment. I doubt we'll see that car back. I may be wrong. It may not have been as terminal as engine problem. If it was just if it was a turbo oil seal or something like that, and that's where the white smoke was coming from, then maybe they'll swap the turbo unit and got it back out, Jeremy.
Yeah, and over the last 4 or 5 laps, that has been overhauled in terms of laps completed by, first of all, number 31 car of Jack Aitken, currently driving the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac at the moment, so up into 5th position and up into 6th now. 4 laps ago now is the BMW M Hybrid V8, car number 24, currently driven by Colton Herter. That car's running nicely as well. It's 17 laps off the pace. They had some problems earlier this morning, but it's running okay now. In LMP2, Vazivier has just gone faster again, 39.894, so a series of really quick laps there from the Frenchman, and he's managed to extend his lead over Esteban de Gutierrez to 1.8 seconds. Actually, Chatin has just moved up into 2nd position, just ahead of Gutierrez. So it's number 52 PR1 Matheson car up into 2nd place, still 1.7 seconds behind the leader. Then Gutierrez, and then Job Neutert in the number 35 TDS car. So again, really tight battle in LMP2. In GTD Pro, a couple of laps ago, the number 14 car, driven by Ben Barnicoat, managed to sneak past Mauro Engel in the Mercedes. So it's now the Lexus that leads in GTD Pro. He's about 6 seconds though behind the Aston Martin of Roman De Angelis, who's leading the non-pro category and ahead of all the pros as well. Really good effort here by Roman in that harder racing Aston Martin car number 27. It's about 6.5 seconds clear of Barnicoat in the Lexus, then Engel in the Mercedes. Tommy Milner right there as well, despite the fact he was bleating yesterday, didn't have a competitive car. He has got a competitive car, and it's been there all the way through the race. He didn't have a particularly good first stint because he was he had traffic, he said, all the way through it, and he just didn't really enjoy it. But I think he's probably enjoying things a little bit more now, and it is Tommy Milner who drives that, the number 3 Corvette in third place in GTD Pro. Also right behind him are the two non-pro entries, number 57 Winward Racing Mercedes, that's second in regular GTD, and Nicky Thiem in the Magnus Racing Aston Martin, car number 44. He's hanging right there as well.
Porsche have just been through the media centre on the other side of the track from us here on floor 5, and they are claiming gearbox issues for that Nick Tandy car. So maybe that was gearbox oil that was being thrown out the back. Couple of cars have struggled with gearbox oil seals, all using the same box, of course. I am sure we will hear in the next couple of weeks on the debrief. All the manufacturers of the spec parts will be going through. It's a learning experience for them as well. Marco Sorensen has just got out of his GT Daytona Charger, and Joe Bradley's caught up with him.
Not quite. Marco's just kind of waking up, and I thought I'd help with the waking up process, Mark. We've just been discussing how much we hate these long nights.
Yeah, it's been a very long night. We did quite some stints, me, Roman, and Darren, throughout the night. So it's not much sleep, but you know, the stuff that's on the line is worth staying up for. So we're in the game right now. The car has been basically fantastic throughout the race. We had a small issue where I had to do a power cycle out on the track, which I have to say that scared the living shit out of me. But now we're back in the game, and I hope it stays green. But it's America, so it's most likely not going to stay green. So it's going to be a long fight.
Thank you, Mark. I'll leave you to wake up. I'm sorry for the expletive there, everybody.
Thank you, Joe.
He has just woke up, in fairness.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. Down in the pit lane.
Yeah, and
sleepy Marco Sorensen.
Yeah, Marco Sorensen. He has set the fastest lap in that car, which I think is the fastest lap in GTD. Yes, he has a 1:46.078. The fastest overall lap in GTD is a pro entry of Mauro Engel, number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes. He's done a 1:45.541. The lap record, by the way, in GTD was 1:44 back in the day. Back in 2019, Marcos Gomez has the lap record in GTD in a Ferrari, 1:44.541. That's interesting, because we saw some really quick lap times. The GTD cars, I think, have been sort of increased in pace a little bit this year, but still, it's been a fabulous race, and there's going to be a real shootout amongst those top. How is it now? It's 10 cars, including both the pros and non-pros. There's 6 non-pros and 4 pro entries that are still on the lead lap in GTD in total. Fabulous stuff. Simon Pagenaud is still not able to extend his lead much. He's only 1.6 seconds over Sebastian Bourdais in the 01 Cadillac Racing entry. His teammate Earl Bamber, though, he's just slipped back. Yeah, just slipping back by the odd 10th here and there, 6.8 seconds behind his teammate in third place.
Question from Alex Salmon. Probably not that one. Acura seems to be pretty slippery on the straights in terms of aero. The team's locked in the same way the homologation of the hypercars are in WEC as their development room on the bodywork. These cars were homologated in October and November here in the US, and that's now locked in for, I think it's 3 years, and I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty certain it's 3 years. The cars, when they go to compete in the WEC, have to go through a WEC BOP test with the homologation that they bring with them. They'll go to the Hinwil wind tunnel, the Audi Sauber wind tunnel, and then they will be balanced against the cars in the WEC. Similarly, if any WEC prototypes come across here, WEC regulation prototypes, the hypercars come into IMSA competition, it would have to go through the wind shear wind tunnel to get a baseline specification and all the data. There are 4 cornerstones of performance: engine, fuel consumption, aero, and the hybrid power. And that all has to be run through by the series that it's going to play in. And that in fact, that's the same that has already happened. So if a hypercar came over here, it would just go through the same process that all of these GTPs have already gone through to get their homologation. And similarly, any of the manufacturers with GTP LMDH cars would go through the same process with the WEC as the Ferrari, the Peugeot, and the Toyota GR10 have already gone through to get their WEC homologation. Hope I'm making sense with that. It's a long way into the race. Shea Adams out in the pit lane.
It is a long way into the race, John, and we are seeing the effects of that on race cars. If you think that this race is over, far from it. The number 19 Iron Lynx Lamborghini just came down the pit lane because, well, the driver reported, I have no power steering. They have 4 canisters of CHF 202, which is power steering fluid, ready to pour in. Unfortunately, in order to get to that entry point, they have to move the brake fluid canister, which is now leaking all over, not the engine bay, but the front area of the car that we've determined it's still a bonnet or a hood that they have to pull off, but they are going to make a mess of this area. A lot of white towels out and prepared for Iron Lynx. And if you think that other cars are okay too, well, we haven't seen a lot of brake changes yet for a lot of the GT3 competitors, and the Ferrari of Triarci has just put 1 new brake disc up on the wall. Clearly they're feeling a bit of brake fade.
Yeah, not great to get this far through and then have to do it, but if you've got to do it, you have got to do it. Thank you, Shea. And really great battles out on the circuit. And we've just gone through another race hour, so let's quickly run through our official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty in race update. So with just 2 hours to go, Simon Pagenaud leads by 3.3 seconds in the number 60 Acura, which does seem to have had the measure of this race, despite perhaps a couple of problems. And it's held at bay for the moment, the 2 Cadillac racing cars. These are the VLMDH of Sebastian Bourdais and Earl Bamber behind the wheel, 0-1 from 0-2. They are 3 and 8 seconds behind the leader respectively, and that's your 3 cars in GTP on the lead lap. Earl Bamber some 5 seconds behind his teammate. Philippe Albuquerque now driving the second of the Acuras. That's the Connington Minolta number 10 car, and that car is ahead of Jack Aiken by 13 laps. Some big gaps opening up here as we've just had the TGM Aston Martin off, and
he's got a problem, I think. Oh,
right, left rear puncture.
Yeah,
left rear puncture. This is turn 6 coming back onto the high banks, and it's Matt Plum driving that car, showing the scars of battle. Remember, it's not rained here, but the cars are absolutely filthy with all of the fluid and mist and gearbox oil and engine oil and everything that the GTPs have been throwing out. Not so pure. Full course yellow. Let me quickly finish this rundown then. In LMP2, it's Mathieu Vaxvier, the number 88 AF Corsa that leads. We're going into another safety car situation. Duquesne, Nico Varon, and the number 17 LMP3 car from AWA leads their class by a margin. And in GTD, still those battles going on between the GTD and GTD Pro cars by my reckoning, I think everybody who's at the sharp end of the field have got through their AM drivers, the 4.5 hours. So it is a battle to the finish that's headed at the moment by a standard GTD car. That's the Vantage GT, Roman De Angelis in the Aston, number 27 of Heart of Racing. From the best of the GTD Pro cars, the Lexus RCF GT3, Ben Barnicat in the 14. 1 hour 54 minutes to go. The leaders completed 729 laps. We're back under the control of the safety car, and that is your in-race update with the official coolant of IMSA. Stay frosty from VP Racing Fuels, and for details about all VP Racing Fuel products for your car, for your small engines, and to make sure that everything goes as well as it should, go to the website at VP Racing Fuels. One more to go of our in-race updates, and that will be in just under an hour's time. So inside the last couple of hours now, people will certainly be back timing now to see if they can get through with just one more pit stop. Joe Bradley is down in the pit lane, and Owen Trinkler from the 64 car, which has brought out this full course yellow. Looked like a left rear problem to me, either a puncture or maybe the wheel coming off the hub, Joe.
Owen, what do you know about that then?
Yeah, I mean, just from what I hear on the radio that Matt got hit by another prototype out there. That's the second time that's happened for us. I'm not sure what corner it was, but that's what happened to us at 3 a.m. So sometimes those guys get a little too aggressive, and that's the same corner to the left rear that we had an issue with last night with Hugh, and took us out of contention, for a podium here. But can't thank everybody at Team TGM and TF Sport, Tom Ferry. These guys have been awesome. They got that repair done less than an hour. Last night we were back on track, and the car's running competitive time, so we'll kind of see what the situation is. We want to get Ted in for the end and take it.
It looked more like it looked more than a puncture, so the guys would be getting ready to receive the car in the paddock, I would think.
Yeah, they'll probably take it back to the garage. I mean, yeah, it's definitely not a puncture. It's something like maybe it ripped the axle out of the rear end there or something, but it's disappointing a little bit. We've had a fast car. I guess IMSA Speed Week's here. It's been fun, and maybe we'll get to come back and do it again next year.
Am I right in thinking you had a rear hub failure last night as well?
Yeah, that's why we got hit by a prototype last night too. Yeah, so
this is twice.
This is twice. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know which car it is. IMSA said they didn't have it on video, so it's just the way it goes. The highs and lows of this 24-hour race is. You love it and hate it at the same time, but we'll be back next year, and we'll go try to get Ted on the podium.
Into the final 2 hours, a bit of bad luck here, Owen, but on reflection, you're working with the world champions here, TF Sport. As a driver, what have you gleaned from that?
I've enjoyed working with them. Jono, the engineer, and everybody here. They're so professional, and I just can't thank Ted enough that he partnered with TF and Tom Ferrier, and I've learned a lot the last couple of weeks. It's the first time I've ever been in the Aston Martin GT3 car, and I think we showed some people that we were here, and unfortunately we're not going to get the finish that I think these guys deserve, but this is the one big race these guys haven't won at TF, and I think we'll be back next year with them and try to do it again.
Well, the challenge is getting to the flag, Owen. I'm sure you guys will still fix it and get it there. Thank you.
Man from Nashville, Owen Trinkler. Yeah, not been the run that they want. A couple of people asking if there's been any more retirements. We've now got the 95 BMW M4 GT3 as an official retirement from Turner Motorsport. The others, the Era Motorsport number 18. We had the guys on from that in the middle of the night. Kyle Tilley was very upset about that. They were on a good run as well. Dakota Dickerson was the last driver of the number 36 at Ligier, the Andretti Autosport car, which had been at the sharp end of their class all week as well. That has been officially retired from LMP3. We've still got the 43 not shown as an official retirement from MRS GT, but we haven't seen that for a long time. Lamborghini Huracan, that was the Jaden Conwright NTE number 42. That car is officially retired. The Ferrari number 62 of Risi, James Collado, last in that car. That car is out. The number 11 Orica TDS car, the front-running LMP2 machine. That car went a long time ago, as did the Sun Energy One number 75 car, with Fabian Schiller bringing that car back to retirement. And the first 2 retirements we saw was the number 74 Ligier, excuse me, from GT3. That's the 74 Ranch Resort Riley car, and first out was the Ferrari 296 GT3, the blue and chrome Chete La Racing car. So those are your official retirements. There's a few cars missing, but not yet fully retired, or at least not yet notified as retired. High Class Racing number 20. Matt Plum is stopped at the moment. They'll try and get that going again, that 43 that we mentioned as well from the MRS-GT racing team. As we get the news, we'll let you know about that. If you want to get in touch with us, it's at IMSA Radio, coming down to just under 100 minutes to go. Porsche keys to the pit race, get to the dusk, the midnight, the dawn. Well, now it's coming to midday, and inside the last hour and 20 minutes of that. Adapt to survive. We've seen that kind of attitude up and down the pit lane, not just from the new cars at the front of the field in GTP, working the cautions. Some teams have done that better than others, and for some of them, they've not quite fallen the way they wanted to. The tyres, particularly during the 7 last night to 8 AM this morning, that was really interesting to see the teams working their way through the new for 2023 and just for this race. Low temperature tyres, the slick LTs, low temperature tyres, and of course the driver time. The driver time, well, that's been worked very well, especially in GTD, with many teams getting their 4.5 hours in by their bronze drivers early on. Pit stops to start. What have we got? 110 minutes, and we might get you away with one more stop. Joe Bradley's got the leader.
Yeah, we've got a driver change as well as tyres and fuel, and as ever, the fuel is the element that takes the longest there. The number 60 Meishan car already on the move. The 2 Cadillacs behind me, 01, 02. They're just coming to the end of their stops. The 02 moves off, just waiting for the 01 now. The fueling stopped and off it's gone.
In the rest of the prototype world, we have the P2 leader in the A, of course, number 88, Matthew Vaxier brought it in. He will be taking it up, but with 4 new Michelin tires. As far as the LMP3 leader is concerned, well, AWA number 17 coming in the pit lane as the LMP3 leader did not get joined by any of its cohorts, but that doesn't matter because it has so many laps on everybody else, and I think that was a driver change a little bit further up, but John, you're gonna have to tell me who it was because it was a bright and colorful helmet that I did not recognize.
See as they go out. Thank you, Shay. What car was that you were looking for? Oh, sorry, I've just faded you down so you can't talk to me.
The 17.
All right, okay. Thank you. I'll keep an eye on that. It was brought in by Nico Varon, leading the LMP3 category. Let's see who takes it out in a moment or two's time. He's just about to go through the RFID reader for the Michelin tyres. Tandy, I don't think we're going to see that car working on the gearbox. And it was Wayne Boyd, Shane. That's one to add to your notes that took over the number 17. Jeremy Shaw. Jeremy?
Sorry, the number 17 car is 14 laps, I think, ahead of the second place car in LMP3. Pretty much everybody else has had some sort of problems or another. The number 33 car is in second place still. That's the Sean Creech Motorsports car that had the gearbox problem earlier this morning. But it's only 2 laps ahead of the Performance Tech entry, car number 38. So both of those two cars stayed out. They were hoping one to gain a lap on the other. Well, that hasn't happened because they both had the same idea, but they're running second and third in LMP2.
Has Philippe Albuquerque got back on the lead lap?
Yes, you put your hand up.
Yeah.
So the number 10 car did not pit, and therefore will regain a lap, and then he'll get away from and come in and top off with fuel. But I reckon now this full course caution is going to go on for another 5 minutes or so. I think everybody else all the GTP cars, even if there are no full course cautions from here to the end, should just about be able to make it. It'll be fairly tight, but I think they should be able to make it. They can do about 50 minutes on a tank of fuel, or up to 50, 51 minutes.
So at the moment, they've all come out with about 105 minutes to go,
right,
but under caution.
But under caution, we're going to have at least another couple of laps, probably 3 laps. So as I say, it'll be pretty tight.
A spin behind the safety car for the 25 BMW prototype. This is the car that had all the issues early on, and he's still on the second page of timing. He's never got back off the second page of timing. Connor De Filippi in that car. He's down on the apron, coming back slowly. This might be slightly more serious than just getting on the throttle.
Whoops.
A little bit. Wow, really odd coming out of the turn 7 Le Mans chicane. I wonder if something broke there as he snapped sideways. That'll come back into the pit lane, down on the apron. Here come the leaders. Joe Bradley has GTD Pro. What have you got, Joe?
I've got 2 Lexus, the number 14, the number 12, and I've also got the 93 Acura. The 93 Acura has changed drivers. I'm pretty sure I saw driver change on the number 12. Not sure about the 14. It's quite frantic here, as you imagine.
There's a bit of damage to the front of the windward, number 57, as Indy Doncha brought it in. Grill broken on the front left of that car, and it was Phil Ellis installed behind the wheel to take it to the checkered flag. Further up, we also had Magnus Racing in fuel and tires there too. Didn't see if they did a driver change, so John, you'll have to be heads up to see if it's still Nicky Team behind the wheel as he crosses the pit exit.
Thank you, Shea. And Joe down in the pit lane.
And thanks to Kevin Diamond at Vassar Sullivan Racing, it was Aaron Tielitz getting into number 12 car. That's the GTD non-pro car, currently running 4th in that class. And Jack Hawksworth taking over from Ben Barnicat in the number 14 Vassar Sullivan Lexus. That car leads GTD Pro, or did when it came into the pit lane. All of the cars on the lead lap came in. The cars that were 1 lap down, which was the number 70 Inception Racing McLaren that had the penalty after the previous full course caution, and the number 66 Gradient Racing Acura did not pit, were 1 lap down, will now be back on the lead lap again. Also not pitting there is Lawrence Vantor in the Pfaff Motorsports Porsche. Again, so he is going to gain 1 lap back. He's going to be only 1 lap down to the rest. The Porsches have not really been on the front running pace. They've been probably at least a second and a half, maybe 2 seconds off the pace here. But Pfaff Motorsports, as ever, have done a stellar job in terms of your was it the BDO?
The BDO no strategy.
That's been a great strategy.
That's my nomination.
I'm not going to disagree.
The 9 car with that. And that strategy started early in the week when they knew they weren't going to get a restricted change. So that's not just in the race. That's been tactics. Joe Bradley, Connor De Filippi, having spun the 25 car, then stopped before he got the pit lane. He has respectfully come to see you now.
Yeah, he has. He's got it away. He's obviously Control-Alt-Delete, and he's made it to the his pit box. But I tell you what, we thought this was going to prolong this yellow period even more, because the car just absolutely crawled into the pit lane, and then it looked like he was going to try and get it behind the wall. It just came to a stop. So that's when he went to Control-Alt-Delete. He's got it away, and he's visited the pit box for a bit of a splash. Now he's back out on track.
All change in LMP2. Number 35 car came in the order coming into the pits was 88, 52, 35 and 04. Leaving the pits, number 35 car has vaulted from 3rd place into the lead. That's Job van Uytert, the Dutchman in the number 35 TDS Racing entry. Matthew Vazivier in the second is now running in 2nd position. That car was leading. That is the AF Corsa entry. And in 3rd place is the 52 car, and number 04 car is in 3rd place. Then the number 52, which lost a couple of positions in that exchange, and also now back on the lead lap is a Proton competition car number 55. So we've now got 5 cars on the lead lap in LMP2.
That LMP2 battle has been absolutely stunning. The Iron Lynx car, which had fuel problems earlier on, has that car got back out? This is the number 83 Lamborghini we are talking about. Yes, it has. Michel Gatting behind the wheel of that car. So that's Emily Morell who was asking that on at IMSA Radio. Here comes the... Oh, Joe's got a couple of prototypes that I wasn't expecting to see, including the Konica Minolta
Yeah,
Acura.
that's right. It's got the wave around.
It's
yeah,
got the wave around, yeah.
Yep.
Joe Bradley?
Where John, he's just taken on fuel in a fresh set of tyres. Also the Wheel and Engineering Cadillac, that's chose to pit. And then further up, I see the 23 Aston. So again, everybody, there's a variation on how they're addressing the pit stops during these cautions, isn't it? You've got people who are staying out there and claiming a bit of real estate.
Pit exit light is, oh, I can't see it. It's green, it is green. And, oh, there's a fire in the pit lane, about 3/4 of the way down. Oh, it's the Gradient car. It is the Gradient car. They've been having a great run. They've just got, on the previous full course yellow, they got their lap back. Finally, a yellow fell for them. The car has been sent. So that was either extinguishing. That must have been extinguishing from external to the car then, so a quick squirt on something that was a little bit too hot on that number 66 JG Wentworth machine. So the good news is that car is out. It was white extinguishing that I could see more than smoke, although I suspect if one of our pit lane reporters wanders down there, there'll be a little acrid smell. Shea Adam is moving down to that area of the pit lane.
Bravely, yeah, it smells bad.
Bravely. Bold, brave Sir Robin. Shea Adam down there without the clippity-cloppity. Out goes the number 7 Porsche 963. Let's see if we can get a word with the man who is looking after a couple of Cadillacs. We're going to send Joe Bradley down to the Cadillac Racing pit. Stealthily have made their way up, have led the race, and the 02 and the 01 Cadillac have switched around actually since the last time I looked at them. Earl Bamber is ahead now of Renger van der Zande. Was that in the pit stop or did that happen on the track?
No, it was during the pit stops.
That's during the pit stops.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hear from the man with his name above the door. It's Chip Ganassi.
Chip, this new GTP era has started in a kind of a good old-fashioned race of attrition way. We expected that, though, didn't we?
Well, I think it's come down to a typical 24 hours at Daytona finish here. There are still 4 or 5 cars in it that anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. People have addressed issues throughout the day, throughout the night. So it's still, it's still all there for the taking. What issues have you guys been presented with?
Well, only every issue that happens during a season happens in about 24 hours here.
It's all a learning process at this stage, though, surely.
The good news is it's a great formula and a lot of excitement, a lot of interest, a lot of fans here this weekend, probably a record crowd here at Daytona. So it pumps everybody up a little bit in the teams to see all that.
You've got other members of the team here from your World Endurance Championship team who are just sort of getting a feel for how the cars behave, etc. That's obviously,
Well, we're getting ready for Sebring, in another month, and then the O2 car will be turned over to the WEC team, and they're going to be based in Stuttgart. And we're gonna have a car here in IMSA and a car in WEC over in Europe. So they'll come together at Le Mans and a few others.
Are you looking towards getting that extra entry for Le Mans?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Have you been told you are?
As far as I know, yes.
All right. Okay.
Entries aren't my department.
You heard it here first. Thank you for talking to us, Chip. I take it, this race, you've had so much experience here. It's a very typical Daytona 24 hours, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine Legg, that was a scary moment for the Acura Gradient Racing. Thankfully, it was able to get back going again. What was the issue?
Really not sure. Obviously, fire is the scariest thing that you can have in racing. But the guys are awesome, and they were there with the extinguisher and were able to get it out, and nobody was hurt, luckily. But yeah, testament to how strong the crew are.
Is it going to be Mario until the end? I see you're still wearing your fire suit.
So we weren't sure on drive time, you know, the 4 and any 6. We're both on the cusp, but I think we worked it out to be okay. So we have the helmet blower's not working. We don't have a drinks bottle in the car. So
wait a minute, and you want to get back in?
Well, I mean, I would, but I think he's going to be fine because the adrenaline will be going and it will kick in. It's just a 24, you know, you get put through the ringer.
Making it to the checker, that's going to be a victory for this team and for you and Sheena in your first race together?
Absolutely. I mean, this all came together so late. The crew haven't had a minute to themselves, you know, like they were busy on the run up to this. And so they're already frazzled and I can't wait for them to get some rest. And, you know, Sheena's first race, she did an awesome job. She did exactly what was written on the box, you know, like she was cautious but fast. She worked on her out laps, and I think it was invaluable experience for her, and we were all very proud of her. I mean, she did a couple of doubles pretty much straight off the bat, so we wore her out, and she proved that she can do it, and she's big enough and strong enough to hang with the boys, so I can't wait to get going with her.
Every point in this championship counts, and Kat and Sheena are already thinking about that. We're back to green flag.
We are indeed, Chair. Another endurance race coming next up as we continue the 36 hours of Florida. Before that, next weekend, you'll be able to follow the 12 hours of Bathurst on the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. I think we've now ascertained the 3 drivers are going to do the triple, and 13 are going down over the next couple of days from here at Daytona. Pretty decent getaway from Tom Blomqvist. Remember what he did at the start of the race. He's got 90 minutes to defend. You know, pole sitter going towards the end of the race, and then nothing's happened at the front, just sitting out there. That is not the truth. 79 WeatherTech car getting bumped off the track at the kink. That's the car that was sitting at the sharp end of GTD Pro. Second place across the line, Maro Engel, losing a couple of positions to other GT cars, including Philip Ellis, and I think Antonio Garcia went through as well. Yes, he did.
Well, it was number 3 car that lost out most, because coming up to the restart, I thought that car was in second position behind the number 27 car. So the 14 has moved ahead of all of it. It's made a big jump at the start. Number 14, Jack Hawksworth at the wheel. Restart is under review. So a big shuffle around there.
In second in GTD Pro, yes, absolutely right. Sean Creech Motorsports, wheel rotation while elevated. That's a drive-through for the 33, at least to their worries. And now we've got the 52 of James Allen. PR1 Matheson Motorsport car has gone around the winds-coloured machine. Cold tyres again. Oh, dear me. Now, can James get that car restarted? He's pushing buttons. Oh, it's, sorry, Nico Lapierre behind the wheel. Yeah. Again, I'm reading one line down. My apologies, with the sunshine coming into the box, which is very pleasant. So Ben Keating's chance of winning another Rolex, I think, disappearing here, as that car is flatly refusing to refire for Nico Lapierre. Just on the exit of the International Horseshoe to the inside to driver's right. Leader crosses the line. Tom Blomqvist has pulled out over a second on the 2 Cadillacs. And full course yellow. Well, this is good news for the GTPs in some way, Jeremy, because this will certainly give us the window of opportunity for these cars to just make one more fuel stop. I mean, the bad news for everybody else is not only that Acura are very quick, it is also relatively frugal. We have seen it do a genuine 31 lap stint earlier on in the race, full green flag.
Yeah, this will definitely be a relief. It would have been it was going to be awfully tight if it was green all the way from that restart with 1 minute 34 minutes to go, and having already done 5 laps under caution. And there was one of the unknowns coming to this race for the GTP teams was how was their fuel consumption under yellow. They would use more regular fuel than they would electrical energy, but everything counts towards the energy allotment that they are permitted to use during any particular stint. So there was a big question mark about that one. But this I think should alleviate any of those concerns, and I believe all of those top 4 cars which are on the lead lap will be able to get to the end from here. Last time around, by the way, which was their third lap of green, they were all very, very closely matched. 136.5 for the race leader, 136.7 for the second place car, 136.6 for the third place car, 136.7 for the fourth place car. So all within a tenth and a half in actual fact. And yeah, this is going to be a fun shootout between those guys. Real shame to lose that number 52 car from the LMP2 battle. We had 5 cars there, so we're down to 4 now because that car was already lost a lap. Where is it? Is he still out on the racetrack? Where is he? Turn 3, yeah, he's still there, so he's lost more than 1 lap, so that's going to pretty much take them out of contention. What a shame. A really good run once again for that PR1 Mathiasen Motorsports team, and they once again looking to try and win this Michelin Endurance Cup. Were well placed after the first 3 iterations of the points being awarded at 6 hours, 12 hours and 18 hours into the race.
Already the PR1 Mathiasen 52 car is under tow. It's a short yellow. The pits will not reopen. A couple of people, including Wicker Bill. Thank you, Wicker, and everybody else for being with us, particularly through the overnight sections. You've kept us going with your tweets. It's been great having the conversation with you, albeit with us here trackside and you either trackside on 107.9 or right across the world watching and listening. Particularly through our night shift with Johnny and Bruce, powered by Sacred Coffee. And a few people saying, makes me smile. All the talk of a new era in sports cars, all the new manufacturer coming. And here at the Rolex Daytona 24, we have a good old shootout between Cadillac and Acura again. Somewhat of a deja vu situation. Not arguing with that at all. Not arguing with it at all. By the way, the little flash fire down at Gradient, if you didn't catch that, that was a little splash of fuel on hot brake discs. And fairly spectacular, but it was dealt with very, very quickly indeed. We'll quickly split the prototypes to the front of the field.
Yeah, this is a short yellow, so turned because it was shortly after the previous full course caution. So we will not go through all the pit closed. Well, the pits are closed. We won't go through the pit opening procedures. So anybody who comes into the pits now is going to have to serve a penalty afterwards. So this should be literally a short yellow. And as soon as they can remove that number 52 car, which has now been done, we should be able to go back to green flag racing pretty quickly.
Richard P, which means he was at Daytona right now for the run to the flag. He says, I've got my responsible adult driving so I can watch the last 2 hours of the race. He's in Canada, and I can understand why he wants to have full concentration with the driver, driving through a little bit of snow there in Canada. Richard, you and your good lady, take it easy. Let us know which part you are going through. Shea wants to know. Shea, what can you tell us before we go back, Greg?
Well, this is a short yellow, but there is a change in the rules from a couple years ago, but they reiterated it again in the drivers' meeting. If you decide to pit off the back of this, you can. The pits are open as of now, and you may cheat all the way up to the first car in line, which is in effect the safety car, the first car being the first race car on the track. So you can actually gain a lot of track position by diving into the pits now, assuming that we would go back to yellow again there shortly, then you would have the advantage.
Yeah, very interesting. So anybody who does need a little extra.
Takes you longer to go.
Yes. Yeah.
Because you get stopped here in the pit exit, so you'll go to the back of the line if you come into the pits.
It won't. No one close enough, I think, at this stage to do their last stop. It would be fine if you could do your last stop like that and get it done.
Yeah, it's too early.
But it's too early for anybody here.
It is conceivable that somebody at the tail end of of the cars on the lead lap could come in, have a quick splash, and then get out again. But they kind of run the risk, if it goes green next time around, that you haven't caught up with the pack, so
Correct.
it could backfire. Yeah, Shea's point is a good one. The pits will be open, so
and in fact, the pits are open now. The pits closed light. Thank you to IMSA, by the way, for placing pits closed light right where we can see it from the 5th floor. Welcome back to Peter Mackay, ready to go green again. Still with, 4 cars on the lead lap here. 2 Acuras, 2 Cadillacs. Where's your money, Peter, right now?
An exciting finish.
Yeah.
That's a safe bet.
Yeah, safe. That is your each way bet, absolutely. That is no problem at all. Hello to Blur Fiend. Hello, Charles. Top of the grandstand just to our right. Couldn't have asked for better weather as we go back green for the last 1 hour and 24 minutes. Brilliant jump away by Tom Blomqvist. He's left everybody else in the wake, locking up the Michelin tyres. That's not going to do them any good. Down towards the International Horseshoe. The Cadillacs piling in there. Looked like Philippe Albuquerque got a very good restart, but wasn't quite able to deal with the Cadillac in front of him. So it's Acura Cadillac, the top 4, pulling away down to the west end of the infield section. Now let's see that number 60 Meyer Shank racing car, the XM Sirius Auto Nation machine. Let's see that pull away. It has awesome traction. There it goes. Does it again. You've got to say the Cadillac was in perfect position there, Earl Bamber in second, but could not get anywhere near the back of Tom Blomqvist when he hit the loud pedal coming out of turn 6, Peter.
No, definitely not. And you wonder if is the way that the Honda Performance Development in line with their teams, have they got the traction control just right? Have they got the hybrid deployment just right? Whatever it is, they've got this secret weapon on these restarts, and particularly driving off slow corners, which is such a useful skill because it's very much easier to defend there with that. And it's particularly been the number 60 car that's really seemed to have got it right. But don't write off Wayne Taylor Racing either. Car number 10, they've fought their way back tenaciously. They've done this before, been looking down and out with 3 or 4 hours to go, and all of a sudden coming into the last hour, they are right there in the fight.
Blomqvist then led across the line on the restart. We'll check the classes in a moment. And still looking for that Philippe Albuquerque.
Yeah, 1 position made up then. Can you get past Earl Bamber as well? That's the question that he would like to answer in the affirmative over the course of the next minute or so before these tyres get fully up to temperature. First flying lap there from the green flag, 1:38.0. Pretty good.
Turner BMW right in front of the leaders as they come down to enter the high banks. Now, will that slightly stymie the leader? Yes, it does.
Well, I'm not sure it did, John. It would have done in the past, but these GTP cars don't carry nearly so much mid-corner speed as they would have done in the past. So he had to slow down that car much more than he would have done. I think it probably didn't affect it.
Well, he's pulled out 10 cars lengths again. He got closed down on into the corner, but once again, it's like firing off a steam catapult on a deck of an aircraft carrier.
It's a Roadrunner button.
Meep.
See you later.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, quite remarkable.
The Acme button.
The Acme button.
Yeah, it would have to be, wouldn't it? Here they come again. Top 3 now, pulling away from the 01 Renger van der Zande Cadillac. That's the one with the yellow nose. Then the number 31 is next in line, but laps down, of course. 13 laps down. This is, I mean, this is literally a carbon copy of what we've seen from the starts and the restarts. A second, 1.1, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and then just hold at where you think it needs to be. Everybody else scrapping behind. In the classes, LMP2, brilliant race, LMP2.
Well,
really has.
I have to say I did not have any money on Nico Lapierre spinning. When I saw him go in the car, I thought, oh, here we go. That is the most uncharacteristic error I think you'll ever see from him. But at the front of the field, 3 cars, Matteo Vaxivier trying to chase down Job van Uitert. So TDS Racing lead from AF Corsa, 04 CrowdStrike Racing in there as well. LMP2 has been I have not been able to take my eyes off it the last 3 or 4 hours.
CrowdStrike by APR.
Yeah.
They will be very excited by this, the new venture to have George with the full company name on the side. GTD, Aston Martin, Hartner Racing, Marco Sorensen leads and is ahead of the 3 GTD Pro cars, Jeremy.
Yeah, you got past Jack Hawksworth there. It's not for the class position, but it is for the bragging rights in GTD. So Sorensen, the factory Aston Martin driver, in that Hartner Racing car number 27, he leads all of the GTD cars, just ahead of Jack Hawksworth, Antonio Garcia and Mauro Engel, other pro entries there right behind him, and then Philip Ellis and the rest of that pack. And I tell you what, Marvin Kirchhofer is moving up really quickly in that number 70 car now, up into 3rd place in GTD.
He's one of my drivers of the race, I think. Yeah. He has been absolutely outstanding. Really has. Hello, Dario Franchitti.
Oh, he's back.
He says that's not traction, it's pure grunt from that 6-0 car. Earl Bamber doing his best. Dario will be on the edge of his seat cheering for his old team, Chip Ganassi Racing. Meantime, in GTD Pro, Antonio Garcia has Mauro Engel looking at the back of his Corvette. Not quite right up the tailpipes as he goes down into turn 1, but he gains on him as the Corvette was slightly delayed going into the corner. The Lexus not able to get through the corner as quick as the cars following. So it's Aston, Lexus, Corvette, Mercedes-Benz. Now, 3 of those are Pro cars, but the one in the lead, the GTD Heart of Racing Machine, is an AM car. But it's not an AM car now. That's the class, but it's pro driver versus pro driver all the way through those top cars, exactly as we said it would be in the Porsche keys to the race 24 hours ago.
You've got 10 GTD cars on the lead lap. 10.
Yeah.
A bit disappointed with that, Jeremy, aren't we?
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly right. Yeah,
quite remarkable. And only 3 of them are pro cars.
Yes,
yeah, brilliant.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
A best lap of the race there for Renger van der Zande in number 01 car. He's running in the 4th position, but he's turning up the wick now on that 01 Cadillac. The bad news for him is he lost a place at that restart to Philip Albuquerque in a number 10 Acura.
That's a cracking battle.
And there's a best lap of the race also for Earl Bamber in the 02 Cadillac in 2nd position.
So what are we getting down to now, Jeremy, at the sharp end? What's that? Are we down to, anyone else got down to 35s?
No, we've still got just the 2 cars in the 35s, the 2 Acuras, I believe. No, I lie. Renger van der Zande has done a 35.9. That's one I just talked about, isn't it? Yeah, on the last lap. So that's the only other one. And then 36.000 is Conor De Filippi in the number 25, much delayed BMW.
But learning, that car's been sent out a couple of times. Michael is in Oakville, Ontario, who's been watching the stream for the last 6.5 hours. Well done to you, sir. 1 hour and 16 to go. I hope you've got enough battery or at least a charging cable.
Ooh, big move by Hawksworth there, pushing Garcia a little bit wide going into the International Horseshoe. This battle for GTD Pro is absolutely fierce as Mauro Engel now going to have a go at Garcia. Is slightly held up after that move from Hawksworth as they're absolutely side to side. Engel nearly.
Here comes the Whitman car as well. That's the 2nd place GTD car there at the western end of the infield. That's Philip Ellis behind the wheel there. What a story that would be. The Corvette back down the inside. Different classes, I know, but he's trying to get to the leader in class there, which is the yellow and black Lexus. There's a watch on the line in 2 different classes here amongst these 4 cars battling at the front of the GT categories. Marco Sorensen, what a lead he's managed to pull out in the context of this race. What's he got? 10, 15 cars lengths side by side. Amazing stuff when they were coming down to turn 1. And Sorensen then leading for Aston Martin. Antonio Garcia.
Oh, sells the fake.
Oh. They're just going back and forth, aren't they? All those guys there. I mean, so much fun.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Earl Bamber set a new personal best lap for the 02 car. That's the good news. The bad news is he lost 0.4 of a second to the race leader, Tom Blomqvist, who just turned a 1:35.787. That would be the second fastest lap of the race.
Remember, Earl Bamber has not won this race before.
Correct.
His teammate Richard Westbrook has in class with the Ford GT, and of course neither has Alex Lynn. He's only done the race a couple of times. So for Earl, you know, he's tried many times to win this Rolex 24 in the class, but to have a shot at the overall here, well, this is what he's dreamed about for a long time. He's won Le Mans twice overall, but here we are. It's down to this.
You can't fault him. He's just put the car as fast as lap of the race in. So
incredible.
You know,
he's throwing everything at it.
He's opened the fast draw.
Oh yeah.
And he's throwing everything out of there. Meantime, this GTD battle continues to entertain and enthrall. Sorensen, Hawksworth, Maro Engel, Phil Ellis. Do not count out that number 57 car. That car was in Texas on Friday, expecting to have a quiet weekend. As were some of the mechanics who had to jump on a plane, fly there, load it and drive it back here. And a phenomenal effort by that Windward team and some of the competitor Lamborghini Huracan team as well. I think it was the 63 team, wasn't it? Or was
42.
It the, 42.
NTE
it was the NTE, yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Who had their own thrashes.
Yeah, I mean, just brilliant stuff to get that car out and on the track and in with a chance of a watch for the Windward guys.
There's just so many brilliant stories in this race, aren't there? And by the way, forgive me if you've already heard this, but last time around, Earl Bamber just set his new personal best lap in the number 02 car, 1:36.052. The bad news is he lost another couple of tenths of a second to the race leader.
Just shows you how quick.
Brilliant consistency here from all the leaders. Tom Blomqvist, I mean, that's 3 consecutive laps in a 35s, a 36.05 before that. Superb.
Qualifying laps.
Yeah.
We've taken away the imperative to save fuel from anybody. What we now find out, how much pressure can Earl Bamber in the 02 Cadillac Racing VLMDH, the Chip Ganassi car. That's the blue fronted car. Actually the WEC car, let's not forget.
Yeah.
So the next time we'll see that will be racing, or next time we'll see it racing will be on Friday at Sebring before the Motul Mobile 1, 12 hours of Sebring. And how hard can Earl push? 2.1 seconds is the gap. Now, we've seen this ARX06 be able to be very quick indeed in the opening of any run, restart, or start of the race. But the Cadillac does seem to come back, Peter, in the second half of the stint. So Bamber at the moment just trying to keep that gap manageable. We've still got one more pit stop. Albuquerque's right there as well, let's not forget, in the WTR Andretti Cunningham Minolta. They were 2 laps down at one stage.
Yeah.
And have come back onto the lead lap. How many times have we seen that from Wayne Taylor with his strategy on the box? Is that a potential for the Nose Strategy Award? That's a new award for WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Global advisory and accounting firm BDO is part of their partnership with IMSA. They know strategy in their world and they want to acknowledge it on the racetrack.
More rubbing there for the lead in GTD Pro at turn 1 between number 14 Lexus of Jack Hawksworth and that Maro Engel driven number 79 WeatherTech Mercedes. They were leading on each other, doing it again, aren't they?
And Philip Ellis has got ahead of Antonio Garcia to split the GT GTD Pro trio up. So it's GTD, GTD Pro, GTD Pro, GTD, GTD Pro.
But for Phil Ellis, who appears to be really racing in that GTD Wentworth car, but the problem is he's got 2 GTD Pro drivers in front of him battling for their class win. He's got to try and get through them somehow because the GTD leader is ahead, Marco Sorensen. He's got 2 GTDs in front, and that's holding him up. But Sorensen at the moment is 3 seconds down the road, 3.5 seconds down the road, but it's also the track position as well that Phil Ellis has got to try and find a way past, and he's got to try and get his way past probably certainly the most experienced guy in a Mercedes AMG GT3 in Maro Engel, as Maro goes for, tries to make a move at the Le Mans chicane. That won't work. Coxworth says, not on your life. Change for second. Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti Autosport up into second.
That's Philippe Albuquerque ahead of Earl Bamber. Acura's first and second. Well, that wasn't part of the script for Chip Ganassi Racing and Cadillac Racing.
Yeah, but have we heard that before? That was the situation here pretty much a year ago, wasn't it? The battle between the 2 Acuras.
But here comes Bamber again. Bamber's moved Jinx to the outside as they go along the high banks underneath the flag stand either side of the Inception. McLaren side to side still. Albuquerque on the inside, Bamber on the outside. There's traffic all over the place. Touch again. I think they touched on the tribal as well, you know, John. It happened so fast.
If they didn't, it was very, very
200
close.
miles an hour.
3 wide in front of them. And the 10 Konica Minolta car goes around the outside and takes the GT cars, but that wasn't great news for Earl Bamber, who lost a bit of pace there, lost a bit of real estate. He'll pick his way through now, but that would have been frustrating. He's falling into the grasp maybe of his teammate. I've got to say, if it comes to the end like this, I'd swap the Cadillacs around, because you want the points for the championship.
I'm glad you said it, John, because I've been thinking that, and I thought, oh, do I say it, do I not? Of course, yeah, the 01 is the full season car.
Got to.
That's a tough conversation to have with the drivers as well, especially at this stage as well. But Blomqvist still leads, so it's Acura 1-2 at the moment. Meyershank from the Konica Minolta machine. And who can get the most out of that machine? We've seen the 60 car be so good, the Meyershank car so good on the restarts.
Heck of a run.
Oh, Albuquerque set that up well.
The Konica Minolta car got and made it look very easy into the Le Mans chicane.
What a job Job van Uytert is doing in that number 35 LMP2 car for the TDS team. He's pulled away now, almost 5 seconds over Mathieu Vazivière in number 88 car, and Ben Hanley, who has set, I think, the fastest lap of the race in LMP2.
Now, a couple of moments ago, going through turns 1 and 2, it got a bit feisty at the front of the field for a moment. The WeatherTech car was actually right there and then dropped back.
Phil Ellis has got through.
Phil Ellis has got through to begin to chase down. Only Jack Hawksworth now between himself and Marco Sorensen, but the gap has gone out to 5.2 seconds. They were line astern on the restart, of course. Oh, a warning for the 01 Cadillac. Failure to adhere to controlled powertrain parameters. So that must be something to do with the use of energy, Jeremy.
Yeah.
We don't have access to any of that information. We can only tell you what race control are telling the teams. Meanwhile, looking at cars.
What language is that actually? What language is that?
Controlled powertrain parameters. Yeah.
Controlled powertrain parameters. It's very simple. It means your powertrain parameters.
I know what a control means, what powertrain means, and what parameters means.
But put them together.
Put them all together, yeah.
Mario Farnbach has closed right in. Mario Farnbach, excuse me, has closed right back in on Nicky Team. This is the battle for 4th and 5th, 44 and 66. Aston of Magnus Racing in the 66 Gradient car. Some very good laps indeed. Another 2 tenths taken out of Nicky Team last time around. And a podium finish for either of those two, are only another second or so up the road, where marvellous Marvin Kerkhofer is what I'm calling him today. He's had a brilliant run, as has that Inception McLaren, the number 70 car. We have mentioned it in the rundowns, in our VP Racing Fuel rundowns. I don't think we've mentioned it having a problem. It has run, they have got themselves into that position on pace, and they've done a cracking job.
Sorry,
no, go ahead.
Anyone could take that last spot on the podium in GTD. Yes. Anybody, you know, you got Kirchhofer in the Inception McLaren, Nicky Team in the Magnus, Aston, Mario Farnbacher, and then Aaron Thielitz isn't far behind in the number 12 fastest Lexus. Then throw in the Racer's Edge Acura as well, Kyle Marcelli. It really could go. Anyone could come into that podium spot. There's also a battle going on for the for fourth place in GTD Pro between Mirko Bortolotti. No, excuse me. No, there's not. Excuse me. I'm not reading the time screen correctly.
He's a lap ahead.
He's a lap ahead. Yes. So that puts Faf in fifth place behind the 63 Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti. But
that train of cars from second through third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, either GTD or GTD Pro, is super tight.
Hello to Jonathan Gitland, who's celebrating his birthday. What a better present could you have, Jonathan, than watching and listening to this just over an hour to go. Our final official coolant in-race update coming up. Stay frosty. So, an hour and 4 minutes to go into the pit lane for the JG Wentworth car. Now,
they reckon they can get to the end.
They must reckon they can get to the end from this. Joe Bradley, that's your end of things. Let's have a look at it as it goes through. And tyres coming over the wall. Mario Farnbacher has been on it and had a really good pace. They look like they're brand new Michelins going on there. There's just that, yes, they are. There's that little silver sheen from the release agent from the molds of the tyres. Tyres are done in plenty of time. Remember, they had a wee flash fire last time with a splash onto the hot discs. No repeat of that so far. Fuel is going in there, brim filling this, and they're going to need every splash, every drop, every drip of that VP Racing fuel if they're going to get to the end from here. This is a long, long stop, but a great getaway. They've dropped down to 7th position, but that's the first of the last stoppers in GTD. That could be an advantage, Jeremy, if we get yellows from here on. They're on the right side of the safety car here.
Yeah, if there is a full course caution, everybody else will need to come into the pit lane, and the number 66 car, assuming it can stay on the lead lap, which it should be able to do, then and when it comes out of the pits, as it comes out of the pits, then it should be fine to good to go from there, and it will leapfrog everybody else when they come onto pit lane. So everybody else now is kind of gambling that there isn't going to be a full course caution.
They are in the corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah. Of course, the longer you go now, the less fuel you need to put in the car to reach the finish.
Yeah, that is true. You have the little stick to tap the fuel on the shoulder, or the baby reins, the leash, as Shea calls it, that you have fastened onto the race suit, and just give it a little tug once it's gone through.
I think in that case they're like, don't take it out until it's spitting back at you. Make sure it's absolutely to the brim there as well. So Gradient Racing taking, I think, a pretty calculated roll of the dice, I would say.
I'm not sure it is. They may have had to, I don't think they had to stop them, but they've looked at it, and Andres Levens, who is the man behind Gradient, is a master strategist. He's pulled off some crackers in the past, so got to keep an eye on that car now. On the outlap for Mario Farnbacher, he'll be slow on the outlap as he gets the Michelins up to temp and pressure, but let's see where he can go from there. Was in 5th position before he pulled into the pit lane.
And there's been a shuffle around in LMP2, well behind Jobo Neutert, who still continued to stretch his lead by a few tenths each lap. James Allen, however, in car number 55, The 26-year-old Aussie has moved his way up 2 positions on that lap. He got past both Matthew Vazivier and Ben Hanley in kind of reverse order because they were the other way around. But yeah, so he is charging. There goes the 79 car.
Yeah, that was battling for first position in GTD Pro. Just didn't quite get it done. Last 60 minutes. Here's our final in-race update. The official coolant of IMSA is Stay Frosty by VP Racing Fuels. That'll keep your engine cool. What about keeping your drivers cool at the moment? 4.5 seconds at the front of the field. Tom Blomqvist has done the Tom Blomqvist Acura thing, the 60 car that was on pole position. He had that one and done lap this time last week to put the car on pole position. Started from pole, now 4.5 seconds ahead of Philippe Albuquerque in the other Acura, the WTR Andretti number 10 Konica Minolta machine. Then 2.5 seconds further back is the first of the Cadillacs, the 02 Earl Bamber with the blue front end to that car. The yellow front end is Renger van der Zanderik's teammate. They're on the lead lap. Everybody else is not in that category. So that's where the battle is. In LMP2, it's been an absolute barn burner right the way through this race. Still Joop van Uitert. In TDS Racing number 35, they suffered the disappointment of losing their other car early on. They were running 1 and 2 for quite some time, the early part of the race. Proton Competition doing a great job in second position, and another team that perhaps we associate more with GT racing in third is the 88 AF Corsa machine. Making up the top 4 is the 04 of CrowdStrike Racing by APR. All 4 of those cars in with a shout. LMP3 a little more clear cut at the moment as Wayne Boyd is clicking off the laps in the number 17 AWA. They've got many laps, more than a dozen laps in hand on the second, which is the number 33 Sean Creech Racing. A lot of work done on that car overnight to get that car back into the race, and they're ahead of the number 38 Performance Tech Motorsport in third. In GT and GTD Pro, it's the 2 GTD cars at the head of the field. Sorensen has pulled out nearly 7 seconds, but Phil Ellis has now fought his way past the red number panels of the Pro cars. So that is a proper gap to keep an eye on. 6.7 seconds, let's remember that. In GTD Pro, it's the 79 WeatherTech car leading from the Lexus number 14 of Jack Hawksworth in second, and the number 3 Tonio Garcia Corvette. Meantime, in third in the GTD category, albeit 6th in that GT line, is the McLaren of Inception Racing, the number 70. But remember, the 66 of Mario Farnbacher just coming round. I'm just seeing now, did he drop off the lead lap with that pit stop? It must be mighty close actually, because they're in the same sector as the leader in class, Marco Sorensen, but they've done their last pit stop in that green and white JG Wentworth car. That's how it stands. 57 minutes to go, 755 laps completed by our leader, the pole sitting car from 24 hours ago. It's Tom Blomqvist and the Acura RX-06 from MSR that leads. We're in the last hour and the last 60 minutes of the 61st running of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona is live and starts right now. So, gentlemen, dice being rolled in some of the classes, and at the front of the field, I do get that feeling, Jeremy, and I'll take thoughts from both of you on this, but I do get that feeling, Jeremy, we've seen this before from the Acuras at the front of the field. The question is, what happens at their last stop? Have they got a set of tyres? And will they change? If they've got a new set, I say you have to change, don't you? Because we did see drop-off on the second stint in terms of issues. Got 2 of the P2s in for the AF Corsa number 88, and the TDS car was in and out as well. Joe Bradley is down there in the pit lane, and further up there is the the number 80. Check that. It's the 85 machine, the bright yellow machine that's in the pit lane as well. So that was 2 of the leading P2 cars straight in, and the number 85 car is the car that had some problems earlier on, so not in contention, sitting in 5th in LMP3.
55 minutes, a bit tight for, in fact, very tight for the LMP2 cars.
Yeah,
to be honest.
Yeah, I think I think they needed it. I think
so. Yeah, no,
but Nicholas Nielsen now on board of the number 88, so he's got out. Mathieu Vaxivière did an Ironman stint there as well. The plan always was to have Nicholas Nielsen come in, you know, Ferrari factory driver, and you know, they couldn't have really anyone better in the car for this run to the flag. Mario Farnbacher did stay on the lead lap in GTD.
All right.
So he is on the lead lap.
It was tight.
So pretty tight, yes. He saw Mario come through, and then not shortly after came Sorensen. So he's got work to do, but critically stayed on the lead lap.
Right turn lover from right in the centre of Europe now. On the last GTP pit stop, assuming it's green, what do? Do you take new tyres for peak performance or stick to the current ones for a better outlap? Oh. That is a great question. That is a great question.
Do we have an award for question of the day? Because that's got
Shea
my
Adams
vote, yeah.
already voted new tyres, but you've got to be extremely careful with the blood boiling, with the adrenaline running on that first outlap.
And then if you're only wanting to time an amount of fuel as well, if you've got to maybe put a lower amount of fuel in the car, have you got the time to put the tyres on?
You need pretty much a full tank.
To get the tyres done in time. Would that be?
No, there's plenty of time to do the tyre change, I think.
It's just, but if there's any yellows thrown into it.
You're going to need the fuel to get to the end.
Yeah.
GTD, here's the stops coming now. Remember, Gradient have made their stop, so watch Mario Farnbacher move up. He dropped down to 9th, he's already up to 7th. He'll go past the Carl Marcelli Acura that's just coming out of the pit lane. Sean Creech Motorsport, what a battle they've had. Meantime, on the track, side by side, off the track for the Corvette, and the wheels, left-hand wheels, off the circuit as there was a big bump between the Lexus and one of the prototypes there coming out of the Western Horseshoe. Here comes the GTP leader. This should be the last pit stop, and we've got a car stopped on. I think it's a Performance Tech car stopped on the back. Shea Adam with the leader.
Fuel and tires for both of the Acura GTP machines. We've got fuel and tires for Marco Sorensen in the GTD leading car as well, the number 27 Hard Racing Aston Martin. We've got the Lexus, number 14, in from the lead of GTD Pro. Fuel and tires, no driver change here. They are leaving Jack Hawksworth board to try and go for the Rolex. We've also got the number 12 Lexus in. That is fuel, tires, and it looks like no driver change. Well, yes, they're putting Aaron Telis back in as away gets the Aston Martin. We're still waiting on both of the Acura GTPs.
It's not Performance Tech, it's Fast MD on the far side of the circuit. Slightly confused by the sunshine on that. That car is dead stick at the Speedway turn 1. It's sitting on the apron. Joe Bradley down in the pit lane. What's happened to your end?
Well, we've got the 57 Winwood Mercedes. That's pitted and it's gone. The 21 Ferrari had a flat battery. That one had to be bump started from the battery pack. That's gone now. We've got a flurry of cars now leaving pit lane. I think we're going to be empty for the last time. And it's a great sight, John, because these teams know once their car has pitted now and they go to the finish, all the crew's taking their helmets off and getting some cool.
It's going to be a drive-through penalty for the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus, taking them well out of contention because they left the box with the fuel hose attached.
Full course yellow for that stranded car, the Fast MD machine. That is going to be very interesting indeed. Blomqvist, Albuquerque, Bamba, Renger van der Zande, Jack Aitken, all out of the pits. Already the IMSA Chevy safety truck, the AMR team are there. Now, will this flat toe? Well, now, how many of the GTD cars got in, and where does that leave the 66 Gradient machine? it was up to 7th from 9th before those stops. I don't think they got back ahead of Mario Farnbacher in the other Acura NSX. It's going to depend where everyone else exits the pits. Jeremy Shaw.
They should come out ahead of the gradient car, I think, because no one was inconvenienced there. Everybody elected to come in except for Inception Racing and the McLaren. They stayed out, so it's going to be costly for them because they definitely need a stop to get to the end. So they're going to fall behind everybody else. That was a strange strategic call there from Inception, not to follow everybody else onto the pit lane.
In GTD Pro,
well, everybody came in. Yeah, everybody's been in now, I think, during immediately prior to the caution, except for the number 70 car.
The Lamborghini,
he must have missed the call. Huh?
Lamborghini Huracan of number 63 for Iron Lynx, Marco Bertolotti, has shot into the lead of GTD Pro and took a pit stop there.
Yeah, he must have been saving fuel out there.
How much of a pit stop we'll only know, and it depends how long this yellow is. But so all of a sudden, who would have thought? Would you have predicted this at the beginning of the week? Lamborghini down the bottom of the timesheets with their new Evo 2 car, but all week they've just got faster and faster and faster with every session, and they've got pretty much their best, I would say, their most experienced driver on there, Marco Bertolotti. So Lamborghini are in this battle now too.
Right, let's see the timing screen reset, because I don't think we've got a proper, a proper
they certainly did come
view of what is going on until they go across the start line. GT leader is the McLaren number 70, Marvin Kirchhofer, but that car missed the opportunity to come in second and did stop in that pit stop scramble. Marco Sorensen in the 27 Aston Martin Vantage for Heart of Racing. The GTD Pro leader is WeatherTech and the 79 car. That's the AMG GT3, Maro Engel behind the wheel there. And then I'm going to wait to see who comes through next, because they got split up a little bit. Here comes the safety car train right now behind the Porsche 992 Turbo S, done in the matching colorway to the 963s, except blue with white stripes rather than red with white or black stripes. Okay, as they cross the line then, it's Blomqvist leading for Acura from Albuquerque in Acura. Then a few cars between themselves and the 02, then a couple of 3 cars, well, more than that, before the second Cadillac goes through.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, because we will get the class split before we go back to green, so the prototypes will move ahead of all the GT cars.
P2, it's the number 35 TDS racing car ahead of Proton Competition, and on the lead lap, the 04 of CrowdStrike Racing by APR. Just trying to work out if anybody else is on the lead lap. Yes.
I think 4 cars should be.
Yeah, I think the 88 AF car's on the lead lap. I'd agree with you there, Jeremy. In LMP3, we know the 17 AWA car is well ahead of the game there. So this is how GTD shook out there, with the stops before and after the yellow was called. It is the McLaren that leads, but owes us a pit stop from the 27 Heart of Racing GTD in second. The first of the Pro cars is third in the GT line, with Maro Engel behind the wheel of the WeatherTech white, red and blue car. Then it's the 57 in third place, Philip Ellis on the podium position at the moment for Winward Racing. Then the second GTD Pro car is the Antonio Garcia driven Corvette, and third place podium position for Jack Hawksmith and the 14 Pro version of the Lexus RCF GT3. Coincidentally, their team car is next in line. That's the 12, fourth in GTD. Aston Martin for Nicky Team is the Magnus car. Then the 93 Racers Edge Acura. Then the 63 Huracan of Mirko Bortolotti for Iron Lynx. Then the 66 Mario Farnbacher machine, so didn't get the advantage they were looking for.
And the number 9 Pfaff Motorsports Porsche, which got the wave around there, is now back on the lead lap.
Back on the lead lap.
Yeah.
They were my, remember, they were my
they haven't stopped though.
Nomination for the BDO. Oh, they could, well,
they
need
might
a stop.
need a stop because they.
Oh yeah, they should be able
they'll
to
still be on
get
the
the wave
lead lap.
around and make the stop and get going.
So
I mean,
it?
I don't think they've got a fast enough car to challenge anything, but that's not the point. The point is,
if there's a conflagration in front of them,
there you go.
They could be anywhere, so long as they're on the lead lap, and they've managed to strategize their way. Sorry, I've just made up a way of using that word. In that car, they are 3 positions away, effectively, from a podium finish, and with the GTD and GTD Pro effectively battling as one class now, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Who's to bet against a couple of cars coming together, side-to-side contact for punctures? They could easily make up a couple of spaces and be somewhere near that GTD Pro podium.
Not me, boss.
No, I'm not betting against
Remember
that.
last year, the 2 Porsches at the Le Mans chicane on the last lap.
On the last lap, how can we forget it?
How can we forget? Although Pfaff do have the Huracan to think about, the Lamborghini.
So the global advisory and accounting firm BDO No Strategy Award. We'll be talking a little bit more about that shortly. Let's get to the GTP pit stops here with 44 minutes to go. And let's see who takes tyres and who doesn't. Joe Bradley.
Right, so the O2 Cadillac took tyres, and you know what's significant? What is usually the fuel that takes the longest, the fuel was hardly on there. Brand new tyres took the most time in that pit stop. We're waiting for the O1 next.
That seems to be long, Joe, for the O1. Are they having
the O1 isn't even in here, Joe.
All right, I'm sorry.
The O2 is the only car that came in, and I think probably the reason for that is, he's going to have to wait for everybody to go by. Then he'll be able to take up his position again. Should be fine. The main reason for that, I think, is to get the O1 car, like you were talking about a little while ago, ahead of the O2, because the 01 car is doing the full season, the 02 isn't. So this gets it solves that problem. And now we'll see how fast those Cadillacs are. Renger van der Zande can attack those 2 Acuras that will be ahead of him for the restart.
Wow. Ian McCarthy tweets at IMSA Radio. In IMSA, when considering an outcome, one must always choose the most potentially dramatic option. Then second guess themselves before having the weather or full course yellow take the decision out of their hands anyway. It's actually written in the regs. Ian, that's a great tweet, mate. Thanks for being with us through this. And so the new for 2023 Global Advisory and Accounting Firm BDO NOS Strategy Awards.
I'm torn on my nomination. I didn't nominate Pfaff earlier, and I think I probably will stick to that, because the fact that they're coming into this in the lead lap with 45 minutes to go, considering they were put down a lap after 90 minutes of running yesterday. The 55, the 55 Proton competition, the LMP2 car, has been a little bit behind the 8 ball sometimes, but they're now on the lead lap as well. The LMP2, it's a tough one, but I think I'll have to go with Pfaff, because they really have had a hand behind their back.
Say again?
It's in all the classes.
Yes, right. One nomination from everybody. It's just a single nomination.
Right.
Sorry,
not per class.
No, not per class. No. We'll try and get that announced before the hectic last 20 minutes or so, he says.
Who's got the casting vote? Responsible adult?
No. You know, well...
we've got at least 2 votes so far.
We've got 2, possibly 3 for the same person at the moment. So let's see what happens. Hello to Emily Morell, who is on the edge of the seat watching the final hour. Like the GIF, Emily. Always like a bit of Kermit.
That's very good. I've not seen Kermit the Frog before. GIF. I use that all the time. It's the tension GIF of Kermit with his fingers in his in between his teeth chattering with nerves. I think there's a lot of Kermits up and down the pit lane at the moment.
Adam, Global Advisory and Accounting from BDO and their No Strategy Award. What are you going for?
Pretty sure when I came in this morning, the number 10 was down by 2 laps,
Correct.
and now the Konica Minolta Acura
choice.
is going for the win. And Wayne Taylor knows how to win this race, just saying.
Joe Bradley, No Strategy Award from you?
I've got to concur with Shea. That was exactly where I was going, because when I came in there, I think when I went off this morning, I was having a bit of a resigned conversation with Wayne Taylor, and he said those words, there's a long way to go, and you know what, there isn't now, and it's back in contention.
Well, that's almost SOP as well for what we now are calling WTR Andretti Racing, Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosport, to give them their full name. The dawn of a new era for them, and what might that bring in the future. Great to have the Andretti name back with an Acura ARX. We remember them from the open top cars in the past. They've got a really big year or 18 months, Andretti, and for them to want to be back in this form of the sport as well, I think tells you exactly where IMSA is at the moment. The inception McLaren through the pit lane, which slightly missed their opportunity.
We'll go to the tail end of the whole train of GTD cars,
which will leave GTD and therefore best GT car in the hands of the 27 Aston Martin Vantage GT. There's the FAF car coming in as well, which has had its lap back. That will drop it. Well, it actually probably won't drop it any further in Pro.
No.
So that car will go back out again.
Well, gentlemen, it's your turn to put your votes forward. Or are you still keeping your cards?
No,
okay.
I'm with FAF.
All right, so 2 apiece. Jeremy's got, I know Jeremy's going to have something different. I can just tell.
No, I'm not. I'm going to go for FAF. The number 10 car. I mean, you look. Either
they
would
might
be
win the race,
choice.
to be honest. Yeah.
If they win the race.
But I still think, given everything that's happened with all the Porsches, and for me, it's not just what they've done in the race, which I think has been outstanding. Yeah. I like their attitude at the start. They were very respectful towards IMSA. They were the first of the Porsche teams to put out a communique even before the official Porsche one came out. I think that very much is in the right, doing the right way. Joe Bradley, a little update from you. Joseph?
Yeah, just one of the Konica Minolta Acura mechanics. As I walk past, he's showing me 3 fingers. We were 3 laps down.
Yeah, I've just seen that as well. It's a good job that they weren't just 1 lap down, wasn't it, as you went past us? That would have been
a good job Joe voted for them.
Yeah, well,
otherwise he'd be not welcome.
Absolutely. Right, packing everybody up, the final wave by. We're going to have something in the region of 36, 35 minutes to go. This is a proper dash for the points. And once again, yeah, I know it's a safety car that's pulled everybody together, but what a race we've had. We'll reflect on it in the Michelin post-race tech show, which will continue straight after our race coverage. We'll grab as many of the principals as we can with Shea and Joe and Nick down in the paddock and the victory lane area. GTP class split going on at the moment. What a race. Nearly 6 hours of green flag racing in the middle of the race, which really gave us the chance to see the pace, the respective pace of these cars, teams and drivers. Quite a few stanzas of this race that have been more than 2 hours and 40 minutes in terms of looking at a full IMSA standard race, Jeremy. I think that's been 3 or 4 times we've been there, or just about that time as well.
Yeah, and until Johnny Palmer opened his mouth, it was almost 6 hours, I think, wasn't it?
5 hours and 50 minutes, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Until he said, we've been, it's 5 hours and 50 minutes since we've been good. And there was actually a countdown from the responsible adult on the Skype chat back to the studios. And it was literally yellow flag coming in 10, 9, 8, 7 yellow flags. I kid you not.
So
maybe the responsible adult should get the BDO nose strategy. Palmer claimed that he needed something to spice up what was going on, and it was a strategic curse of the commentator at that point. I'm not sure that JP is going to get the BDO nose strategy award for that, to be quite honest. All right. I would say settle in, but that would be a most ridiculous thing to say at this time. A couple of splashes, including for the Ferrari. That's the 023 Ferrari. Also still in the pit lane is the 78 Green Arrow sponsored Lamborghini. Rick Ware Racing Biohaven prototype just going out through the pit lane. They're getting their final splashes of fuel. Those of you here at the circuit, settle back and enjoy. Those of you further afield, take a deep breath. We're going to have, as I say, about 35 minutes to go. The safety car, which is the Porsche 992 Turbo S, accelerates away and leaves the field under the command of Tom Blomqvist. We've seen how Tom Blomqvist can start these races. Blomqvist, Albuquerque, Renger van der Zande, Earl Bamber, all on the lead lap in LMP2. 4 cars on the lead lap 2. Job van Uitert, Ben Handley, James Allen, Nicholas Nielsen. And in GTD, 10 cars on the lead lap. Already, Blomqvist got his foot down and spreads away from the chasing cars. 3-4 cars lengths down into turn number 1. Brakes quite late and manages to get the front tyres of the Acura turn in behind. There's a little bit of a conflagration. The midfield of the GTDs were 4 wide there, and there's all kinds of comings together. How did everybody stay on there? One of the Acuras was involved in that. I think it was the Pro car. Yes, it was.
What's that car on the left?
And here comes Mario Farnbacher as well, about to go past
the Windward car.
The Windward car.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Windward car with a puncture to the left rear, and also spinning there is the Ferrari.
21 AF Corsa.
That's the AF Corsa car. There's damage all over the place.
Oh, the Windward
Looks
car.
like Volt's got some issues as well. The Windward car, looking for a podium position, will now have to limp the whole 3 and a bit miles around the circuit.
That's a heartbreaker.
That is a heartbreak for the team who have fought so hard this week, Jeremy.
Yeah, there was a fair bit of rubbing going on there down into turn 1. Not quite, but didn't really too far away to see who was to blame, if that's the right word. It just sort of, I mean, it's just close racing, and unfortunately got too close down there in turn 1, and I could see it coming off turn 2. I could see the car was going slowly.
Yellows.
And of course, yeah, it's going to bring up, probably due to debris more than anything else.
Yeah, there's a huge lump of bodywork just on the exit of the International Horseshoe.
Oh, shame.
Will this be a
Ferrari.
short yellow?
Yes.
Yes, it will be a short yellow, so we'll just get the cars back behind the safety car. So it was 4 wide at one point. There was at least 2 cars off the track, and as they came back on, I think that was the WeatherTech car, but that was all right. That hit the back of a prototype.
I hit the wall.
Yeah, but he hit the Corvette. He was trying to make up a lot of places there. And
caught the side of the Corvette.
Yeah, I think so.
The
Look, he dives down the
57 car
inside. Look
get
at
a
that,
great
diving
run down the inside of turn 1, staying on the white line. Corvette moves across and just tapped him in the wall.
Not that wall.
And that wall again. That's the same wall that Lucas R hit on Friday. Oh my goodness, that bit of wall has broken Windward's hearts this weekend. Left-hand side of the car, scraping the exact bit of concrete that Lucas R was pitched into when he went off the track with his 2 right-hand side cars. The Volt Porsche gets a full 360, and then continues the AF Corsa 21 which had just come out from behind the wall, I think, trying to get to the end, is very badly damaged, and that's not going anywhere. Windward's hearts are broken, and all of a sudden, they will feel very tired. Very tired indeed. Handshakes all around down at Windward Racing. What an effort. What an effort.
Give them a round of applause at home, folks, and around the circuit as well. They've shown some heart this weekend, haven't they?
That's brilliant.
Absolutely heartbreaking.
So what's the citation for the BDO award?
A strategy. No strategy. Yeah. Now another problem, this time for the number 91 Porsche
Kelly
GT.
Moss.
Another one of the Kelly Moss cars. Lost their 82 car early on. And that's the Kelly Moss with Riley for Alan Metney, Kai van Berlo, Jackson Evans and Julian Andlau. Not a Porsche Carrera Cup
the
talent in that.
The big gainer in GTD, pro or non-pro, was number 44 car. Nicky Tim made up 4 positions
and
to emerge third in a train, second in the GTD.
And Mario Farnbacher, he was 7th in GTD. He's moved up to 4th. And he's right behind Aaron Thielitz, who is his target if Gradient is going to get on the podium. This is not going to be the work of a moment here. Oh, no, it is. Because the car has fired up.
Look at the bodywork everywhere.
Let's go down to the pit lane, and Russell Ward is with Shea Adam. Tough day at the office and a tough week. And would you believe it, the same piece of concrete 2 times this weekend, twice this weekend, has caused them their heartbreak.
Yeah, Russell, I think there's a lot of new Windward Racing fans all around the world after the heart that this team showed this weekend. You'll be back at Sebring, though, because you're full-on season championship aspirations.
You know, absolutely. I mean, I just got to give a hats off to really all the crew. I mean, it was either win it or this. I mean, really, those are the 2 options that we had. I mean, we came here and left everything on the table, and it was probably the most incredible race we've ever done. It was a blast from start to finish, and you know, Philip and Indy and Daniel and I, we drove the wheels off it, and the crew were just fantastic. And I just got to give a hats off to everybody. And it's just a really sad way to end it, but it'll definitely be you know, one we remember.
There wasn't a mark on the car until that last restart. That's a testament to you 4 drivers as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, starting from the back and, you know, making our way all the way up to the front. We led for a long time, and you know, this is the form that we want all of y'all to expect from Windward Racing. I mean, we come here and just give it our all, and you know, that's all I have to say.
Sorry, Russ.
Thank you.
And that's a team that came here 2 years ago on debut. What did they do then? They won the race.
Yeah,
so,
they did.
Yeah, they've tasted success here, and now it's a bitter disappointment for Windward Racing. But as Russell Ward said, just a fabulous effort all the way through. Look, you can't win them all, and that's
what a race they've run.
But yeah, it was a bold move down the inside, but ultimately it's not their day.
Just looking to see for their championship points, they're 7th at the moment. They'll drop 8th, they'll drop 9th. How long have we got left? 27. Yeah, they are going to drop pretty much to the back of the GTD category. There are some.
Well, not to the back.
In fact, not everybody's not full season.
23
either,
cars.
Yeah, as Shea rightly said.
Down to about dozenth, I think.
A dozenth.
Yeah.
Right.
Thereabouts.
Okay.
Just a thought on the number 44 Magnus Racing GTD car. They are 2nd in GTD behind. Oh, and this is interesting. Behind the Heart of Racing Aston Martin in their class. In the Heart of Racing car, it's Marco Sorensen. In the Magnus car, it's Nicky Thiem. They were the Dane train for so many years. They were teammates. They were co-drivers. And well, if Magnus were to win, that would be a 6th Rolex 24-hour watch for Andy Lally.
6 Rolex Daytonas?
Yes.
Our local Rolex dealer doesn't have that many.
In a year, definitely not. No, definitely not. They're rare.
So hang on, that's one for each arm. One for each leg. What does he do? I'm not going to ask.
Yeah, he's giving them to all sorts of cool people. It's really fun, actually. But he's gone 54 races out since his last win. That was at Watkins Glen in 2017. But as Peter says, he's won 5. He loves this place. He won here for the first time on debut, actually, way back in 2000.
2001. Sorry. 2 Lexus getting warnings, the 12 and the 14, for incident responsibility in amongst that. Right, shall we try this again? Yeah. I feel a certain sense of deja vu as Tom Blomqvist brings the field around again. Underneath us here at the 5th floor, green flag in the air, 26 minutes on the nose, down towards turn 1. Oh, doesn't quite get the jump that he got last time, and he's going to be under pressure through turn 1 from the Cunningham and all the Acura behind him. But once again, that number 60 car just punches off the corner better than anything else, including the other Acura. It's much cleaner in the GTD start as the P2 cars go through the International Horseshoe as well. At the front of the field, Blomqvist has broken away down towards the far end of the infield. Everybody line astern. Oh, a little bit of dust thrown up by the LMP2s. This might have been the bright yellow prototype, the LMP3 that went wide. Yes, it was. In the GTDs, it is still the Aston Martin, number 27, Heart of Racing, from the white, blue and red WeatherTech car. In behind them, the number 44 Aston Martin Vantage of Nicky team, then the then the Corvette, then the first of the Lexus, and Mario Farnbacher trying to make a move as well in proper final wave by, a stop in 3.5 minutes for the number 32 car. Well, they're somewhat down the field, so that will not affect the top positions. It's the 2 Cadillacs fighting together at the moment, the 2 and the 1. They don't need this. They don't need this. These are the 2 drivers, the exact same drivers who crashed into each other at turn 1 at Petit Le Mans. The last time these race drivers were out. The 02 El Bamba, the 01 Renger van der Zande. It needs to be the 01, the yellow car, in the lead of those 2, and it is now. That may have been slightly less dramatic than we were thinking there. I'm pretty certain they'll have been told in no uncertain terms, Peter Mackay, get those positions swapped round and don't touch each other.
Well, at the bus stop, it did look pretty straightforward by this sort of standard for Renger van der Zande to get past El Bamba. It was at the Le Mans chicane on the last lap as well, although the body language of Earl's car since shows that maybe he's not quite in coordination as well. Chip Ganassi with the poker face as always. There's no messages going through on his radio anyway, but I'm sure it's busy on the pit wall right now at Chip Ganassi and Cadillac Racing. Wow.
Again, here comes the 02, the blue 2 over the top. Earl Bamba side by side, but backs out of it. He's just using the draft, I think, to pull up alongside, make sure that they're not being caught by anybody behind them, but actually there's laps between them, aren't there? So it's of no consequence. They need to be going forward, not fighting each other side by side. Surely the drafting should be pulling them back towards the Acura in second place, which is now a second up the road, Peter.
Yeah, the two Acuras are just used. This is a secret weapon that they've had since the very beginning of the race. Those Acuras on the restart, particularly the 60, but the 10 has clearly got it in the locker as well. The Marshank Racing leading from the Konica Minolta car as well. Acura appears to just have a little bit in the pocket. John.
Change for 3rd position in GT Daytona. Mario Farnbacher has dealt with Aaron Telitz and has put the Gradian JG Wentworth NSX onto a step of the podium. That would be a great result. This is the team, but not the driver lineup that won Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in our last competitive outing. They've got 2 GTD pros between themselves and second place. in the GTD category. In LMP2, Jeremy, there's been a positional change there at the front of the field as well.
Indeed, Jorg van Uytert getting past Ben Hanley. He led it by 0.006 across the line. I think he was able to complete the pass, but they were side by side as they came past through the tri-oval that time. The battle on with Nicholas Nielsen in car number 88 and number 55 James Allen right there as well.
Not sure, actually. I think they might have swapped back over again. Let's see if we can pick them up on the...
It's the CrowdStrike car leading, 04.
Yeah, it's the 04 back in the lead.
Yeah.
As they go through turn number 7. So, led at the line, couldn't make it stick. Leaders underneath us again. Another lap completed. 21 minutes to go. Into the pit lane for the court of Mercedes that was so good. That is going to be their penalty. They were running at the sharp end of the field, led the race for a long time. Improper wave by. It's a lap and change, 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
LMP2 off at the turn one now. It's not the TDS car.
It's the TDS, it's Van Uytert. Locked up the rears going into turn number 1. So Van Uytert from second place. Nielsen's gone through. So it's the 88 of AF Corsa who's gone through into third. Did James Allen get through as well? I think he must have.
I must have done.
They were so close together.
Yeah, they were absolutely in a train, an Orica train there in LMP2, as they have been from restart to restart. Incredible stuff in LMP2 as well. Sorensen still leads in GTD and overall of all the GTD and GTD Pro cars. What a story this is for the Heart of Racing team, car number 27. 20 minutes to go. Where to look? Where to look with
well,
this?
Do you know what? I was just thinking that I don't need a pair of binoculars. I need 2 heads and several more eyes at the moment. What a finish to this race.
By my records, nobody in that car number 27 for Heart of Racing Aston Martin has won the Rolex 24 before. By my records, Shay will correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So what a story this would be for that team. But it's Meyershank Racing who lead for now. We've got another shootout like we did last year between Meyershank Acura and the Konica Minolta Acura once again.
Yeah, and that number 27 car, the Roman DeAngelis and Ian James have both had a 3rd place finish. They both had an A podium finishing class. Darren Turner has had a best of 4th previously.
And what a career Darren's had. What a way this would be to add to that already incredible CV, including 3 Le Mans wins. Let's see if they can get the job done as well. It is going to go right down to the wire here.
Just a reminder, the 2 Lexus got warnings, not drive-throughs, for incident responsibility at the restart. 60 penalty! The leader getting a warning only. This is another controlled powertrain parameter. Warning. Oh my goodness, I feel like Robbie the Robot. Warning. Oh, can you believe it?
What is that?
Saw the penalty came up. Blomqvist, it must have been heart in the mouth moment for everyone at Meyershank Racing when they saw penalty come up on the bottom of the timing screen as we did. Not assessed any drive-through for Blomqvist. 1.6 seconds at the front of the field. Albuquerque in second for the Konica Minolta Acura. What a day this would be for Acura and HPD. 3.3 seconds back to the first of the Cadillacs, and it is the 01 car, the full season car, that is trying to chase them down.
But he just doesn't have the pace. I mean, the Blomqvist there last time around, 1:35.732. That's just a 1/10 of a second away from his fastest lap of the race, set way at the beginning of this 24-hour race. The previous lap was a 1:35.8. Albuquerque got into the 35.9, which is just 1/10 of a second away from his fastest lap of the race. But again, it's Blomqvist. He has got the speed, no question about it, but has he got too much speed? Is he using too much energy? Is that the problem?
And will that come back to bite them later on?
Well, drama here at the Rolex 24. as the TDS car. So, TDS car had contact, trying to make a move on the 04 CrowdStrike car, tried to slip up the inside. There was no room there at all, and lucky not to take the CrowdStrike car with him there. There was very little room. I mean, at this stage of the race, you can't blame racing drivers for having a go, but whoa, that was a low percentage move there. So the CrowdStrike team, and look, imagine this, Colin Brown in the 60 Meyershank car, along with his 3 teammates leading overall. Colin's dad, Jeff, is on the pit wall doing the strategy with the CrowdStrike team as well. So what a story this is as well, but it's far from over. There's only 2 seconds between the 04 CrowdStrike car of Ben Handley from Niklas Nielsen. And Niklas Nielsen just put in his personal best, sector 1 as well. So the pace is really hotting up here. It's no holding back now. It's all in here at the Rolex 24.
And Tom Blomqvist last lap 1:35.650. His fastest lap 1:35.616. He knows everything's on the line. He is so impressive.
Coming down to the last 15 minutes, and I think we've got a consensus. The global advisory and accounting firm BDO knows strategy race award going to the Pfaff Porsche team for the way they've dealt with this week. Started very early, they played the cards, they saved the car, they've used every single strategic possibility to keep that car on the lead GTD Pro lap. They've been running as high as 4th, have just been passed actually by Mirko Bortolotti, but Patrick Pilet and the rest of the team, they've been classy, they've been clever, they know strategy, and they'll take the BDO No Strategy Award for the Rolex 24 Hours here at Daytona. You'll be hearing more about that award through the season here in the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Quietly gone about their business, and as I say, their statement was the epitome of class. They'll be back, they'll be competitive, more competitive. On a tight split decision, they win it from the IMSA Radio on-air crew. Congratulations to them for the first of our BDO Knows Strategy Awards. Now at the front of the field, now 3 seconds. What about LMP2? Half a second at the front of the field. That one's an absolute cracker as well. The CrowdStrike machine with Ben Handley still leading from Niklas Nielsen. James Allen's right there as well. 2.1 seconds between the 3 of those. 04, the 88, the Sunburst car, then the 55 of James Allen. I wonder if they'll tell Tom to slow down a little bit. Have they used too much energy? Lift and coast going into turn 7. No doubt about that in my mind, Peter Mackay.
I agree. Yeah, certainly from what we heard on board there from the number 60 Meyershank Acura as well. So Tom Blomqvist having to be fast and economical and try and get the job done to win the Rolex 24-hour for the 2nd year running for the Meyershank Acura team. What a performance it's been so far, but it's far from over. And of course now we're going through the traffic as well. The prototypes have come up to the back of the GT cars. So if Philippe Albuquerque and Konica Minolta Acura have anything to say for this win, they've got to do it through traffic. They've got to take chances. They've got to do that job better than Blomqvist, and that's a heck of a tall order.
Anybody's going to do it. It's Philippe.
You bet it.
He's got to be closer though.
Yeah.
He's got to be closer, Peter. You know, where he is at the moment, even a slight stutter from the leader, you've got to be almost on the tailpipes, and he's dropping away slightly. Leader coming past the 5th position GTD runner. Mario Farnbach has done a cracking last couple of stints, but fair play to the whole team. Kirchhofer in 3rd position in the McLaren now in GTD. So Carl Marcelli's gone back past Mario Farnbacher. The 2 Acuras have swapped round. Now Mario was in very, very early. What's his lap times like? 47.7. That's okay. Maybe he's not, maybe he's saving a little bit of fuel. Full season entry, that car, remember. But they are only a couple of seconds away from third place. In Kyle Marcelli, in the other Acura, the Racer's Edge car. Now, that's only a Michelin Endurance Cup car. Just the long races. But that's not over yet. Nicky Team all over the back of Maro Engel. That's not a fight for position, but it will get Nicky Team closer to Marco Sorensen. Sorensen going down to the international hairpin right now in the number 27 car. Behind him, he's got a little bit of cover, ironically, from a Mercedes AMG GT3 in the shape of Maro Engel in the white Mercedes. Prototype going through. Problem for the 63, for the
93
car. Marcelli slow. Speedway turn 3, coming back round. He's into the pit lane. Now, is this just a splash of fuel? They're very slow over the wall. No, nothing happening at all. So that's another position made up. Mario Farnbacher now is 2.8 seconds away from Marvin Kirchhoffer. Has he got the tools to fight with? This could be a podium. Away goes the number 93. Joe Bradley was watching that. A bizarre pit stop. I don't think anybody even touched the car, Joe.
Nobody touched the car. I saw the steering wiggle, whether he's come in for a vibration, but there was just a conversation that was going on between the driver and the pit wall, and after a few seconds, he was given the instruction to pull away. So a bit of a puzzle of that.
Very odd.
Meanwhile, in LMP2, both Ben Hanley in the leading car number 04 and Nicholas Nielsen in the pursuing car number 88, they both set their fastest laps of the race within the last 3 or 4 laps, and they are now separated by 0.2 of a second.
Nielsen's pulled a couple of seconds there. That's amazing. But as well, it's game on for LMP2.
James Allen's only a second and a half behind, and he's putting in his best sectors as well. All 3 of them putting in their best sectors. So much to watch. Leaving the pit lane speed violation for the Racer's Edge car. It's going to drop them way down. Kyle Marcelli, not even close. Stop plus 60, 34 kilometers an hour over the limit. What was he thinking about that?
It wasn't, unfortunately. It's the good news is it might cost him stop plus 60. They'll certainly cost him a lap. Yeah, the good news is
Loris Spinelli will go through.
I think so.
The lap.
Well, the question is, well, if he does, then Madison Snow might.
Yes, he will. Yeah, you're probably right. I'll buy that for $1. Leader, 4.6 seconds. The absolute ability once in front. This number 60 car with 8.5 minutes to go. The absolute ability, gentlemen, to control the pace. Get yourself to 4-5 seconds and then stabilize. It's almost like putting the autopilot on. I know that's not what's happening, and I'm not decrying how hard they are trying, but it's afterburners, pull away, get into the cruise mode, manage the gap. And we have seen it time and time and time again, Peter Mackay, from the start of the race through the restarts. Yes, they've not always been at the front, but once they've been there, that has been the rhythm of the race for this 60 car.
Yeah, and they made that statement straight. To be honest, they made that statement in qualifying a week ago. They made the statement throughout practice, and they made the statement in the first couple of hours of the race. They've shown their hand all week long. They said, we are the benchmark, guys. Come and chase us if you can. And that's been their strategy, and they've deployed it perfectly with their 4 top drivers.
Mark Whiteleg says surely Tom Blomqvist has been the star driver in GTP without a shadow of a doubt. Unreal pace, commitment and control. Let's not forget the one-shot pole last week at this time, Mark, as well. I think it's hard to deny that certainly Tom has shown his class here. There's been some very good supporting performances in his car and in others as well. But it's a statement. It's a statement by Acura. They set out, Jeremy, and you talked to David Salter, the man at the head of HPT. They were looking to get the headlines last weekend with pole position. They did that, prioritising that with MSR, and they've come out this week swinging overhand again.
Yeah, really, really impressive. Colin Brown's been absolutely magnificent. It's just so cool to see Colin Brown get that effectively a factory ride with Meyershank and Acura, and he is grasping that opportunity with both hands, as would one expect, because we know how talented he is. Look, he made his debut here as a 15-year-old way back, a long time ago now it was for Colin. I think he was a 15, was it? It's something ridiculous. Yeah, it was team 15 if I remember rightly.
Yeah, it was.
And how long
been a long journey.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and he owns the outright speed record around the oval here.
2014 that was, yeah.
Nobody has gone quicker than Colin Brown around here.
Oh, very nervous looking Cooper McNeil on the WeatherTech Racing pit box. His car is in the lead at the moment. Maro Engel on board, leading in GTD Pro.
And has got cover behind because Nicky Team is a GTD car in the number 44 Magnus machine. The battle's just beginning to spread out a little bit in GTD Pro. The Chevy Corvette and the Lexus, the 3 and the 14 battling for second and third. Kirchhofer has got a bit of a wiggle on in that number 70 McLaren. It looks like he'll hold off the Acura NSX GT3 of Mario Farnbacher, who's got 4 seconds back to 5th place, the number 12 Lexus. Can we finally breathe a sigh and begin to take in what we've witnessed over the last 23 hours and 55 minutes? Maybe, or is there one more twist, one more dramatic turn for the 61st running of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona? If you've been with us for part, for some, for all, we say thank you very much indeed. For those of you who have voted with your feet and your wallet and you're buying the gas to get here, a very big thank you for that commitment in the current climate. I hope you feel it's been worth it. And we've loved talking to you on 107.9 FM around the circuit. For those of you further afield, XM, Sirius XM 207, and RS2, of course, for the audio, as well as the international feed, which was incredibly well received again this year. IMSA, once again, getting out its message to endurance racing fans all over the world with live, uninterrupted streaming video, and our television syndication partners, including but not exclusive to Sky in New Zealand, our new partners in the UK at Viaplay. Great to have you on board. What a race. The dark green and black number 17 is the most dominant winner, to be honest. Some of the other cars fell by the wayside, mechanical issues, some contact as well at the front of the field with the scenery rather than with each other. Unusual amount of attrition, mechanical attrition that we've seen in LMP3. But the number 17 Duquesne of AWA, Anthony Montella, Wayne Boyd, Nico Veron and Thomas Merrill will come out on top.
It might have just been traffic, but Bloomquist a second slower than Albuquerque last time by. Maybe just a dose of traffic, possibly.
No, he's on cruise mode.
Oh, he's just not.
Big lock up, is he?
Well, he should be on cruise mode, is what I should have said, because he's got a handy lead. I was going to say before you mentioned that only on the previous lap, that was the first lap since the restart, that Philip Albuquerque was a tiny bit quicker than him. So I thought, okay, fine, he's just cruised into finish. Only 3 minutes to go, so just a couple more laps for Tom Blomqvist, but don't throw away.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy Shaw representing Johnny Palmer here in the hashtag blame the commentator. Little lock up of the left front Michelin as he was going into the international horseshoe there. Blomqvist though has gathered it all together, 3.5 seconds. And let's have a look down onto the starters stand.
LMP2 is just going back and forth, but it's still the advantages in the hands of Ben Handley. 0-4 CrowdStrike Racing, but Nicholas Nielsen is keeping him under the cosh all the time, and it's back and forth, seconds difference each lap. It's so exciting.
Oh. One more. One more after this one, I think, Jeremy. Yeah. So let's see where the potential battles are. Looking for small numbers. Leader just got to keep it cool now. Just under 7 miles to go. 783 laps. So around about 50 laps short of the distance record.
At this stage, Heart of Racing, a GTD car, are leading all of the GTDs, including the pros.
That'll be 2 races in a row if that is confirmed that has happened. This one, however, has been done on pace rather than the intervention of a safety car, which contributed to that at Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, Peter.
Agree, I totally agree, yes. We've seen that all week, GTD cars be up the top and fighting there with the pros, Jeremy.
Don't know what happened to Nicholas Nielsen on that last lap in the LMP2 car number 88, but he lost a position to James Allen, who was only 0.6 of a second behind Ben Hanley.
So there's a battle for the lead in LMP2.
Could Proton take them on the second to last lap? Oh my word.
Going through into the chicane, there's traffic in front of them. The Proton car is right there. The red and silver car is the leader, the blue car behind, and there's traffic. Is that the right decision to go around the outside for the leader? This almost together, they are together at the kink. As the leader comes through to see the white flag. It's in the air. Tony waves the white flag for the 61st running of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. It's this one and one more for the P2s, unless they get lapped by the leader, and I don't think they will.
No.
So there's a real opportunity here for a last lap or a penultimate lap pass. The 04 machine, the CrowdStrike machine on the banking. Looks like the draft is playing into it. Here comes the Proton car into the braking area at turn 7. Not quite close enough here, but closing in. More traffic ahead. Oh, great run out of turn 7 by the Proton machine. Will certainly pick up some draft. It's the Heart of Racing Aston that they're going by on the high side for the leader. Here comes the Proton car. It's got a really good run. They'll get the white flag this time. Needs to duck back in and behind the leader, which he does. Now to the high side, across the start-finish line. That's for the lead. That's for the win. That's for the Rolex watch going down into turn 1. They're side by side. Nowhere around the outside. Nowhere around the outside. Off the track, both of them. Really close to disaster there. Was that the one and only opportunity? Meantime, the 61st Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona and the first of the GTP era is won by MSR Acura. Colin Brown into the works team and picks up a Rolex. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, you can imagine the fervour here at Meyer Shank. I'm on the top perch and Colin has disappeared into a crowd. I'll just go and squeeze my way through and get Colin. Colin, let's have a first word with you. Fantastic result. You must have not dreamt this would happen.
Man, it was a great day, huh? These Acura HPD guys did a great job. Meyer Shank, I mean, what more can you say? Man, oh man. Awesome.
Great job from the team. I can get Mike Shank as well. Mike! Fuck yeah! Sorry about that, everybody. Mike said sorry. Mike, what a week here you've had at Daytona, and to take that checkered flag, managing, as you said to me, all of those issues on the car.
Honestly, it's not me. It's these guys. It's the engineers, the drivers, that team out in pit lane, Honda, HPD, Wayne Taylor racing with Andretti. We all did it as a group, and I can't thank every single person I just mentioned. We all did this. We never thought we'd do this out of the box. You never knew. But I'm telling you what, HPD and Acura have won a hell of a race car.
Thank you, Mike.
Got him on the line. Sorry about that, Joe Bradley, but we had, by the smallest of margins, a win for the number 55 Proton team ahead of the CrowdStrike car. A massively, brilliantly timed run to the checker. almost a full lap behind the leaders, and James Allen by 0.016 of a second takes it from Ben Hanley. That is remarkable. Such a close race, and the top three separated by 5.6 seconds. We'll get down to that in a moment. The run to the line looked like it was going to be close. How close was it? The width of a splitter, maybe the width of a splitter, but not much more. And it's a win for the 55 LMP2 team. Proton competition, Fred Portad, Francesco Pizzi, James Allen brought it home, and Jimmy Bruni wins as well. Shea Adam has the GTD winners.
Ian James, it's been a long time coming. Rolex winner. How good does it feel that you've done this with your own team?
Oh, it's so amazing. This is my 21st Rolex, and who knows, it may be my last, but to win at last is just so happy, and everything that Gabe Newell's made this possible for us. Dreams do come true.
In the last couple of seasons, you guys have been sprint champions, GTD champions this year, going for endurance.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you need to pinch me to see how real this is, because it's just unbelievable. Everybody's worked so hard for this, and it's just a testimony about everybody in the team, the men and women that make this happen, and I'm just glad to be a part of it.
Congrats, Ian.
Thanks.
You know what? Sometimes good things happen to good people. All the work that they do for the Children's Hospital, that is a well-deserved win. Yeah. 2 victories in class for Proton competition. That is absolutely extraordinary, right on the line. And James Allen given the nod to bring that car home and timed his run over Ben Hanley. Got a feel for the CrowdStrike car and the team, but my goodness, this race has delivered. Let's pick up some more interviews with winners. Joe Bradley has Jules Gounon.
Congratulations, Jules. That was a very, very hard-fought race.
Yeah, crazy race. We knew we had a good car. The team did a fantastic job. Cooper, Danny, Maro, and I think we all drove fantastically. The Corvette and the Lexus were really competitive this weekend, and the Aston also. And to win the race with Cooper for his last one is just insane.
Cooper's joined us. Cooper, wow, congratulations. I can see you're emotional. This was hard fought.
Yeah, I mean, right down to the wire, but that's IMSA WeatherTech Championship for you. So that's what we expected. We knew there'd be at least 2 or 3 cars in the lead lap at the end, and that's exactly what we saw. We knew we needed a good pit stop for the last stop to jump the other 2, because passing here is super difficult, and when you try and do pass, there's more often than not contact, and then other bad things happen. So the last stop was crucial. Guys did a great job. Proton WeatherTech crew, I mean, yeah, we got the win.
Well, Roman, it's not just a GTD win in this class, it's the overall GTD win. How good does it feel to know you're getting a watch?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, like, from growing up, I always wanted to win Daytona. That was like the pinnacle for me. Always being like an IMSA fan, even more than winning the championship for me. So this is like, I don't even know what to say. I just can't thank the Art of Racing, Gabe, who's made this possible for us. I don't know how many times Ian has done it and not won it. He's come so close. So I'm so happy to be able to share the car with him. I'm gonna go see Marco too, but thank you so much.
Congrats.
Right, Shea, you know what you've got to do now, and normally Shea doesn't run unless she's being chased by someone, but she's got an appointment with 4 drivers on the far side of the track. And the small grey clad figure.
Give her a round of applause, folks.
Who's running across the grass at the moment is Shea Adam. Take a breath, Shea. What a brilliant result as well for Gradient. Played the strategy at the end, and a 4th place finish for them to back up their win at Petit Le Mans. Shea Adam has got across the tri-oval. Shea in the scrum.
It's not the running across the tri-oval that's hard, it's climbing up the banking and just getting to the drivers. NBC's doing the interview first on. I'll get in there in 1 minute.
So that is another win for Acura here, Peter, and Michael Shank Racing are making a habit of this, sharing the victories with Wayne Taylor, WTR Andretti as we must call them now.
Yeah, it's 3 in a row for Acura now, with 2 different types of car, 2 different teams. Both of them, of course, finished 1-2 here the last 2 years. So HPD and all of that group, they thoroughly deserve this success in these incredibly tough motor races. Fantastic stuff from them. So the WeatherTech boys, they've got a big celebration to have as well. They fought hard all race. A lot of competition, as they mentioned, but Maro Engel got the job done in the end, and he picks up a second Rolex 24 Hours Winners' Watch. He won it with Windward 2 years ago.
Heartbreak for Windward at the end there. What a weekend they've had, but that is endurance, and we doff our collective caps to them. What a finish for those of you in the Tri-Oval Grandstand. On your feet all the way through. I love to see informed fans the way you were looking towards that finish. Let's have a quick word with Ben Handley with Joe Bradley.
Ben Handley, that was quite a race, mate. Came down to the very, very last few metres.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Sometimes the traffic falls for you, sometimes it doesn't, and just seemed to be I'd get a gap in clean air, and every time I just caught them in the wrong place, and yeah, some big straights here, so it can make a difference.
Second place LMP2 there. Ben Handley, thank you, Ben.
Elio Castroneves, 3 in a row, second time climbing up here in January. It feels pretty darn good. Let's do it again next year, huh?
I can't wait for the 2024 for sure, but you know, this year, no question, I mean, Tom did an amazing job, Simon did an amazing job. You know, Colin just jumped in and all of a sudden dominating. So I tell you, these boys, everyone, HPD, especially Acura, to build this program in a short minute, I mean, everyone, all obviously prototype, had a hard time trying to survive, and I can't believe it. We were able to have both cars, you know, first and second. Wayne Taylor did an amazing job as well, pushing us to the limit down there. But in the end of the day, obviously TB was on it. So can't thank enough. And Daytona, come on, this place and this crowd. Can you believe it? How about that? I mean, we're talking about the 61st edition and have the record crowd, amazing. So we can't thank everybody to come up and support all of us. This is what it's all about. The racing. Racing is you lose more than win, but when you win, oh my God, you wanna do it again.
That's 3 consecutive races in IMSA that you've won, by the way. So I think you got a good record to keep going.
You know what? I'm getting better than like a wine. You know, getting older and getting better than with wine. But I tell you what, this year was absolutely amazing. The job behind the scene from Acura, incredible. So happy to start the year like that, and now we'll keep it going.
Congrats, Ellie. I'll see you here same time next year.
I hope so.
For Shea's traditional run across the Tri-Oval, as we're going to have to do. Now, just a note, by the way, and Rob Chalmers has reminded me of this. Gilles Gounon, who we were speaking to there, has now won the 24 hours of Spa, the 12 hours of Bathurst, the Rolex 24 hours of Daytona. Just needs to get the Le Mans win as well. Let's quickly jump in with Simon Pagenaud.
Simon, winner again here. How does it feel? This time a little bit better?
I love it. I'm getting used to it. You know, I love climbing the fence with Elio. It's kind of a nice tradition. But it's amazing, you know, 2nd year in a row. I just joined the team last year, and we've won some serious races. So competition was amazing. And I tell you what, it was tough out there, but it was so much fun. And I hope you guys had as much fun as we had. And then, yeah, it's just, I'm going to savor this one.
Thanks, Simon.
They did have an advantage. All of the last couple of weeks, Jeremy, they were fastest in every single session in which they competed in the Raw. They won the pole, and they did look like the best put together. Let's go down to Philippe Albuquerque and Joe Bradley.
Philippe, from a fan's point of view, that was outstanding. I'm pretty sure you're disappointed, though. What would it have taken? What more did you need to catch that car?
Well, during the night, when we had the oil problem, we took time as well to do an adjustment to the car. That in the night the car was brilliant, but as the day came on, the car was just not drivable. Was too much understeer. When I got in, I thought like this is just impossible. Like you know, P4 would have been good. But then, you know, we never give up and we keep fighting, and when we are so close and to see the win just in reach, obviously because it's another Acura, you don't want to crash with him. Yeah, I think the whole team did a great job. We tried to improve the car through the race, didn't pay off. Still learning, for sure we are learning this for the future. Again, just disappointed. Obviously, I want to win, but again, at the same time, I really felt that I gave everything I had in my body, in the car. Congratulations to Acura for 1-2. No problems at all. Running super hard on the curbs, and the car was still going. Amazing job by Acura.
Amazing job by you guys. You were 3 laps down, Philippe,
yeah,
and you brought that back. Congratulations. I'll leave you go to the podium. Thank you.
Hashtag Michelin PRT for your points arising questions. We'll try and answer any of those as well. It's the original driven by the audience show. That's coming up after our coverage here from the race. Let's have a quick final word from I'm just looking down to see how far away we are from getting the presentations underway. I can see Babendum down there, but I think we're waiting for quite a little time to get the winners over there. So let's make sure that we do this properly and say thank you very much indeed as we wind up our coverage of the 61st running of the Rolex 24 with Michelin post-race tech to come, hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. It's been a great collaborative effort. The whole aim of what GTP stands for is bringing things together and allowing wider competition. Well, it certainly seems to have worked, and that's how this event has been put on in the spirit that it has been, in which it has been run. Thank you to all of the IMSA officials and to the guys at Race Control who are alongside us as well, who've played their part in a brilliant race. To all of our technicians and our camera operators here at the track, and of course the technicians, the producers, and everyone who have given us the pictures from Charlotte up at NASCAR Productions, and our London staff as well, Rob, as well as Tim and Kerry as well today. All of our broadcast staff on IMSA Radio, Bruce and Johnny, Jeremy, Peter, Joe, Shay, and Nick Damon. The responsible adult was Eve Hewitt. We're going to take a very short breath and hand the PA over for the formalities. Stay locked in on RS2 for Michelin post-race tech, hashtag PRT. That comes up next here on IMSA Radio. And don't forget to join us for the most complete coverage of Sebring, both the WEC and the Mobile 12 Hours of Sebring in the second week in March. And before that, next weekend, if you haven't had enough of endurance, we'll be at Bathurst for the 12 hours. Check radiolemans.com for our sound and vision. We've got live pictures from the mountain for you as well. Thanks to all of you for turning up. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. The formalities to come. Let's celebrate in style with the winners of the 61st running of the Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona.